Welcome to a meeting of your Manatee County Board of County Commissioners. Representing District 1, Carol Ann Feltz. Representing District 2, Amanda Ballard. Representing District 3, Tal Sadiq. Representing District 4, Mike Ron. Representing District 5, Dr. Bob McCann. Representing District 6 at-large, Jason Bearden. Representing District 7 at-large, George Cruz. The County Administrator is Charlie Bishop. Time is set aside at the beginning of each meeting for citizens to speak on any issue. Citizens are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes. Today's meeting is brought to you with closed captioning.
Good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, October 21st. This is a regular meeting of our Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. We will get started with our agenda shortly, but before we do, we will start as we do all things with an invocation and a pledge. Pastor Gibbons, I do not believe is here, so we will have Pastor Commissioner Jason Bearden fill in for him, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by U.S. Marine Corps veteran Stephen Bell. Steve, are you here? Okay. Oh, you're in the back. Okay. Please rise if you're able.
Let us pray. Father God, thank you, Lord, for another beautiful day here in Manatee County. We ask, Lord, that you would help give us wisdom, direction to help make the decisions that we need to make today, Lord, and that we would receive your grace while doing it. Father, we just thank you, Lord, for just blessing us abundantly here, and we will give you glory and praise for all the good things that are happening. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Want to call it, Steve? Want to call it to microphone?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. County Administrator, any updates to the agenda?
Yes, sir. All updates were published with the online agenda, and additional public comment were received after publishing for generic public comments. Item 28, classify vehicles as surplus property, and item 37, renaming of road for Christopher Cobb.
All right, thank you. And we will now move on. Oh, just so the public knows, so I don't get asked to. Commissioner Sadiq is on Zoom, and Commissioner Feltz is working on getting on Zoom. So they are both, or at least will be both, attending virtually. We will now move on to our awards, presentations, proclamations. We have 3 proclamations. Before I send anyone up there and lose what little quorum we have up here, I will entertain motions to approve proclamations.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner McCann. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Ron. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Oh, thank you. That is approved 5-0 with Commissioner 6, sorry, you walked in. 6-0 with Commissioner Feltz absent. We will start with the first proclamation, National Friends of Libraries Week, which is Commissioner Ballard.
Whereas, the Friends and the Foundation of Manatee County Libraries play a vital role in supporting library services that improve the quality of life in our communities, providing opportunities for all to engage in the joy of lifelong learning. And whereas, the Friends and the Foundation understand the critical importance of well-funded libraries and advocate to ensure that our libraries get the resources needed to provide a wide variety of services to all ages. And whereas, the Friends and the Foundation raise funds enabling our libraries to move from good to great, promoting the benefits of information literacy, providing resources for additional programming and much-needed equipment, and providing for special events throughout the year. And whereas, the Friends and the Foundation's gifts of their time and commitment to the Manatee County Library System set an example for all in how volunteerism leads to positive civic engagement and betterment of our community. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that October 19th to October 25th, 2025 shall be known, designated, and set aside as National Friends of Libraries Week in Manatee County, Florida, and urges everyone to join their local Friends organization and the Library Foundation and thank them for their beneficial impact. Adopted with a quorum present and voting this Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. And it's signed by our chair, George Cruz. And I am a friend of the Palmetto Library, so this is very special to be able to present this proclamation today. Go ahead. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Deal. I'm president of the Friends of the Island Branch Library. On behalf of the Friends of the Island Library and Friends groups throughout the United States, I'm honored to accept this proclamation supporting National Friends of Libraries Week. Thank you for acknowledging the impact Friends members make for the benefit of American public libraries. Friends organizations work tirelessly advocating for and fundraising to ensure our public libraries receive the resources they need to provide for all users. We're grateful we can make a difference in our communities. This proclamation is a celebration of our united spirit of service. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for everything you do. Just real quick as you're walking away. The Friends are critically important to our library. We do what we can as a county to make sure we're providing the resources we need, but we couldn't do it without all of you backstopping us with, as we saw in the Lakewood Ranch Library. There's a lot of amenities out there people love, and they thank us for it, but we had very little to do with it. It was all of you. So thank you all for your hard, consistent work, making sure our library system is as strong as it can be for all of our citizens. Thank you. Next up, Community Planning Month. Commissioner Ron.
Good morning, Chair. Are there any planners in where are my planners? All of them. Wow, all right. Who's doing our planning then?
They clustered over in the
I know,
side.
it's kind of scary, isn't it? Good morning, all my planners and development services team. Thank you all for being here. This proclamation is for our Community Planning Month, whereas planners can help navigate communities with data-driven insight and expertise that provide better choices for how people live, work, and play. And whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their community. And whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories. And whereas the American Planning Association endorses National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight how planning is to every community and how planners are uniquely positioned to identify solutions to their community's questions. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County that October 2025 shall be known and designated and set aside as Community Planning Month in conjunction with the celebration of the National Community Planning Month in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voting this Tuesday, October 25th, signed by our chairman, George Cruz. I'm sure, Rachel, you're up.
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Rachel Layton for staff. Thank you so much for the proclamation. Change is constant and affects all cities and towns, suburbs, counties, boroughs, and townships. rural areas and other places. One of the things about community planning that I find is the most important is, of course, our public engagement. And so we thank you for your support and the opportunities provided to your planning team every day. You see you've got a wealth of planners behind me between final site plan review, plats, public hearings, comprehensive planning, land development code text amendments, transportation planning, environmental planning, you name it, we've got it upstairs in development services. So you have an amazing team of planners in front of you, and we appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, team. You guys do a great job. Thank you.
And last up for proclamations, Manatee County Search and Rescue 25th Anniversary.
The room has cleared out.
Yeah.
Well, today I get to give the proclamation for the Manatee County Search and Rescue. I will tell you that we got to see them in action during the storms, and they did a phenomenal job. And it's an honor to be able to get to sit up here and give you guys the proclamation, your 25-year anniversary proclamation. So whereas Manatee County Search and Rescue was established in 1999 with a mission to provide skilled, volunteer-based search and rescue services to protect life and property across Manatee County and the state of Florida during times of emergency and natural disaster. And whereas for 25 years, the organization has been composed of dedicated firefighters, EMTs, and law enforcement officers who generously volunteer their personal time, training, and resources to respond to critical incidents, ensuring the safety of their fellow citizens. And whereas Manatee County Search and Rescue has played a vital role in major hurricane deployments, missing person investigations, water rescues, K-9 tracking operations, and numerous disaster response missions, both within Manatee County and throughout the state of Florida. And whereas the organization has consistently prioritized the growth and professional development of its members by supporting continuing education, funding EMT and paramedic schooling, and providing access to specialized training in rescue medical and technical fields. And whereas Manatee County Search and Rescue stands as a model of service and integrity, representing the very best of community-driven public safety throughout 25 years of compassion, dedication, and unwavering commitment to excellence and emergency response. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that October 21st, 2025 shall be known, designated, and set aside as the 25th anniversary of Manatee County Search and Rescue in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voting this day. Signed by our chairman, George Cruz. Anybody want to say a few words?
Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, Mr. Bishop, and Madam Attorney, Ms. D'Agostino, my name is John Elwood. I'm the Deputy Chief for Manatee County Search and Rescue. And one of the things I first wanted to start off by saying thank you for your support over the years. As you know, we've come before the commission giving you guys brief updates. The one thing is that, I didn't think was fair. You guys took a little bit of a hit in the press recently about the budget, but one thing that we provide a service to the citizens of Manatee County for zero cost. Mr. Bishop knows firsthand because during Hurricane Ian, he rode with us for 2 days out in Mayaca when resources were still coming into that area. But I wanted to give you just a brief update on the last 5 years of what we've responded to. From October 1st of 2019 until today, we've had 2,125 engagements with the public. That's everything from 218 missing person calls. As the one thing that we provide Project Lifesaver to the citizens of Manatee County. And in Sarasota County, to give you an example, that's run by the City of Sarasota Police Department. So they have 2 full-time positions that run that program. Here in Manatee County, we provide that to at-risk citizens, mainly Alzheimer's dementia or people with autism. And there's no FTE, so you have no salary, you have no benefits, you have no FRS contribution. So that's a huge cost savings to the public. Just to date, of this year alone, we've responded to 32 missing person calls. And our average response time from the time that our members receive a call to the time that they're going out the door is usually 7 minutes and 27 seconds. And that's usually they're being woken up out of a sound sleep. Most of our calls usually happen after midnight because that's usually when somebody realizes that one of their loved ones has gone missing. And usually, like for me, for instance, I have to corral 2 canines, get them up and going, and get into my vehicle and get dressed. Our average on-scene time is usually about 5 hours and 42 minutes that we spend searching, looking for a missing person. And so we just wanted to give you those real brief statistics. Thank you all very much for this proclamation. It means a great deal to us, and we thank you very much for your continued support of our organization.
Yeah, thank you all for everything you do for Manatee County, and not just in the Gray Skies. I mean, your whole organization is out everywhere. You don't just protect the community. You are a part of the community, whether you're walking people across streets during events or you're showing up at food banks and after storms. You're everywhere for everybody. You truly are a part of the Manatee County community, and then you come out when need be and provide the safety for us. So we thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, moving on to consent. Any items any commissioners wish to pull from consent?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull
Wait, hold
item
on,
10, please, the
Hold
calendar
on.
for 2026.
I can't hear you while I'm talking over you. Commissioner McCann was already starting to talk. You'll just raise your hand and I'll see it. Commissioner McCann.
In light of our recent hits in the news and comments made after them, I'd like to pull 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, and 28.
Okay, I missed half of that. I didn't realize you were going to talk that much. 10, what? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
14, 15.
10 through 17 minus 16.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then 28. Okay, Commissioner Siddiq.
Mine is going to
Pull
be
either
item
of the
10,
other
so
ones
I'm
that
good
are
to go.
not pulled yet. Is there any you want to pull that weren't already pulled?
No, I just had item 10.
Item 10, okay. Anything else from anybody else? Seeing none, I will open up public comment for consent minus items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 28. I have one person on, Glenn. Okay. Anybody else? Seeing none, I have nobody on the phones. I will close, I do not think anyone on the phone. Well, nobody with their hand raised. I will close public comment on consent, and I will entertain motions on the approval of consent minus items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, and 28.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That was approved unanimously. Oh, and Commissioner Feltz is on as well. All right, we've got a full board. That was approved unanimously, 7-0. Commissioner Feltz and Siddiq voting aye. Now I will move on to citizen comment on future agenda. I have 2 people signed up. Betty, you are first, and Glenn, you are second as signed up.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready for you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Betty Sales Rose, and I am here because of every one of you commissioners voted for Charlie Kirk's name to be here. And I really can't believe Amanda went along with it because the man degraded women's, but the women he degraded that were very smart women was minority. And you all worrying about what Lake City did. You need to read about what St. Pete did. Y'all had Lake City and St. Pete. This man was not like Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was nonviolent. He didn't say anything about other races. Only thing he did was to quiet down from the violence that you all was doing. But Charlie Kirk, I don't see how you all here in Manatee County can do this. What do our kids here have to look forward to? You got kids here in school, you got kids and they have friends, they have black friends. But you as commissioners sitting up here on this board, gonna put a road here for Charlie Kirk. And all this man did was just think violent. Violent, 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 and degrading us, and I am a minority. And I just don't see how I know you all are Republicans, and you think you are doing a good job. No. You got to sit down and think of what you are doing to this community. You're going to go, I know, Jason, you was the one who brought it up to the board, but you need to think sometime. You need to think where you're from and everything, what country you're from, what county, whatever. Nobody would have did that to you. I know Dr. McCann from MCC, you all got to think. You can't go along with your fellow man because they saying they want to name a road. But I know you all already know approve it and everything. But one thing, will y'all stop Martin Luther King Road for going into y'all neighborhood? Just make sure it don't come into our neighborhood. You put it on the street where your neighborhood is, because this man was not right. But I know what happened to him was essentially killing. It was done by a white man. We never did go along with what he said, but you never hear us taking to the streets about what Charlie Kirk said. But every one of you, a commission up there, you're going to be accountable for. You really are. And just think, a lot of people here do not go along with what you all are doing. They not. The name of street. And like I say, I'm not staying long. And I know when y'all say what y'all have to say when it's time for the commission, say it out. Because, see, you don't know the committee I'm on. They be watching the TV anyway. They're going to tell me what to say. So if you have anything to say to me, Betty Sales Rose said before I go. Thank you.
I need to speak.
We're in public comment.
For the record, Glenn Gadfly Gibolina, I want to thank you for the proclamation for Honor Flight. I all sent you a link today for it. And, you know, this would be a great project to fund. You know, the Guardians pay $550 for the privilege of going up to D.C. and escorting our veterans. That plane cost $100,000. We raise about $50,000 in Guardian fees. And if we can give $10,000 for the Marine Ball, we can certainly find another 10 grand for this, as far as I'm concerned. So we need to move in that direction. I encourage all of you, I sent you the links today to do that. So I hope we move in that direction. Affordable housing, the policy on the 80%. Let's just get it done. We've been kicking that can down the road for far too long. Form-based codes. Tal, you listening? Listen, the best practices are out there. The city of Bradenton has form-based codes. There's form-based, we don't need to reinvent the wheel on form-based codes because we're losing the opportunity for better and better, more housing. Renewable energy policy, still haven't seen anything in that direction. The other thing, the Zoom meetings. So I was at the Children's Advisory Board on the 5th floor that I've been told we don't have the capability to do a Zoom meeting or call-ins. Well, guess what? They do in the same room. I think all advisory board meetings should have at least a Zoom and public call-in. The funding, I have to tell you, I watched that whole thing. $2.3 million a week is what they found that you overspent. 120 million divided by 52 is 2.3 million. That's a lot of money. So I think, and I'm not blaming the new board. I'm blaming the old board. That was their nightmare that they started. We started doing that on the old board, and there are still a few members up there that voted for that. So I hope we tighten our belt. I hope we move forward in that. And again, he brought out a lot of good facts, and I can hardly wait for the rebuttals. But I think $120 million is a lot of money. So hope we move in that direction. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else for Pat? Go ahead.
Good morning. The other day, yesterday, Pat Simmons, Manatee County, at the MPO meeting, I quoted some stats from a program I found online called Able Trust, and I printed it up yesterday. And as you can see, Manatee County, the percentage of people with disabilities is, hold on, 14.6%, which you might think isn't a whole lot of people. Until you see what that actually means in the way of population, and that is 58,683 people, which is basically bigger than the city of Bradenton. And I think that it's time to quit assuming that we're included. I think it's time to start listening to us. This doesn't break it down by disability, but that website is definitely worth you checking out. It's AbleTrust/demographics, and it comes up with all kinds of statistics that I really want you to pay attention to. So if this doesn't wake somebody up, I was actually told at the MPO meeting yesterday that one of the presenters at our CAC meeting is actually going to change his whole presentation to show more people in wheelchairs, to show more people with white canes, more people with mobility devices. So somebody's listening to me. I just want you guys to take us seriously. That's it. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. I'm not a huge fan of future agenda items because, as we have said many times in the past, that seems to be an overflowing bucket of stuff that just sort of sits. So I'm contradicting myself and putting a future agenda item up here today. But I'm here today to ask that we could possibly get a county workshop regarding connector projects at Golf Course Road. Currently, there's a mixture of SIP projects that are approved and not yet approved on that connector road. That includes the bridge at Golf Course Road, which is approved project, reclaimed water lines that are going in along that road already. They've been ongoing. So I'm bringing this up because you've spent $9 million on a property at Cannon for detention and amenity, Golf Course Road Bridge relief. You've approved the bridge project because it's a 1965 bridge. We have lots of problems there if you ever get under it in a kayak. I doubt their structural reports are really showing you what you have, the problems you have there. I'm asking you to do the whole segment or put a workshop on like you did for Fort Hamer Road for that entire segment between Golf Course and Fort Hamer Road. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to spend more money? Well, if you think about Moccasin Wallow Road as just a disastrous project that is strung out 5, 6, 8 years now, I don't even know, dodging a bullet this year. I mean, 2017, I remember going to the first workshop on about Moccasin Wallow Road with the previous commissioners there. Anyways, unlike that road, Golf Course has nearly all the development accesses complete. This is a complete roadway segment connected again to Fort Hamer Road expansion that should be done together. You have stormwater projects that can benefit there. You have the Cannon property, you have the bridge recapitalization, and you're increasing an evacuation route for all of those residents that are downstream there. You're talking about major communities, Twin Rivers, Canoe Creek, south of there on the Mulholland. I mean, there's lots of stuff. And then the folks to the north there, I'm a property owner on Jim Davis Road, so between 675. I think you can do it all in one. I think a workshop to talk about those problems should be considered. You'd also add mobility if you put those sidewalks connecting that way. So just like you to consider that for future agenda and a workshop. Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? Seeing none, I have one hand raised. I thought I had one hand raised. 605, were you still planning on speaking? You raised on one part, not on the other. Okay, there you go. Caller 605.
Hi, this is Andrew Griffin, a Manatee County resident here. I want to make sure you can hear me. You guys can hear me, right? Hello? Am I unmuted?
I don't care. You're good. She's listening.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I've lived in this county since September 17th, 1979. Prior to me being here, my family was here dating back before there were counties, before there were cities in the state of Florida. My family was here before building codes. I have watched over the last 40 years this beautiful place be turned into something it doesn't represent. People move here from all over, get into politics, and change our community and our land. Although they didn't have any skin in the game, they disregarded our heritage and turned our beautiful home into a country club. We continue to hire people we think will honor and value our heritage and want to help preserve it. And year after year, we vote and elect people to office that end up further destroying everything we're trying to protect. It's sad to watch year after year. As you know, I have removed myself from these fruitless productions. I have been working behind the scenes to actively remove each and every one of you. Most of you have worked with me and know when I'm not showing up or I'm silent, something big will happen, and it will. I'm disgusted how our community has been treated. The Fabulous Four was created to save our county, reduce our taxes, and to help the citizens. Not only did each of you fail to deliver, you stole money from the taxpayers for your pet projects at the detriment of the community you serve. We brought you in to spend down $500 million to find ways that we can receive some of that money back in lower taxes, to find out that you have $740 million in our silos again. So you raised our taxes, stole our money, then reduced services like the garbage. 46 years in this county I have been. We have always had twice a week pickup services, and now you have ruined that as well. For the first time, I opened my garbage can to maggots crawling all over the inside. It was gross. Shame on all of you. You have all failed Manatee County, and we are now going to actively remove you from those seats. God bless.
Be forewarned. I have no one else on the phone. Nobody's in the room. I will close public comment on future agenda items. I have 3 commissioners on the board, at least, 3 in person. Commissioner McCann.
Ma'am, on the Charlie Kirk vote for the road, we voted to actually look into something like this. This is not a done deal yet. There will be public hearings, okay? And it will not come back on a consent agenda. So even if you can't make the public hearing, you'll have another chance to talk, and so will everybody in the community. Okay? You know, one of the things that disturbs me is people come up in the comments section, and they point to everybody here on this commission as if we're acting as a collective group all the time in opposition to the, citizens. That is not true. I think, you can look at voting records, you can look at many things, but you'll find out now that that is a suggestion, and the county will have a voice. So there is a process in all these things, so it has not been approved yet. It was approved to be looked into, okay? You'll have a chance to speak, and I encourage you to come back and speak, and anybody else that wants to speak on this can come and make their voice heard, okay? Thank you.
Miss Betty Rhodes, I'm going to have to disagree with the statements that you said up here. And here's why. There's a lot of misinformation that's going out there about Mr. Charlie Kirk. I will say that he did attack ideologies, but he did not attack racists at any time. He did criticize Marxism, critical race theory, and identity politics because he believes that this is what divide Americans today, by race, instead of uniting us around the shared values that we all have. He said repeatedly, okay, that America is not a racist country, not because he denies history, but because he rejects the idea that Americans today should be judged by the skin color or collective guilt. He often did quote Martin Luther King Jr. line about judging people by character, not color, which is a key conservative principle. When he questioned certain races based on programs, it's about fairness and merit, not prejudice, okay? So he brought in the conversation, just like we're having a conversation right now, Ms. Rhodes. Like, this is important to us to have this dialogue back and forth, and he entertained that on every college campus, to the point to where now we're seeing over 60,000 chapters across America being opened up. That has to say something. And I know that you can disagree on this, but I'm going to have this disagreement with you, Ms. Rhodes, on this. And so, I think that we need to look deeper into who this individual was and not base it on what CNN is saying or what some of these far left organizations are stating about him, because it's just simply not true. So I just wanted to say that to you, Ms. Rhodes. I respect you. I love you from the bottom of my heart, okay? But I have to disagree with you on this one. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, Glenn, thank you for bringing honor flights up forward. And I would ask that you get the team over there to get with our veteran services about seeing what we can do to help honor flight continue. I had the opportunity last Tuesday night to attend the homecoming. It was absolutely overwhelming. I thought like 80 people would be there. There were 600 people there, a band, every color guard from everyone, the kids from SMA, Sarasota Military Academy, students from New College were there. It was just an overwhelming event to watch all those veterans come back and come off that flight from DC. So I know I'm going to sign up to be a guardian for next year. If you can do it, do it. I think it'd be worth your time, energy, and effort to be a part of that. But honor flight, I didn't realize how cool it actually is to attend a homecoming. So it was a great event. Thank you, Glenn, for bringing that forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm off on base, so I'm not sure. Was anyone, I don't think anyone else was on? No, and there's no hands raised on Zoom. So we will move on to items removed from the consent agenda. Commissioner McCann, I'll kind of just turn this over to you because they were all yours. We have 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, and 28. We'll start with item number 10, Commissioner McCann.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item number 10, I would like to yield my time to Commissioner Sadiq so that he can start this conversation.
All right, can you all hear me? Just double checking. Sounds like it. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner McCann. I appreciate that. So I took a look at our calendar for this year, took a look at it for the past 2 years. I compared it with counties of a similar size between 400 to 500,000. We're in the middle at 462. And then I looked at large counties like Miami-Dade and Broward. So I think there's a lot to be said about efficiencies we can achieve by adjusting our meeting schedule for next year. And I believe Chairman Cruz has brought this up from his experience in the past. So I'll just put things in perspective. This upcoming year, we're looking at 44 meetings. That's land use regular work sessions. That doesn't include one-on-ones. That is similar to what we have seen this in 2024, 2023. And when you look at that and compare it with other counties, I think the only one that comes close is Miami-Dade at roughly 43. Now, I didn't go into special meetings, budgets, and more. And Miami-Dade is 6 times their size, for context. If you look at Broward, 4 times their size, they're meeting roughly 26 times per month. So we're meeting about 69% more than Broward. Sarasota, which had 33 meetings, we're meeting 33% more than they are. Lake County, which is similarly sized, we're meeting 47% more than they are. I would not agree that we're necessarily 70% more efficient than Broward, nor would I say we're 47% more efficient than Lake. So I think we got to get on top of this. And my proposal is, I hope, very simple. We draw down to 2 regular meetings per month, with the second meeting consisting of a light consent with land use. Work sessions go down from monthly to quarterly, and the threshold being much higher. So conversations like the stormwater discussion we had, that makes the cut, but perhaps something smaller does not. So we don't fill meetings for meeting's sake. And we keep the one-on-ones with cities because I think that's been more valuable. And as Chairman Cruz said, far more than Council of Government meetings. So that's my comment. And I would actually move to direct staff to draft a 26 calendar with 2 regular meetings per month, the second consisting of land use, and quarterly work sessions. Can I have a second?
I'll second that because I proposed that last year and got shot down by that proposal. So I 100% back what you're suggesting. Although I would say most of the other counties you're referring to, because I did a lot of research on this and talked to people in multiple other counties, they've got land use components and quasi-components in both of their regular meetings, like Sarasota does. They just kind of have either an afternoon session or they just, it kind of flips over later to allow for, you know, like we have got, right now we have 1 land use meeting a month, which is better than 2 land use meetings a month. But sometimes, as we see in November and even more so in December and January, they get pretty overloaded. So spreading those out would be good. But I'm on board with you. I just think the logistics of exactly how we structure each of those meetings is open to discussion. But I think it accomplishes. I think there's things that are time sensitive. So we need to sign certain grants. We need to go through certain things. We need to be presented. So keeping the 2 regular meetings, I think, is important, even if the second one is a lighter agenda for the sake of consent and so forth. But I fully support what you're trying to do. I think your motion, correct me if I'm wrong, is just to direct staff to present an option in lines with your proposal so that this board can vote on effectively what's in front of us today versus a modified version, more to your recommendation, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
and
I
just for quick
second that.
context, I did speak with staff, workshopped it a little bit, and I agree with you. Perhaps we can allow some more flexibility on the content of the meetings. There's also a lot more behind why we have more items on our agenda. I won't get into that today. We'll work that out with staff.
I'd also point out, this is neither here nor there, but just to look at down the road, affects me a little less than some people, but you've got a regular meeting scheduled on primary day in 2026, and at least
Yes.
half this board is going to want to, August 18th is on the most recent calendar I saw. At least half this board is going to be standing out in front of a supervisor elections office that day, and if they can't zoom in from the parking lot, that's going to make for a questionable quorum.
And I'm trying to get on the board, but it's not, okay. Okay. So I don't have any issue with the proposed changes, having less meetings. I don't know about quarterly work sessions. We fill up our work sessions. I mean, they are valuable conversations to some extent.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
I made a comment years ago. Work sessions aren't voting. Work
Correct.
sessions, as we've proven this year, don't even need to have quorum because there's no action taken.
Correct.
Work sessions can stay monthly if they want to stay monthly, and commissioners can attend them or not attend them. We've had joint meetings where it's just me. So we could still have monthly work sessions. If we don't need them, we don't need them. Or you can have quarterly preset work sessions that are going to be full-day work sessions with multiple topics, but we can still have work sessions on an as-needed basis. If something comes up that's like, we need to talk about golf course, we need to talk about something else, we can still schedule other work sessions. If it's a time-sensitive thing that we think is going to take up excessive time during a board meeting, we could still say, let's do this as a workshop about libraries, and then we can still schedule them after. But we've got that first Wednesday of every quarter, or whatever it is, as a preset plug of work session where non-time sensitive things, let's talk about waste haulers, let's have a presentation on utilities, or that could be a preset thing on the calendar. Other things can be an as needed.
I'd be completely fine with that. But I do also just have a little bit of a comment. So I don't really know how Commissioner McCann pulled this item and then immediately yielded to Commissioner Sadiq, who's not here. Was there some kind of communication prior about who was going to be bringing this up and why?
Absolutely no communication between me and Commissioner Sadiq. I got my presentation yesterday. They said there were concerns over this, so I made sure it got pulled. Okay? They didn't tell me who had the concerns or anything like that, but since Commissioner Sadiq was going to pull it at the same time, I thought I would yield my time to him, which is perfectly within my right to do.
Very fair. Thank you very much.
Are there any other, my system isn't working, so if we're going back old school, if there are any other comments? Otherwise, we have a motion by Commissioner Phelps, your hand's raised.
Yes, thank you. I agree with, I am concerned about the work sessions. I'm glad we have them scheduled quarterly. I agree with what Commissioner Cruz said as far as we can put these on there, but we do have some work to do. And I'm hoping that with this schedule, again, I apologize for not being there in person today. I'm a little under the weather. But I hope that with the schedule, we could actually get some work done. And I do have a tendency to think we should have at least one work session scheduled a month ahead of time so that we can have the attendance and we can all make plans to be there. We have a lot of work to do. And I think we need to schedule that time on the calendar to have work sessions. I don't think quarterly is going to do it. So I appreciate if we could consider that. It is flexible, as Commissioner Cruz said, but I think we have a lot of work to do in the next year or so, and we should plan for that versus just a quarterly work session. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just kind of using a road analogy. I kind of think our meeting schedule, like roads, if we add more capacity, the demand will simply rise to meet it. I'm okay not having, I'm okay adjusting the work session schedule a little bit. If we just want to have it instead of just doing them quarterly, so instead of having 4, do we have 10 on the calendar? If we can go down to, 5 is maybe a little bit more. I don't know, perhaps we can just work with staff as the best approach to identify the right number. I just get concerned with filling a calendar with meetings without necessarily a clear goal in mind for them. But I'm willing to be flexible in the work sessions. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Oh, are we back up and running?
Yeah, here's the 1324.
He restarted.
Okay. All right, I'll do that. Is there anyone else on the board I still can't see? If not, I have a motion by Commissioner, what? Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Siddiq to direct staff to create a modified calendar for future discussion of this board for approval for 2026, seconded by myself. I'll open this up to public comment. Seeing none, I will close public comment. Since half of us or all of us are not on base, we will do a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Commissioner Feltz, how do you vote?
Aye.
That is approved 7-0. All right, moving on to the next consent item pulled, 11. These are all kind of the same thing. Are you pulling them one by one, or is this a global discussion?
Pulling them one by one.
Okay, item number 11, go ahead.
My question on item number 11, again, in light of what we just had in, articles by misuse of public funds and, audits, I think, we need to look at this from a perspective of, this amendment resolution. What does it actually do? What funds are being transferred and to where, and where are they coming from?
You're talking, sorry, good morning, Sheila McLean, CFO. Good morning. The reference is not just only on particular, but as the logistics as a whole. Each one of the budget amendments in the resolution in itself, if you go through each one, there is a structural format for each one that tells you whether it's an appropriation, meaning that it's money that's coming from a grant or from a new revenue stream, or money that's in additional that we didn't anticipate coming into the funding source. The second item represents the funding source where it's coming from. And also, I separate the fund, itemize it in detail. Wherever it's hitting one fund or two funds or five funds, it states right on each one of those budget amendments. It states the amount and the purpose for each one of those budget amendments that are being included in the resolution. This is a format also that was approved, and it has been identified by the clerk's office as something that is what they want, so that there's transparency, and also looked at by the Inspector General as well at a given point in time.
So, in looking at this, where did the money come from and where did it go to?
Do you have an example? I can walk you through one as an example.
Well, again, the thing is that, in this here, you're talking about a gas tax, you're talking about, appropriations of $517,212 of gas tax, and, that's in a transportation trust fund, and, now you're having shifting of the funds. Where are the funds shifting to? And, you have funds going back to municipalities too. Could you explain how that happens so that, the public is aware of where these funds are going?
Of course. The one for the municipalities is on the item number. So the one for the gas taxes is by Florida statute, gas taxes are supposed to be combined and separated and given back to municipalities within the county. So the county receives a portion of it, and the cities receive a portion as well. Why? Because each one of those cities has a capital improvement plan as well. So as soon as you identify to FDOT that you have a capital improvement plan and you report on it, you receive an allotment of gas taxes dollars. Because we are the authority and the main authority of the county, the funds come to us as a whole. And then we have to distribute based on population and based on the pro rata number calculated of the dollars received.
Okay, that's very helpful. Again,
Yes, sir.
the public, for some reason, has a perception that, we're hiding all this money and this money is not being distributed properly. And, this being on a consent agenda was a concern. So, that's why I'm asking today, so they can see that
Definitely.
we're actually doing what's required by statute.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have on that item.
All right, I have no one else on the board. We'll open this up to public comment. Seeing none, I will close public comment. Commissioner McCann, did you want to make a motion to approve this item since you pulled it?
Sure, motion approved.
I'll second it. We have a motion by Commissioner McCann, seconded by myself. I think we're back, yeah, we're back up and running. So you can cast your votes now. Commissioner Feltz and Sadiq, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Both Zooms vote aye. That is approved 7-0. Moving on to item number 12. Commissioner McCann.
Item number 12, can you explain why there's money left over from the 2025 budget? And why, why is that money not given back to the people was one of the questions that I got. And the other thing is, I understand this is a reconciliation. Where does this funding go from 2025?
So to start with the budget amendments that we have placed, we are currently, after September 30th, it takes us approximately 4 to 5 months to close the books. We are currently going through the audit, that it's an external audit. It's a requirement of Florida statute, is that all of our books at the end of the fiscal year have to be audited. So the clerk's office is the one in charge of going through the process, and these also, Florida, Chapter 129 of the Florida statute stipulates that no account that we have has to go with under appropriated accounts. So whatever we spent has to be supported by the appropriation in itself to make the account in balance. So all these 5 budget amendments are doing just that, just covering expenses that either had to be accrued and incurred in the fiscal year that it was incurred or paid, and then we have to make these adjustments to the appropriations. As for the fiscal year year end, all the funds that are in surplus of what we anticipated we were going to spend. If there's more, or if we don't spend it all, it rolls into the new fiscal year. For fiscal year 26, because we are working on a year that has not ended, we bring all those dollars with projections. Okay, so we projected for fiscal year 26 to bring these carryover dollars from fiscal year 25. However, estimated and final numbers usually trend differently slightly. We try to do the best projections we do, and we look at each one of the funding sources that we have. Those additional dollars that we get then re-estimated back into the budget for fiscal year 26.
How much money was left over in 2025?
It is a little premature right now because the clerk's office is still doing a lot of their accruals and all. I will not have it. That's why I come around March to bring a State of the Union, our financial position, and where we ended with September 30th previous fiscal year. So you have an understanding on how much money was left over. What are we going to do with those dollars moving forward into the next fiscal years? All of it gets used and into the upcoming years as well. So there's no cash that gets hidden or nothing. It just gets repurposed into the reserves for further use of the programs or any other capital projects that may be coming into fruition and operations to bring those dollars forward.
When you said it gets repurposed into a fund, what fund does it get repurposed into?
So we have over 160 funds, And when I say funds, it means the source of the revenue defines where I put that money into. It's like a little bank account. So each one has its particular purpose. Once, example, tourist development tax dollars, I have to put that money by Florida statute separate in its own pot of money. And we have to, based on how we can use those dollars, I have to put the expense attached to it in that fund, and that's how it flows. It's kind of like a bank account. And we have to prove that those dollars have been used as the source requires it by Florida statute.
And is that document published anywhere where the public can see it, where each of these allocations are put into these specific funds?
Yes, sir. Again, we are required to publish once we adopt the budget, a budget book, a publication that breaks out everything from, we do a budgeting brief, which explains, summarizes the budget in itself, and we get into the departments themselves. Each department and all of its divisions has a breakout of the sources and the uses that they have. In the back, we move forward our policies. We look at each one of the funds individually, and we explain where the reserves lie within it for a total of 3 years. Right now, we are started the biennial cycle. So we would show the actuals fiscal year 24, and then 25, 26, and 27, because it's a planned budget. So we will have 4 years.
And where are these documents published
These
that the public can find them?
Yes, sir. These documents are published in the mymanatee.org under financial management within the budget division. We usually have a total of 10 years of those budget books in the website.
If we don't know the actual amount of funds, why are we, voting on a resolution now? If you bring this back to us in March, why don't we vote on this resolution in March when we know what the actual numbers are?
You mean the 25 budget amendments?
Yes.
Because I have to meet the statutory requirement of appropriation as per Florida statute, and it needs to happen during the audit cycle. Florida statute says that I can do budget amendments 60 days up to 60 days after the end of the fiscal year.
Okay,
If not,
I appreciate that, and I'm sure the public, is hearing this because I have a lot of people watching this meeting today.
Of course.
And, the thing is that those are questions that they wanted to hear because, they see all this stuff in the newspaper and all the comments after it, and we're all corrupt. So the thing is that, I want to be able to show them that, this is actually being done, properly and it's being done so that everybody can see it. It's transparent.
Yes. The result of not doing this could result in a finding because we haven't aligned our appropriations with our actuals.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I have nobody else on the board. I'll open this up to public comment. Is there public comment? All right. You have a very deceptive way of just sidling up during public comment instead of being like, hey.
I actually do that in case somebody else was going to speak earlier, because maybe they have something better to say than
I can't tell if you're walking out the door or doing something.
If I take the long way, then maybe somebody else will speak and they'll cover my point, and then I won't have to speak at all. But, so good morning again, Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. Mr. Chair and Commissioner McCann, thank you for asking those questions. I really do appreciate that. I am listening, right? So asking for the clear, non-sensational questions about the fiscal work these staff members are doing, that's what we want to hear, right? We need that, right? The articles in the newspaper are totally sensationalized. If you've ever managed a budget within the government, you would understand this, but that doesn't get readers. What gets readers is
you bought somebody a dinner somewhere and it cost $300,000. Totally not true, but it gets readers. So budget surpluses and carryovers, I really look forward to the 25 budget reconciliation presentation that you'll give in a few months. You give it every year, actually. I've read it, seen it. I look at the budget meetings that you all hold. If you're tuning in and not just tuning into whatever news media outlet you choose, you'll see that this process is recurring every single year. You can read the documents yourself if you're not lazy. Just go online, empower yourself. You know, these budget briefs are so transparent. The recent statements are all opinions, by the way. Like this, audits elsewhere. They're all opinions. I put in a public records request with the state because I want to see all those line items, right? But guess what? When those line items come out and they say, you overspent, and what a waste, Manatee County, I just say, okay, that's your opinion, right? Unless you, of course, decided to put a line item for transgender surgeries on cats and dogs, which is ridiculous. I don't think any of these items, when they come back, are going to be a hard and fast, what a waste, Commissioner Cruz, you did this or you did that. It's all opinion-based. So the BS media coverage from the state, I support everything you're doing. I don't want any of that money back. I want you to carry it forward and fix the problems we have. Carry those surpluses. Do the SIP projects that are waiting. So thank you for what you're doing, staff too.
Thank you. I wouldn't hold your breath on getting those line items. Any other public comments? Seeing none, no one's on the phone. I will close public comments. There's nobody on the board. Commissioner McCann, is there anything further on this line item?
No.
All right, I will entertain a motion to approve consent item number 12.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner McCann, second by Commissioner Ballard. If there's nothing further, you can cast your votes now. Commissioner Feltz, Commissioner Seek, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Those are 2 ayes. And is approved 7-0. Moving on to consent item number 13, Commissioner McCann.
We can do 13, 14, and 15 together.
Beautiful.
What is a change order?
Good morning, everybody. Jake Erickson, purchasing official. The easiest way to explain the change order is any type of deviation in a project, so a construction project, that has been authorized and agreed to by both parties that needs to happen in order for the project to come to completion.
Why would a change order be needed if both parties agreed this is what we're going to do? So in other words, this change order is, subject to a contract?
That's correct, yes, sir. It could be a plethora of reasons. It could be unforeseen circumstances throughout the project, maybe the plans or designs, there was some type of flaw in them. There's a ton of different reasons as to why a change order could come about.
And how does that change order affect the funding?
So it could, it could add dollars to the project, but we've also have deductive change orders where we found efficiencies. There are certain things, constructability reviews, all that stuff in which will decrease the cost of a project. Generally speaking, in terms of the budget, that's where we work very closely with Sheila and her crew, and obviously the departments as well, to ensure that all the funding will be appropriately allocated prior to bringing the change order to you all for approval.
If it results in decreasing the amount, what happens to the money that was allocated for that project? Where does it go?
Up to the department. I mean, the vast majority of it is basically, no, I'll let Sheila jump into that one.
If there's a reduction in the project, a budget amendment will come alongside that reduction as well, putting the money back into the funding source that originally gave it back. And it will be recalculated into our cash flow management for any other. Normally, the project you would expect to, go over than what is estimated. So we're always looking for these projects that come lower so they can be repurposed and re-estimated into projects that are awaiting funding.
And where could we find those amounts so the public can see it came in lower and we repurposed it to what? Where can we actually see that?
Well, it will come on budget amendment resolutions, such as the ones that I just explained, and comes on one of the public meetings, and the board will approve it.
Okay, and if there's an overrun and you need more money, where does that money come from?
Same place. The agenda, if the change order that comes, it usually comes in the consent agenda, but it'll have an attachment, except if it has a different type of nature of the change order that gets pulled into a regular. It has attached a budget amendment as well, a budget amendment resolution.
Why are change orders put on the consent agenda? When there's money flowing in and out, why are change orders put on a consent agenda?
Generally, Commissioner, change orders are standard practice for construction. They happen in the vast majority of the projects. Again, we're talking about major multi-million-dollar projects that we have going on throughout the county. So they're put on consent agenda because they're generally administrative in nature. There absolutely is money flowing to it. Again, if there is a specific need for additional funding, that's where we work with budget, and they put together that budget amendment, and it's brought to you all for approval at the time. Yep.
So, Commissioner, just to clarify, this is, at the end of the day, it's an administrative decision of the board. If this is a requirement of the board or a desire of the board to bring those items as regular items, we have no problem. It is just, we'll wait for the instruction as needed.
That's fantastic, because again, you know, the board here really has no money. We get grant money, and we get money from the public. It's the public's money, and they want to know where it's going. And, you know, they're saying that a lot of things are being hidden, and, you know, especially on the consent agenda. So, you know, I think if there's, you know, a certain amount of money flowing, you know, the public should be told, this is exactly what we're doing with the money. This is where it's going. We're not hiding anything. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Knowing that we're on this particular subject, at what point in time, what is a good amount that you would transition that onto the regular agenda opposed to the consent agenda? Is it 5 million, 10 million, 3 million, if it's an adjustment, or is it just always go on consent?
So we normally put it on consent, and then during the briefings with the commissioners, if it has certain criteria, then it gets put into a regular for a further presentation.
So if it's let's say it's a $10 million adjustment, it's
It
just
will
going to go
pull
on
into
consent?
into a regular.
Okay, so what's the threshold?
There is no threshold right now, Commissioner. There is none. Yeah. As Sheila mentioned, during the briefs, if the chair, we typically start with the chair. If there's concern, or it's a good news story, you know, when we do a Washington Park or something that the public's excited about, we'll pull that and put it in as a regular.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Phelps.
Sorry. I do agree that, I understand that we're trying to be very transparent with the public. I've asked a few questions myself as far as the huge amount of financial issues that we have on their consent agenda. There are many, many reasons for change orders. I've rarely found anywhere where it's reducing something. That would be a interesting statistic. But there are a lot of reasons for change orders. They could be an error in design on a construction project, or not an error, but a point where we have to go back to the drawing board. There could be reasons for equipment or manpower issues or timing. Some of the change orders, some of the things we see in consent are not financially based, therefore needing more time because of various things. These are things that are decided pretty much before this is coming to the board. These are operational type procedures. But I do believe that we do need to have a more stringent review because we need to find out what the root causes of some of these changes that are being thrown and the multiples. One of the things I asked Sheila beginning this was comparatively speaking, how does our county fare with the number of things we put on our consent agendas with other municipalities about our size? And I think we do need to establish a certain dollar amount where these are reviewed by the board. And I think that in doing that, we may find some root causes. Is it a beginning, a bad estimate to begin with? Is it a non-prepared instrument to begin with, or an ill-prepared instrument to begin with? I think there needs to be a dollar amount on the limit on the consent agenda for how we approve certain things pretty much blindly. And we don't get a huge briefing on these things. And I just want to thank Sheila that fund accounting and accounting is, it can be very intricate subject. And I appreciate our other commissioners bringing this forth so that our public can understand a little bit better. But remembering that our public itself may be challenged with understanding accounting and especially government accounting. I think it's a good thing to put it out there so that people understand what it is we do, what we have to do with certain timing. But overall, I think our consent agenda needs to have some limits in terms of what we put on the consent agenda and what we actually have a chance to discuss as the board before some of these decisions are made. Thank you.
All right, I'm on. Couple of things real quick. One, the dollar amount necessary to warrant a review of a commissioner is $1. $1, your job is to review that on behalf of your citizens. We have consent because otherwise these meetings would go on for days. Every county has them. I'm on many boards. Most of those boards have long consent. Our port has consent, MPO has consent, even the chamber board has a consent to it. That's common practice. But I disagree with the premise that consent as a whole qualifies as quote unquote hiding things. This board, the 7 people up here today, has made a concerted effort to increase transparency. This board has put strict timelines for both staff and for ourselves of putting things on agendas that are way farther out than any previous board I've been on up here. This board has required agendas be made public. There's a period of time, and some of you may remember, some of you may not, depending on when you start paying attention, where we would have Tuesday meetings like this, and the agenda wouldn't come out to the public for the first time until after hours Friday. Like, if you were busy the weekend, you didn't have an opportunity to read this. There were times where new items showed up out of nowhere on Monday for a Tuesday agenda. Like, that's not this board. This board is not hiding anything. These documents have been on this for a week and a half for us to review, 2 weeks for us to review, and over a week for the public to review. And if they have questions, they know where to find us and ask these questions. And if we have questions because we deem that the dollar amount too high or it's too questionable in terms of the reason for it, we have a right to pull it, which we're showing today. We pulled a lot of items, and nobody complained about those items being pulled. Everyone has a right to pull them, and we're happy to discuss them. That's how the process works. I'll remind all of you, we just voted to direct staff to limit the number of meetings we have. Look out in this audience right now. More than half the people you see are staff. We're being accused of spending too much money on staff, having too much staff, but we keep bringing staff in here and making them sit around waiting for items to go. if our goal is now to increase the non-consent agenda items, but then decrease the number of meetings we're gonna have, we better get more comfortable chairs, because these are going to be insanely long meetings if we try to trim these down to twice a month, but then also remove the consent aspect of our agenda and go through them one by one. We have 7 briefings. We have full access to the staff. You can ask a million questions in those briefings. And at any point in time, any of us can pull it off of consent. At any point in time during your briefing or during the briefings, if the county administrator or if Sheila or if the county attorney believe enough concern is being made from the people up here, or if enough emails are being submitted by the public, they will pull them off consent and make them regular items. So not commenting, not stating at your briefing, like in my briefings, if there's something I'm going to pull that I'm concerned with, I tell them up front at the briefing, I am going to pull this item. And then they know. And if other people say that, it'll get pulled on its own. We don't need a dollar amount because it's all subjective. $1 million change order on a $1 million contract is huge. $1 million change order on 44th when it was $200 million for the building, yeah, that's because we decided to paint the lines a different color. It's all subjective. I think having an absolute dollar wouldn't work because there are some small dollar change orders that materially change the entire scope of a park. It may only be $500,000, but that $500,000 may be removing a soccer field, and that could be important to the public. Or it could be $5 million, and it's just we had to buy a different right-of-way because we had to shift something because it was in the way of FPL. Then that's not as big of a deal. I think these are subjective, and the 7 of us owe it to the public to review these and pull the things that we believe are materially important to the public for bigger discussion. But we do make all of this information available in way more time than any previous board ever has to allow the public to opine on them.
And if I could add one more thing to kind of jump on that too, and this is more so for the public. If the public reviews our cover sheets that we include in the agenda items, we go into a lot of detail as to why this change order is happening, the dollar value, what's the cause of it. We lay out the entire procurement history. Again, big shout out to my staff for putting this all together. But we lay out the entire procurement history. How did we get to this point in time where it's now being presented to the board? So I just wanted to, if the public didn't know, then if they take a look at those cover sheets, they go into a lot of detail regarding the projects and how we got to where we're at today.
I would assume the extra staff time we use is easily $112 million a year. That was a specific number for a reason. Any other comments from the board? No, I will open all 3 of these up to public comments.
For the record, Glenn Gadfly, Gibelline. I want to talk about the Lake Manatee treatment plant. So when you have a meeting of the minds, and you want to come in and say, we need this done, and these are engineering experts, you have those long discussions, and then you go into a contractor agreement that says, will not exceed, right? You agree on it, I agree on it, everybody's on the same page. Do not exceed. I can't understand how you be $4 million over budget on a $2.5 million project. So the first one says, will not exceed. Till when? Till we need to make a change order? And then the second one, they ask for 164, 590, 6. It's like the bell curve. Let's see what we can get away with, right? And then we'll just ask for $1.1 million. That's a significant change order on a $2.5 million contract. Where does it stop, right? And now they're coming back today, and they're saying, well, we're back at the table for another $389,000 because we ran out of time and you ran out of money. So dig into your pocket a little more. Where's the end? Where's the end in sight? And by the way, none of these have the dates. I would like a timeline of the change orders. Was it every month? Was it every 6 weeks? And why are you doing it? I mean, when you first come to the table and say, we can do this for $2.5 million, oh, but by the way, we got unlimited funds. You want to bump that $4 million? we'll find the money for you. And these are the engineers, they're not even the contractor. Anyways, I just think it's out of whack, that there has to be some more accountability. At least, if you're gonna be honest about it, go in at $6 million. Say, yeah, it's gonna take $6 million. And then if we get a refund, that's good. But you keep coming back to the table, not once, not twice, not 3 times, 4, 5, 6 times. It's unacceptable. They gotta do a better job, either with the engineers or the communication, for the record. What am I down to, 2 minutes? You guys cheat me out of a minute?
You talk more than you think.
It's all right. Oh, is it? Well, I'm
Yeah.
reading there, I'm in the negative.
Good morning again. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident, frequent flyer today. So I have never had any commissioner not pull an agenda item if I sent them a simple email that said, hey, I'm curious about this item on consent. Would you answer my question? I mean, that's my commissioner, Commissioner Feltz, and she just simply says, can you pull it? So if after the fact, somebody is saying, I can't believe you did this with my money, some taxpayer, I'm a taxpayer, and they didn't ask for it to be pulled, I've yet to find any commissioner that says, nope, won't pull that, I don't care. I mean, this is just truth speak here to people that will easily throw a dart at you folks, staff included. And if you don't want to empower yourself again, that's your problem. But what I will say, I do have a question about the change order on the Manatee County Dam. I understand change orders very well. I deal with these on a daily basis in my paid profession. But is the change order on Manatee County Dam based on a condition found report because it's low water? Like, we're in a drought, it's low water. Are you seeing more problems than you had expected? So when you do large construction projects, right, you open and inspect. It's part of the project. Doesn't mean you're going to find anything bad. It might be open, inspect, nothing wrong, continue and proceed. Or you open, inspect, and you find, and you do a condition found report that says, this is a hot mess in here. This is a much bigger problem than we thought. Maybe the plugs that are supposed to keep us all safe are in bad shape, and they're going to blow out again next year. So I understand that condition found reports can drive these change orders. And in a situation like this one, where we're talking about Manatee County Dam that's near and dear to my heart, I just wonder, did you find something that you didn't anticipate because of low water whenever you were plugging the cracks and doing all that crack filling? So that's my question on that particular item, and thank you again.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Commissioner Bearden's on the board.
I'm just kind of curious as far as like, you know, when Glenn brought that paper up to show those change orders and the difference, I mean, that was pretty significant. At what point in time, Jacob? Yeah, you know, I could see this as a strategy where somebody comes in, does a low bid, right, in a sense that maybe it's right in the middle or on the lower end of things, to try to win the bid, right, so that they can get the contract awarded to them. And then come on the back end and say, okay, now it's going to cost X amount of dollars. How are we vetting that as far as knowing what a specific job, the rate of a specific job is going to cost us, and if that is the right amount?
Yeah, no, great question, Commissioner. So prior to submitting a requisition to procurement in order to issue a solicitation, generally speaking, the departments for the specific projects will get an engineer's estimate. So they will have a third-party engineer line out what they believe that the price of the project should cost. Then once we do the advertisement, we do the solicitation, the bids come in, we cross-reference it with the engineer's estimate. We also go line item by line item to make sure that they're not front-end loading or it doesn't look like there's any type of collusion or anything like that. We conduct our due diligence. And at that point, again, depending on the solicitation type, the one you're specifically, I think, referencing, it would be an invitation for bid construction where the award goes to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. So at that point, that's where we send all the documents over to the department. They also review it, so it's not just not procurement, because again, procurement doesn't make business decisions. We send it to the department with an award recommendation, And then they review it and come back and say, yes, please proceed with the award as is, and then we put the contract together and bring it to y'all for award, or for approval.
Do we hire, you're saying we hire that third-party engineering firm to get the estimates, or are they giving us?
No, that it would be off of a separate contract that we have with
Okay,
one of the
so
engineers.
we're not doing our due diligence. We're expecting them to give us their engineering report, or is it
Well,
other way?
yeah, other way around. Again, the projects are established in the CIP. And then from there, once the funding is in place and everything's ready to go, the departments, and Chad can kind of jump in on this if he wants to too, the department reaches out and during the course of design, they're putting together an engineer's estimate, or an engineer's estimate of cost.
That they hired, or that we pay for?
That we pay for.
Okay.
It's a county contract that we have.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So they basically work in tandem with a department during the design phase to come up with that engineer's estimate of cost, of which that gives us the basis for what the engineer believes that the project should cost.
And where is that engineering firm coming from? Is that a local engineering firm?
It depends. So we have continuing service contracts. We also, for projects that have an estimated construction value that exceeds $7.5 million pursuant to Florida Statute 287-055, we have to issue a separate request for qualifications to hire that firm, to hire whoever the design firm is going to be. So it goes through the entire solicitation process, and it's its own standalone individual contract.
Okay. And so where is the majority of our firms coming from that we hire to do this process? Are they local? Would you say 85% of them are local, or?
Sir, in the modern, Chad Butso, Public Works, in the modern corporate world, it's hard to typically say. We had started with local firms. I forgot, Wilson Miller used to be something. It's now been purchased, and they're all part of a larger firm. So typically, most of the big projects that we have are done by what are at least national firms, if not almost worldwide firms, but they have a local presence either in the Tampa Bay or the Sarasota Bradenton
You
market.
see where I'm coming from at this, right? Because here's my thing or issue that I might have with that a lot of these local firms may be supporting a lot of the local vendors that are doing the actual jobs, which might be an issue because they're going to be looking out for their best interests opposed to the interest of the citizens, possibly, right? I'm not saying directly, but possibly. And so I want to make sure that we cover our tracks at all cost when this is going out, essentially, because they're going to give us a specific amount, and and all of a sudden there could be possibilities of contractors working with the engineering firms to figure out what the cost needs to be at, and that's maybe another reason why we have $8 million, we're paying $8 million a mile per road currently today. So I want to see how we can drive costs down as much as possible. And so dotting every I, crossing every T, picking up every rock to ensure that we're driving that cost down as much as possible, because just for roads, for example, $8 million is, I've talked to everybody. I've talked to a lot of people about the cost of roads, and they're like, wow, that's really significant. And so we need to do a better job of trying to figure out or strategize a way to drive costs down as much as possible for the benefit of the taxpayers in this county, because $8 million a mile is pretty significant. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, no one else is on the board. We've already done public comment on all three of these. We'll have to do motions on each, so, were you gonna say something? Okay. Entertain motions on item number 13. Anyone?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ballard, seconded by Commissioner Ron. You can cast your votes now. Commissioner, and for the clerk, Commissioner Siddiq had to drop off. So it's just Commissioner Feltz. Commissioner Siddiq is now absent. Commissioner Feltz, how do you vote?
Aye on that. Aye.
I heard you. Thanks. Waiting for it to come up. And it is approved 5-1 with Commissioner McCann in opposition and Commissioner Siddiq absent. Entertain motions, item number 14. Second. I have a motion by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. You can cast your votes now.
Aye.
As approved, 5-1 with Commissioner McCann in opposition and Commissioner Siddiq absent. Entertaining motions, item number 15. Might as well keep the trend. Mike?
Motion to approve.
Oh. Second. Commissioner, that is motion by Commissioner Ballard, seconded by myself.
Oh.
You can cast your votes now.
Aye.
Commissioner Feltz is a yes. As approved, 5-1 with Commissioner McCann in opposition and Commissioner Siddiq absent. We have two more consent items before we go to the regular agenda, but it is now past 10:30. Did you have conversations on these last two, Commissioner McCann, or were they just pull them for separate votes?
Again, 17, is actually a good thing. 17 is actually a good thing. We actually came out owing less money on this, but I do have a question, because this says on here, cost and fund sources, account number and name, $155,955, funding account to be determined. So what account was determined? Where did the funding come from? Where are we getting it?
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephanie Garrison, Director of Government Relation. This is the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, and it provides relief after a presidentially declared disaster. So it is a good thing, as Commissioner McCann said. It's saving the county about $45,000 because it's increasing the federal funding. I would need to support from our CFO to know exactly the from-to account-wise, but net, it's a lowering the obligation from the county.
So what happens, Sheila McLean, CFO, what happens with all the grants awarded to the county, normally, and a lot of them are reimbursement basis, which requires the county to fund it ahead of time, and then we would get reimbursed for it. What we will do is we'll bring a budget amendment to the board, bring the appropriation with the award, increase the revenue as expectation of the money coming in, and then we'll allot it to the program or project that it was awarded to.
Okay, but on this specific cover sheet, which we said cover sheets cover just about everything, on this one, it isn't, it says funding from the account to be determined. So what account will this money that we pay come out of? I think it's great that we lowered what we have to pay, but again, where is the money we're paying coming out of?
It would be from our SME in here and on my team is saying a grant account key has to be created once it's approved.
So what happens with grants is sometimes when the agreements are not fully approved by the entity, the entity will require the county to first initiate approval of moving forward to the next step. We then send the application or the agreement to them, and they will sign it. And then that will trigger the award. At the point of award is when we bring the full budget amendment to the board to acknowledge receipt of the dollars. Apparently on this one, this is just the first step. So it is not, we can't at this point acknowledge award. It's just an application process. So until that happens, the clerk's office either would not acknowledge any appropriations into it.
So what are we actually voting on here?
You're approving the modification of the agreement because it's what's happening is the modification will increase the federal funding by about $45,000 for the maximum amount payable under the agreement. So it changes the county's obligation, which is now $155,955.
Okay, and again, that's our obligation, but it says funding account to be determined. Where are we going to get the $155,000? Was this already in the budget? Was this in one of our budgets? Or, is this just something we're going to come up with?
Yes, please.
So the answer is no. We don't budget in the budget for grants until they are fully awarded. number one. Secondly, when there is a match attached to it, or when we are accepting the award of the grant and saying, okay, we are going to front the money on waiting for reimbursement, normally what happens is the general fund has a special set aside for match dollars depending on the trigger. It's around $200,000. It's a special set aside for match. Usually when they are in the general fund, they're smaller matches. But when there is a requirement that is greater than, the board has to approve if they want to move forward with a match that's greater than a certain amount of dollars.
And I just want to add too, again, this is funding for disaster relief. This is after disaster has been declared, going towards the funds that come from FEMA through FDEM. So it's money that we would want to spend to ensure that our community gets back in working order.
Even in light of SB 180. But the thing is that, again, so this is coming from the general fund, is that correct? There's a general fund that we're going to draw from to get this, because, I did hear the administrator say, we have to come up with this money.
It depends on the nature of the grant itself. We have grant match dollars in, for example, for beach renourishment grants. We have in the beach erosion fund, monies for that. We have in the general fund a pocket as well, because as we know, the Community and Veteran Services has smaller grants. We reserve in there some as they get awarded, they can pull out of that, up to $200,000. So it depends, not all general fund.
Okay, one of my recommendations is whenever we fill out these sheets in the future, let's list the fund that we're going to get the money from. Because again, people asked me, well, where's the money coming from? And, it says fund to be determined. So the thing is, I would rather have the fund put on here.
Sure.
So that they understand exactly what we're doing, because we can't just make money. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I would like also to add, with emergency management grants, we have certain grants that can match other grants. So like for the we have two programs like the EMPG and the EMPA, one coming state, one coming federal. One allows for the other one to be matching each other. So that also happens within our structures, but we will start making those changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No one's on the board. Open this up to public comment. I'll close public comment. Entertain motions, item number 17.
I'll move to approve it.
A motion to approve by Commissioner McCann,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ballard.
Aye.
Commissioner Feltz is an aye. You can cast your votes now. As approved, 6-0 with Commissioner Siddiq absent. We have one consent item left, but we are already behind on taking recess, so we will take a 10-minute recess until 10:50, 9-minute recess, and then we will come back, finish up consent, and move on to the regular agenda item. All right, everyone, we are back.
Yes, I did. They were open.
All right, we're back. We have one more item left that was pulled from consent, item number 28. Commissioner McCann, you were up. Didn't you pull this one? Or
Yes,
someone
I
else
did.
pull?
I
Okay,
pulled
all right,
it.
All right.
How do we classify a vehicle as surplus?
Good morning, Chad Butso, Public Works. So the Fleet Services Division is the one that's in charge of organizing the replacement fund for the vast majority of the vehicles in the county. What that means is they purchase, specify, and maintain those items, and then they, within our maintenance schedule that knows the three-legged stools of how much money we put in with parts, how many labor hours we put in with vehicles, we put together what is an anticipated replacement timeline by miles and age or hours and age on particular vehicles, and we try to replace vehicles at those schedules. That it means it keeps our performance at an optimal level for where we're at. This vehicle that is on this agenda was purchased and put into service in 2017. It's got over 220,000 miles, 22,000 hours on it. For our needs, our expected service level and our availability needs, it does not meet our needs going forward. It would typically go to auction. DeSoto County had reached out through our EMS and had asked a question if we would have vehicles potentially heading to auction. They expressed interest in this specific one, provided us the letter. We do, when it's to another governmental organization, typically to the island cities or maybe to the port, we've once in a while sold a vehicle, but the statute allows for essentially the purchase to another governmental agency, call it the black book value. Not full retail, but not the bottom of the barrel. It's about the middle of the ground price, and that's what this item is doing. It's agreeing to transfer title and ownership of that said ambulance for like $12,100 to DeSoto County.
And what did we purchase that ambulance for? How much?
Oh, original, I got that texted to me. It's just under, they are not cheap, but back then they were cheaper. $291,000 back in 2017.
Okay, and we're selling it now for $12,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so surplus does not mean that it's not repairable or usable. It just means it's outdated for our needs?
Two things. It will either be outdated for our needs, or we want it to be available for our repeated use because we have our set numbers of how many we have. So it needs to be able to be maintained in that way. So either I'm putting too much hours or parts into something to maintain that availability is usually where that replacement cycle is geared from.
Okay, and how many vehicles do we have altogether?
Total in the fleet, you're only going to get me on a real, I'm not prepared on that number. I'm in the 1,600 number range. Ambulances, I got Jimmy behind me. He would know exactly how many ambulances. I wasn't sure which number you wanted to know that.
Okay.
If you wanted to, I could look at Jimmy and say.
That's okay, that's all I have.
Okay, sorry. It's in the 30s as far as how many physical ambulances the Manatee County owns and keeps in frontline service.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yes.
Pam, did you have something?
If I may very quickly, just for the benefit of the board, since the item was pulled, there is a statute that pertains to surplus property for counties, and it's section 274.05, and it dictates that the property has to be determined to be either obsolete or the continued use of which is uneconomical or inefficient or serves no useful function. In addition to that, there is a county policy. It's one of the administrative procedures that's been developed by the county and been in place for a long time, and it's updated periodically, and I trust that Mr. Butso has complied with that policy as well.
And what is that policy number so that we can pull it and make it public?
The procedure number is 24-603.001. It's available on the county's intranet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, no one else on the board. I'll open this up to public comment.
For the record, Glenn Giablina. I love DeSoto County. Those guys, they don't allow mosaic in there. So I'm glad we got the list price out of it, because I think this number is for the chassis only. I think that number for resale, and I used to sell used cars and go to auction, so I've been around the block in that direction. So we have that, and, excuse me, I'm running my time out here. All right. So what it says here is the brown attachment to it. So I said, you know what? That seems awful, that's awful cheap. 12 grand might cover the chassis, but as I looked around, I said, I'm gonna call Brown up and just see what they're doing. I said, what goes on an M6 chassis, right? They got 450 Chevys, 450 Fords, they got 350 Dodge Rams, they have all sorts of different attachments for ambulances. The M2 is the starship of ambulances. So I said, just out of curiosity, what do they go for used? So I couldn't find anything under $60,000. So when he comes up and says, market value is $12,000, that's for the chassis. That's for the chassis. So I think there's a real misconception or deception when he says, I'm going to go see what the retail value on that is. And Brown says, you look at it. I said, we're giving one to DeSoto County for 12 grand. He says it's worth 5 times that. So if you'd be a little more transparent in the negotiations and the actual value, and by the way, all the surplus properties in the past had the purchase price. I couldn't find it anywhere in here. So thank you, Dr. Bob, for getting that out of them, because they are not cheap. This is the Cadillac of ambulances. Now, I think you're going to have to stick to the deal. I like DeSoto. They are getting a steal. But I think next time, I want to see the price that was bought and a true market value on what we're giving DeSoto. Because this ain't it. That 12,000 is not these vehicles. That I will tell you. So a little more transparency, a little more accountability. They're getting a super deal. Like I say, I got no beef with DeSoto. I like those guys. But the true value needs to come forward on everything we sell.
All right, thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I will close public comment. No one's on the board. Entertain motions, item number 28. Anyone?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Ron, I'll second it. You can cast your votes now. Commissioner Feltz.
Aye.
Commissioner Feltz is a yes. And that is approved 4-2 with Commissioners McCann and Bearden in opposition and Commissioner Sadiq absent. We are done with consent. Moving on to the advertised public hearings. The first 2 are presentations upon request. Item number 30, adoption of ordinance 25-56, establishing a $150 penalty for non-criminal parking violations countywide. Does anyone want a presentation on this item?
I do.
We want a presentation on this item. Who is that? Please mute yourself before sighing on our Zoom.
Good morning, Jody Fisk, Director of Public Safety. So this is discussing increasing the parking ticket fines from $25 to $150. Is the presentation, there it is. So part of the reason for doing this, the $25 fine has not been an effective deterrent. That is evident in the fact that when our officers are issuing tickets, they are often told by the residents, might as well give me another one for tomorrow because I'm going to park here in the same spot. We obviously know when there's illegal parking, whether it is on the shoulder, and this is primarily out at the beach, Coquina Beach, Manatee Beach. Emergency vehicles can't come through. It makes it more difficult to maintain the ADA compliance. We want to make sure that traffic is flowing as people are visiting the beaches. It makes sure that our visitors, as they come to the beaches, are having a more pleasurable experience to be there, being able to park when they come out to the beaches. It also protects the designated areas for county services that are in our roadways. So the fines for fiscal year 2024, there were 239 parking tickets issued. The revenue collected from that was $7,950. When you look at the potential for the, the projected revenue, we put it on there, but we do want to be clear that this is, we do not look at parking tickets as a source of revenue for the county. It is meant to be a deterrent. The fine amount is meant to be a deterrent to people to not park illegally on the beaches. This also brings us in line with our neighbors. You can look at Pinellas County, which is at $150. Sarasota County is at $100, and Hillsborough County is at $125. So this will affect the county-owned properties. This does not apply to private businesses nor general business operations out at the beaches. And the business impact assessment is also included on this slide. So does anybody have any questions?
Commissioner McCann.
How did you come up with $150? That seems more like a punishment than it does a deterrent. I mean, the purpose of law enforcement is to affect conduct, but at the same time, $25 to $150.
So we did look at our neighboring counties. As I said, Sarasota is at 100, Pinellas County is at 125, and Hillsborough County is at 150. So that was the amount that we came to, was 150.
Okay, and how did you come to that amount? Because it seems very excessive to me.
We had some discussions with Commissioner Sadiq about the amount and, what would be a deterrent when you look at the $25 amount versus $150. I mean, at the end of the day, if you are parking illegally and you receive a ticket, that is a punishment for parking illegally. So it is meant to be a deterrent to people who continue to repeatedly park illegally on the beaches, hindering our emergency vehicle access as well as the traffic flow.
And this says that, there's also an increased penalty if they don't pay it on time. Is that correct?
Correct. So with the parking tickets, if you receive a parking ticket, if you do not pay it, then you will potentially go to collections and up to getting your license suspended for excessive amount of parking tickets that are unpaid.
Now, I understand that the beaches, where you say this is going to happen, want to go to paid parking. Wouldn't that take care of this problem by itself? Why would you have to increase this, if they're already going to be collecting money for parking?
This is specific to county-owned properties on the beaches. So, I was not part of any of the discussions about going to paid parking at the beaches, but that's a separate question for, I think, for the beaches or the municipalities to discuss. We're not talking about doing that at our county-owned properties, as far as I know.
And you don't think that $75 would have been sufficient, which is 3 times what it is now?
I mean, any increase.
You are 6 times what they're
Right.
already charging, and, has the public had any notice on this at all? Has there been any workshops? Has there been any talk on this? Or is this just something coming before the commissioners so they could say, oh, well, let's just, go ahead and do this now the way it is? Is this really a public safety issue? If you say it's not generating income, why does it need to be 6 times what it already is?
Like I said, the idea is meant for it to actually serve as a deterrent, and being in line with our neighbors to the north and south, I think is fair. At the end of the day, the public safety issue being people who are parking on the shoulders or double parking on the roadways are preventing emergency vehicles from responding as quickly as they could, and it's hindering the flow of traffic, which potentially causes additional accidents and delays in travel in general.
Who's writing these tickets?
So our code enforcement officers that are out at the beach are responsible to write the parking tickets, and then each municipality, they also have the ability to write tickets as well.
And so does the sheriff's department, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we have law enforcement already doing this, and we're now going to up this to $150 for our code enforcement to go out and do this? That's not an efficient use of our code enforcement department. I mean, we have other commissioners that are saying we have problems and we need code enforcement out in District 1 by the Myakka River. So why are we doing this when law enforcement already has this function?
Historically, I mean, code, since I've been in the position, I can tell you code has been responsible for parking enforcement on the beaches to supplement for the municipalities as well. And the sheriff's office, you know, do we want our law enforcement officers focused on parking tickets or actually enforcing criminal infractions that are out on the beach? So our code enforcement officers do serve as a supplement to assist law enforcement in this function.
Okay, when I was a police officer before, we issued warnings first. If they didn't abide by the warning, you know, then you would issue a citation. Is there any provision in here for warnings, or are we just going to say, we're going to up this time 6 times, and we're going to penalize you for doing this?
So traditionally, that would be for like a moving violation where you get the warning. For a parking ticket, I think if you issue a warning,
We issued them for parking, too.
we would have to, you know, with our system, we could, I guess, if you wanted to discuss that, see if that was a possibility with the system we have in place. However, you know, it's how do you prove that that person got the warning, they were the one driving? The issuing of the violation is the deterrent to not do it again. If we were asking our officers to spend their times writing warnings and then coming back through and writing parking citations, I think that would be a less efficient use of our time.
It's already an inefficient use of our time when we have law enforcement doing this and we're duplicating services. You know, to me, this is just revenue generating. Thanks for your time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm next on the board. It's a lot to unpack there. First off, this is not supposed to be a revenue generating thing. The best case scenario for Manatee County and for its citizens is this to generate exactly $0 in revenue. That's our best case scenario. I will be happy when Jody comes in front, Director Fisk comes in front of us and says, we collected $0, because that means 0 people are parking illegally and blocking our law enforcement, blocking our ambulances. To say, well, they're going to start charging for parking out at the beach, doesn't that negate this? No, that reinforces the need for this. I don't know if the 150 is going to be sufficient when they start charging for parking, because right now, there are parking lots out at Bradenton Beach that charge $15 an hour. If you told me I can get all-day parking for $25 by parking in front of a fire hydrant, that is a huge cost savings for me and my family. Just park it there, give me a ticket, it's okay, I'll pay it. And I'll pay it again tomorrow when I park in front of the same fire hydrant, because for $15 an hour, I'd much rather take that $25 flat fee Manatee County's charging me to park on someone's front yard. So you know, that's more the point. I don't like, I've been very public about this. I'm not a fan of minimum parking ratios anyplace. I think it's a huge waste of land space and inefficient use of government overreach in terms of people's development. But the trade-off of that is people have to build the proper amount of parking, and you have to be able to enforce people who park illegally if they do not find sufficient parking. That's the give and take on that. In this case, people are parking illegally. And we do have the sheriffs out there, because if sheriffs see something wrong, they're going to do it. That's what the deputies do. But again, our deputies are paid a lot of money. They're out there trying to keep people from stabbing each other and underage drinking and causing real crime and speeders going down Gulf. You know, our code enforcement's out there anyway to make sure the various codes we have on our beaches. You're out there barbecuing, you're doing things you're not supposed to do. We have code enforcement out there to make sure the beaches are safe for families and for all of our tourists as well as our residents. While they're there, they see a car parked over there, we give them the authority to also pass these tickets on. The price doesn't matter. Whether it's the sheriff doing it or it's our code enforcement doing it, it's going to be the same price. We're setting the price for the county in terms of illegal parking. So I think at the end of the day, we can either build more parking for people, which one is cost prohibitive and nobody wants to do that, especially places like the beach, but this isn't beach specific per se. Or two, we can make sure people just do what they're supposed to do. We don't need to give warnings. this is already illegal. We don't need to have workshops asking people, how much do you want to be penalized for doing something illegal? That's not how it works. Like, hey, should we have a workshop about, if you murder somebody, should it be 6-month probation? Like, just don't do that. It's illegal. It's already illegal today. It was illegal yesterday. Now the question is the fine, and the fine has to be a real deterrent. That's why fines for things like pollution doesn't work, because the fines are insufficient. People bake it in the cost of doing business. They'd rather just pay the fine and keep doing something wrong, because it's cheaper to keep doing something wrong than fix it and do something right. So I'm fully on board with this. Just don't park illegally. I do not want this to be a revenue generator. I want this to fix a problem and become a deterrent. And $25 is not a deterrent. People will voluntarily pay that $25. You have to make it high enough that it hurts, and then people find alternatives. If that's paid parking, because that's where the cities out there go, that's the city's decision on what they're planning to do. I think you'll start seeing more kind of a la carte service charges going forward, especially as budgets get trimmed, whether it be through property tax mandated cuts or through people being more cognizant of doging and things of that nature. You're going to start seeing more of this. And as you see more paid parking, you're going to see more people parking illegally to avoid paid parking, and the deterrent has to withstand that illegality of parking for the safety of everybody. Commissioner Ballard.
So I am mostly in agreement with Commissioner McCann on this. I think a fine of $150 is too high. I think that a fine of about $75 would be sufficient deterrent. So let's say, you're charging $15 an hour for parking. I mean, you're out there for 4 or 5 hours. A $75 fine is going to be a sufficient deterrent. That's okay. I just fundamentally disagree. It feels unfair to our residents, and I think that the fine is too high.
I did see that Commissioner Cruz did say, and, I listen to every word he said because, I do that every time he speaks. He did say that we're going to be losing funding from property taxes. We're going to be losing this. So the fine should be a revenue generator that makes up for that? I don't agree with that.
Commissioner McCann, if I may, if you're going to listen to every word I say, and I do appreciate that, it's educational. What I said was, in light of property taxes potentially being cutting and people getting doged, more municipalities are going to start charging for parking to offset that revenue for legal parking. Therefore, the fines associated with deterrence for illegal parking are going to need to be reconsidered, because we're going to start seeing more of a prevalence of paid parking that needs to be offset while people try to avoid it. That's what I was referring to. I was not referring to these fines offsetting property taxes. I was referring to legally paid parking in municipalities, which have been discussed by all 3 of the cities out there, and this fine being commensurate with them starting to charge for parking. I have no one else on the board. I do have one public comment. Glenn?
George, I had my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Glenn. Hold on one second. Your hand's not raised on my screen. I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you. There's 2 points of this discussion. Number one, I am sure there's a perfectly logical reason why code enforcement is acting as law enforcement. And Commissioner McCann brought up a very pertinent issue that we are having right now with our code enforcement doing enforcement of not just our parking codes, but land development codes. I'm sure there is a perfectly logical explanation. And yes, I understand our sheriffs have a very large budget, which allows them to cover things like investigating murders and underage drinking, but this is also part of their job. We also have municipalities out there. Are these fines in line with all of the other municipalities? And yes, this is so much like the cost of doing business. As Commissioner Cruz said, if it's $150 a day to go to the beach and park in an illegal spot, is that a deterrent to some people? Yes, no. I think I agree with Commissioner Ballard. It's a little high. Is it in line with the other municipalities? But we have two issues here. Number one is really our best use of code enforcement to do this when we have other municipalities and we have law enforcement and we have a need for code enforcement to be involved in many other areas. And again, District 1 has got this issue that we're working on. But that's the first thing. Is it really our best use of code enforcement to be parking cops? Secondly, again, the same concept could be applied where if you're fined for cutting down mangroves is minuscule, what's the deterrent? So I think taking the philosophy and transferring that to many other issues that we have is great. But again, I agree with Commissioner Ballard. I think it's a little bit too much at this point. Let's make sure it's in line with anybody else. So no matter where you park illegally on the beaches, you're going to be subject to the same deterrent. But I think we need to, and we are currently looking at the role that our code enforcement is there to perform. And this is one that I, I, I just don't feel is our best use of our tax dollars for code enforcement to be parking cops.
Thank you. I will clarify, this motion is not to determine the job description of code enforcement. It's to set parking fines, whether they're charged by the deputies or charged by code enforcement. That's a different conversation for a different day. Today is strictly the fine portion of it, not who is issuing those fines. I will now open up to public comment. I have Glenn.
Getting a lot of airtime today. For the record, Glenn Giblina.
We're aware.
Manatee County. So I went on last night to the city of Sarasota, and they're at $25 and $35. The handicap is taken care of. That's $250. That's a big hit. You won't get a lot of people doing unless they can afford it. So that's Sarasota. So I don't know where you guys are getting this 150. Now, are you all going to charge 150 if you go to Pride Park, our marginalized parks? Some single mom parks over the line. She's going to get a $150 ticket. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Now, if you want it to break even, because we're not in the business of making money, then we got 29 vehicles getting 14 miles a gallon. You need to charge $150 to bring those vehicles out there. This is absolutely insane that we have code enforcement driving around on high-dollar trucks, terrible gas mileage. And if you look around the rest of the country, the ticket is the same. If you come out of a code enforcement and you're fining $50 a day, it doesn't matter if you come out of a Prius or a big truck. That's an intimidation factor as far as I'm concerned. We got a big 4x4 truck, get out, got a badge on, maybe a gun. Hey, you haven't got your long cut. I think you need to dump that whole fleet. I think the 150 is absolutely excessive. And code enforcement shouldn't be writing tickets. They should be doing their job out in Mayaca, like Carol said. So this is out of line. Now, if you just said just for the beaches, because the tourists have those discretionary funds for the $150, then just designate it for the beaches. But to penalize Pride Park and some of the other marginal parks that are around there with a $150 fine, it's not fair, it's not right, and I don't think anybody would stand for it. You want to go hit the expensive people that can afford $150, then just leave it at the beaches and the boat ramps. Those guys got money to do what they want, and maybe they wouldn't mind paying that. But as far as the handicap, that's a $250 hit. The sheriff will write that. And as far as safety is concerned, If a fire truck's coming down there, the sheriff will be there. Get the tow truck out of here, or I've got my push bars. We're going to push them out of the way, right? That's how I look at it. Get rid of the fleet. Terrible gas mileage. Don't need to be driving around in that. And they shouldn't be writing tickets. They should be doing their job out in Mayaca. Oh, not at my house either.
Glenn does not trust people in Mayaca.
Well, good afternoon again. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. The slide that was up before, I think you need to look at a couple of things here. It talked about boat ramps, and my question is, and here's why I'm concerned about boat ramps. So we have limited boat ramps in this county. We don't charge fees at boat ramps. So we, like Pinellas as an example, right? You got to buy a pass if you want to drop at county ramps and so forth. Those fees vary whether you're a county resident or an out-of-county resident. So if you want to, launch your boat in Pinellas, but you're a Manatee County resident, you could pay a fee. It's a little bit more to use that ramp. But here's why I'm asking. So a place like Fort Hammer Park, that's a county park. If you drive by there any given day, especially on a nice weather day, the grass space there has become a de facto parking for most of the trailers and so forth there. So if you're not going to charge fees for folks ramping there or using that facility to generate revenue for potential losses, I think you need to look at some of those places and designate some more of that grass area for overflow parking so people aren't getting tickets there. Because you're just saying boat ramps, but are you just going to start ticketing at Fort Hammer? Code enforcement is going to walk around there on a Friday or a Saturday and just start hitting all the trucks that have their trailers. If that's the case, I'd also like you to ticket the cars that are parked in the boat ramp or the boat trailer spots that shouldn't be there, because then the boat trailers are forced into the grass. So I think that's something you really need to look at in terms of boat ramps if you're going to start, including them in that ticketing schedule. So just consider it, and thank you. Did you have a question, Commissioner Cruz, or you were looking?
No,
like
I was
you were
looking to
ready?
see if anyone else was on. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I have Commissioner McCann on the board and then Commissioner Bearden.
I would just like to point out something. We make ordinances. These ordinances only affect unincorporated Manatee County. They do not get enforced at all in any of the municipalities, which include Bradenton Beach, Palmetto, Holmes Beach, and Anna Marie Island. So who are we actually making this enforcement for? Where is it going to be? That was a good question that was brought up, because the thing is, if we're leaving out all those municipalities and leaving it up to them, then, this only affects Lakewood Ranch, parts of District 1. District 3 has very limited number of people that aren't in the municipality. So, I think there's an inequity in enforcement here, and I think that the way we make these things, I think if you wanted a targeted audience for this, that would be fine. But I think the idea that, we just make an ordinance that goes unincorporated county-wide that really doesn't have the effect that's intended is just ludicrous. If you're going to get any kind of thing like this where you're going to make this kind of ordinance, I think you should be talking to the municipalities first, getting buy-in from them, making sure that they all do the same thing, making sure that they incorporate what we're saying in here and agree with what we're saying in here. Otherwise, this is an ineffective ordinance for its intended purpose. And again, the amount of money is just way too high. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will tell you, I'm not going to be necessarily in favor of increasing any type of fees, because our citizens pay way too much in taxes in this county. And before we start talking about increasing fees, we need to lower taxes significantly. So that's just where I'm going to be with it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
exhausted this conversation. So, there's nobody else on the board. I'll entertain a motion either direction. I don't care as long as we're done.
I make a motion that we deny this request as written.
I'll second.
I have a motion to deny by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Bearden. Or Ballard, one of the Bs, whatever. It's a motion to deny, not a
Motion to
motion to
deny.
approve. We can do this verbally, it's okay. I have a motion to deny by Commissioner McCann, motion seconded by, who we going with here? Pick one. Rock, paper, scissors. I already said Bearden first, so seconded by Commissioner Bearden. All in favor of the denial? Well, it still says approved. It's okay, we'll just do it verbally. All in favor of the denial, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? What did you say? Commissioner?
Aye.
And I am a no. So that the denial is approved 5-1 with me in opposition and Commissioner Siddiq absent. Moving on to item number 31, vacating a portion of a platted right-of-way known as Gardenia Street. This is presentation upon request. Does anyone want a presentation on this?
Nope.
All right, I'll open this up to public
Yes.
comment. You want,
Yes.
I don't care where it is. Okay.
Good morning, County Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney. I am Siobhan Davis with Property Acquisition, and I'm here to give a brief presentation. Also, there's a representative here for the owners of that parcel. Attorney Caleb Grimes, he's here, if you'd like to come up. Before you today is a resolution to vacate a portion of a platted right-of-way known as Gardenia Street. It's located in the plat of Floriana Court along State Road 64 in Bradenton. Mr. Grimes is here to give more information as to the reason for this vacation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Caleb Grimes for the record, and I'm here representing the Gettle Group. And if I can have the, what do you call that thing? I called it one thing and got kidded about it.
Well, you used to call it the Elma.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Elmo. I had picked that up from others. The Gettle has, you know, I'm sure y'all are familiar with their stores here, and they are the owner of this property here, as well as the owner of this property here. And this is a old right-of-way that was established with a plat. It is a right-of-way on paper only. It has, the county never acquired it other than through it was a plat. It's never had a road built on it. There's never been any maintenance on it. And as you can see, it is the vacation of the remainder of this road where it used to go to the north. As you can see on the GIS, it appears that it's already been vacated up there. That property has its own access to the north and to the south at other areas, and as you can see, it's not been designed to even have future access to that point. So this is one where we try to vacate in situations where the property can then be used in a better manner in the future going forward. It would be then on the tax rolls, and they would be able to do a better design, and you can have cross-access that way and not have to have more accesses to State Road 64. So it's a pretty standard request. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Do you intend to build on that area?
Not me personally, but my client intends to expand their facilities into this area and into this area, and a lot of it would be parking, of course.
What facilities are those that you're talking about? Are you talking about putting a car dealership there?
Expanding the car dealerships, that's correct.
That's all I have.
And just to clarify for everyone, this is plating of a right-of-way. Who owns this land right now?
The right-of-way? That's a good question. It's a very good question because there's certainly case law that if it's platted and it's not accepted by dedication or accepted by building on it, and so this is in part a clearing up of the title to this land. It will go to, the ownership will go half to the east and half to the west in the end. And so part of the ownership will go to this property owner here, part of it will go to here, and part of it will go to Gettle, who owns these.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Have no one else on the board. I'll open this up to public comment. I'll close public comment. I'll entertain motions. You can just talk.
So we own this piece of land? Correct?
I believe this land is not on the tax rolls, which means we own it today.
Okay.
So it's county property right now. And I understand Mr. Grimes may have some opinions on how the land will fall to the various landowners, but we do not typically opine as to where the land will fall. We leave that to the property appraiser to determine if the vacation is approved. They will redraw the lines and allocate the land to whatever parcels they deem appropriate based on how the plat was written.
And
So-
will, at that point in time, will we, if we don't, let's just say that we decide not to do this, will they still have the ability to develop their parcel?
No, not build upon this roadway, no.
I think those are two different questions, though. He said they're allowed to build on their parcel, they own their land. The question is whether or not they would have approximately a few extra feet of buildable space. It's not going to prevent the development, it's
They
Well-
have to build around the roadway.
correct.
Okay. Just making sure.
All right. Are you
That's all
done,
I have.
Jason? All right.
That's all I have.
Commissioner McCann.
So my question is, if we vacate this land, do we get any compensation for this, or are we just giving the land away?
There's an application fee that every applicant has to pay to go through this process, but there is no monetary compensation. The statutes don't contemplate that. Pursuant to the statute, this is the process that's followed, and you can have a reasonable application fee, but this is very different than surplusing land and selling land for a value. Roads aren't considered the kind of land that's typically surplused.
So in other words, we would be, if we did vacate this, we would just be giving the land away.
When you think of a roadway, think of it more as the county has a permanent easement for the benefit of the public for travel. We do technically own the fee in this instance for this roadway because no one else does run it. So yes, if we were to vacate it, we are essentially giving this land away to whomever it shall fall to pursuant to the request if the board deems that there's no need to maintain this as a reasonable way of travel for transportation purposes. If the board feels that keeping this road is appropriate, then it can do so and not give it away. It's a discretionary decision of the board.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no one's on the board. I had already opened this up to public comment. I'm still waiting for a motion.
Motion
could
to
just-
deny.
You could. I have a motion to deny by Commissioner Feltz
Seconded.
and seconded by Commissioner McCann. Once again, it says motion to approve on there.
It says approve, deny, adoption.
So we're going with double negatives today. I'm going to vote to not vote to deny the approval of this. Okay. We have a motion to deny by Commissioner Feltz. We have a motion seconded by Commissioner McCann. I will point out, now that the motion's made, right now, this land is doing nothing. We're supposed to look at things objectively up here. This land was taken and platted for a right-of-way based upon a future plan for a road for the benefit of the community. We're supposed to look at what the highest and best use of everything in Manatee County is for the greatest number of people in this community. When this road was platted, it was intended to be a north-south. enough of it has been vacated and given away in the past. This road has absolutely zero current nor, well, it's not a road now, it's a piece of grass. It has no current nor future application or benefit to anybody in Manatee County at any point in time. There's literally no scenario where anything will ever be built on this sliver of land. However, vacating it to a commercial owner who can utilize this land to create a taxable parcel with services, mind you, this isn't some like out-of-state fly-by-night place. This is somebody who has proven it and building right next to where they're already building, and it's not going to prevent them from building. You're basically denying the opportunity for additional tax base and additional commercial services at a major commercial node to retain land that we can't. Like, nobody up here has ever said, here's why I'm denying this, because I want this land for X purpose. There is no X purpose. If we had this conversation 50 years from now, it would still be grass. We're literally just hoarding land off of the tax rolls for absolutely zero public benefit whatsoever if this is a decision made. And going after this to say, okay, well, now maybe some future development will be 10 feet narrower is not serving any meaningful purpose. And all it's doing is doing a disservice to the overall citizens. That there's a higher and better use of giving up this land than not. Pam.
Thank you, sir. I just thought if staff has a copy of the plat that they could show the board, so the board can have an appreciation for where this roadway is in relation to the surrounding area, that might give them some context so they can make the most informed decision here. If you don't, perhaps, do you have it? No, okay. That might be helpful.
Mr. Chairman, could I add something?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
You're an applicant.
Again, Caleb Grimes. I want everyone to understand one reason why we do this, and especially in a situation like this. This is not so that the ghetto can have more land to build something on. It is to be able to more efficiently use the land and to be able to get from, one side to the other and make that property work in a way that we don't have to then, this piece would have to have an access, this piece would have to have an access.
You're not up on the screen.
Okay.
It will be in 1 sec. Just hold, there you go. Okay, now you are.
Well, it enables this to all interact together without having to have a road, quote, road there that is on paper only. And so we do this, as you indicated, Mr. Chairman, that when we have a road on paper only, and as a road, understand, the county didn't pay for this road, so it's not like the county has any money into this at all. It wasn't a piece of property you bought and are surplusing. It was dedicated to the county for public use, and the public use has not been done and will never be done. And so to vacate it, it gets it onto the tax rolls. It makes it where we can design better out there. We can have traffic patterns better out there. And we ask that you do that vacation. This is the process that has been set up by the state on how we take care of these situations where we have a completely unused platted roadway. So I would ask that, that you do this because it's what in the long run makes the most sense. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner McCann, were you on or were you on purpose?
How wide is that area? How wide is that area?
I believe it's 40 feet. If you give me a minute, I can look up the 40 feet, yeah.
Yes, according to, I have the plat pulled up, it's 40 feet.
In my 25 years of litigation, I haven't heard a more self-serving testimony than I just heard today. This was great in that it will benefit your client, and I heard the chairman say this doesn't do any benefit for the people. I didn't hear any people speak on this, but I do have people over in District 5 that are saying, we don't want a car dealer on 64. Obviously, you know, what you're asking us for now has not been in a public forum. It hasn't been heard by anybody in the public, and, you know, we shouldn't be conducting business on behalf of the public without hearing from them. So again, today, I'm going to deny this. Thank you.
Okay, I have no one else on the board.
George, I'm on the board.
All right, go ahead.
I tend to agree with Commissioner McCann. This seems to be geared solely for, I'm not seeing a benefit to the public. I don't think that, I'm sorry, but Commissioner Cruz, your statements are opinion, and this is my district, and at the state we are in, with our infrastructure, our stormwater control, this is not just an easement to give away to somebody so they can, it's not a benefit to the public. This is clearly a benefit to an individual petitioner, which they absolutely have a right to do. But let's call it what it is. There has been no, we don't have a good stormwater plan. We have very poor infrastructure right now. And while this may just seem like a minor easement, it's not. It's not anymore. These things are not minor anymore. And to say we don't have a plan, maybe you're right. But this is clearly, people would not be paying people all this money to do something if it wasn't for their personal interest. And they have a right to do that. But we are supposed to be thinking in more global terms. And at this point, we have no right to make absolutes on what can or will be done, unless you're satisfied with the status quo, and I don't think any of our public is. So I would have to vote to deny this, and this is exactly why I asked for a presentation on this subject. And I'm glad we got one, because now we're seeing exactly how we operate without thinking. It's just a minor thing. When you add up too many minor things, you end up with a major cluster. And we've got to look at these things without just rubber stamping them. And that's why I'm, nothing personal, just hasn't been thought out, hasn't been brought before the public, hasn't been considered in our overall infrastructure plan. And it's not just a minor 40 feet. Too many minor 40 feet add up to having nothing. So no, I cannot vote for this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need some help here. What is to the east of that particular property? Oh, let them answer.
Of which property?
The property that we might be potentially vacating.
It is a property that is vacant right now.
No, I'm talking about.
It is a property that
The
had.
commercial property, not the one directly to the east, but to the east.
Okay,
of
that's
that.
why I asked you that question. But I will answer both of them. It
Okay.
is a property that is vacant right now, but which has gone through a zoning approval to allow a development on that, which would be an expansion of the dealership. And that is, the zoning had gone through in the past, and it is zoned for that. And I think they've completed their final site plan
Okay.
for it.
So it's already been approved
Mhm.
as far as the zoning goes. And what was it that exactly got approved? Do you remember? It's probably been a while. I don't even know if I was on the board when that was approved.
Yeah, you were.
Was
yeah,
I? Okay,
yeah.
I can't even remember. I've voted on so many things.
It was
Go ahead.
approved for an additional building like the one to the east.
Okay. And the building to the east is what exactly?
I forget which one it is. It's a car dealership.
Is that the?
There's a Hyundai, I think, and there's a Toyota. and-
Okay, that's the Hyundai building, I would assume. Is it the Hyundai? It's not necessarily the
forget.
Toyota. There's a Toyota building, and then right next to that one is the Hyundai, and they're owned by the same group.
Correct.
Ghetto Group, okay.
Correct.
And so they're looking to put another building on this particular property that's been already zoned for that.
Which they already have approval for, correct.
Okay.
And they.
So regardless
they own
if
the
this gets
piece,
vacated or not,
it's still going to get built.
it's still going to get built.
And this piece right here, again, they own, they were able to acquire it. And it would make a very good place for display or whatever. And you have this paper roadway that is there that doesn't accomplish anything, already been vacated up here. And it enables you to use the properties together in a more efficient way and to work on transportation and so forth. And
what's to the north? Is that office buildings?
up here?
Those are apartments.
Those are apartments.
Apartments, okay.
Those are apartments, and as you can see, it's long been built, and they have all their access points, and they never used this platted right-of-way, and they have nothing that goes to it for any future use.
And Home Depot is to the south, correct?
Correct.
Got it. That's that big parking lot there.
And
with
also
the
understand, we're not,
Tropical Cafe and everything that's right.
we're not asking the county to build a road in this right-of-way that the county owns, to give us access to it. We're saying, we're not trying to ask the county to say, hey, you own a road, put a road in there that we can use. We're saying, let's do what has been done over the last, I don't remember when this thing was platted, but I bet it was 70 years ago.
Okay.
And never been used as a road.
So let me ask you,
25? Okay, excuse me,
1925?
100 years ago.
Okay. So the building that's going to be developed there, let's just say we don't give you that access, at what, where are you going to get access within that? I mean, you're going to have to go onto 64 and around, correct? Because there's no way for you to get across to the other section here without us giving you that portion. Is that correct?
I think you're just going to have a lot of cars popping onto 64 and back off 64.
Correct,
And tying
that's
up
why-
traffic, because everyone's going to be going 5 miles an hour just to loop
Okay.
around this 40 feet to get back to the other building.
So they're going to have to go onto 64, make a right to get into instead of just, and unless we give you this, vacate this to you, it'd be a lot easier and a safer access to be able to get from one property to the next, correct?
That is what they are have in their design and what they are trying to do, absolutely. And I kind of said it quickly in the initial discussion of this, but that's what they're trying to do.
Okay.
Is tie these together so that they can have them internal access as opposed to having to do things out on 64.
Okay.
And we
But
do work with
regardless,
their
you're going to
staff.
build a building there no matter what, whether you get that access or not, correct?
Absolutely. It's approved. It's there.
So guys, I'm looking at this as more of a safety issue, okay? From a standpoint of them having to jump on 64, make a right, and then make another right, all right? That's what I'm looking at this as. And knowing how this road is highly traveled and people go down this road, it's continuously coming off and on 64. I think from a safety issue, we have to look at this in a different lens. And that's what I want to have a discussion about right now.
And if you want proof, go try, accidentally pull into the wrong part of Conley on Cortez where the fleet trucks are, and then realize you have to pull out onto Cortez and then quickly back into the GMC part, and pray to God you don't get rear-ended while you're driving across those two, because I've done that twice.
And the reason why I'm saying, because I know that there's going to be a lot of vehicles coming on and off of, out of this this parking lot, because of whether it be servicing their vehicles or a boatload of people looking to buy cars. I'm looking at this more of a safety issue, and so that's what I want us as a board to look at when we're looking at this particular area here. So I'd like to have discussion on that.
Okay. All right, I have 2 people on the board. Commissioner Ballard.
Commissioner Bearden, thank you so much for bringing that up. Those were the exact points that I was going to ask Mr. Grimes about. So Gettle owns the property to the east. They own the property to the west. There's a 40-foot space in between. If they're putting a building and a lot on each of those spaces, you're going to have people that are constantly having to turn out onto 64, which is putting them onto our county infrastructure. It's endangering safety. It's obviously a better decision to vacate the 40 feet and allow them internal access so that we don't have people constantly trying to get that 40 feet around between the two parcels and potentially getting rear-ended. And so I will absolutely be voting for this. It makes no sense to not vacate this right away.
Commissioner McCann.
I appreciate what you're saying. We have a gas station that they want to put on 44th Street right by,
Whoa.
saying that,
That is on the next slide. Chief.
Okay, well, the thing is, remember what you said about safety issues at the next vote that you have. The thing is that, Gettle bought this knowing that this was there. I mean, if I buy something on one side of the street and something on the other side of the street, and I ask them to remove the street because it doesn't make sense, when they bought this land, they knew exactly what they were buying. So, now it's like, okay, well, we couldn't buy this part, but we just want you to give it to us and go away from it because we think it may be a safety issue on 64. We heard that 64 was going to have less traffic because of 44th Street. We heard that 70 was going to have less traffic because of 44th Street. We're talking about safety issues. We don't have any cross streets going to any of those things. So, it just seems to me that, you buy a plot to the east, a plot to the west, and, just give us the middle. I don't think that's a good way to conduct business. Obviously I'm going to get outvoted, but at least I'm going to be heard. And, the people on there, yes, this is in District 1, but it borders on District 5. So I really appreciate, everything you're saying. And, the way it's going here, it is a problem. Thank you.
Excuse me, Peter Morrow, Property Acquisition Division Manager. There was a misprint in the agenda item. This is actually in District 2, which you'll see on the map on the screen there. So I apologize for the confusion on that.
Okay. Commissioner Feltz. Just let everyone know, we're going to end up taking a lunch break after this item because the next item is going to be a little bit longer, and we're right up on noon right now. So if anyone's waiting around for that. Commissioner Feltz.
Okay, two things. One is, again, we know what is approved here, which is car lots and stuff. Regardless of what it is, that's a heck of a lot of impervious surface. So I think looking at this area in that scope would be prudent. Secondly, why are we not selling this land? Why are we doing this as just a giveaway? How does a regular citizen go about getting the county, which I'm sure there is a process, I'm sure there's a logical explanation, but we're looking at a case where this is absolutely for the good of a single entity without looking at the full ramifications. And I hate to make this could be a molehill in the overall, but this is the kind of things that we're dealing with. We don't get, we're just giving the land away because somebody, as is their right, takes the time to tell us that they want it for whatever reason. But we're not looking at the entire ramifications of the project. We're rushing into something based on not a really profound amount of data. And I think what our citizens are saying, or what they're saying to me, and I'm sure they've said to Dr. McCann, is why are we giving away things that provide no return on the investment for the public in the sale? Just buy the property from us if that's what you want. But I don't think that's a good idea until we see. I'm looking at this property and I'm thinking there's a heck of a lot that, enjoy your nap, George. There's a heck of a lot with what you're going to be dealing with in the future as far as having all of this construction in that area that we just have to get a little bit more foresight on and be proactive about versus just, oh, you want the property for your convenience because you're putting in 2 car lots? No. I think it takes a little bit more depth of thinking that yeah, we've got to work a little harder at this and not just give something away because it seems like a good idea at the time, or somebody's done a presentation that only focuses on their needs.
I'm not looking at this as whether or not vacating this plat away, that I don't even think that we can even sell at this point in time. Commissioner Feltz, my job is, obviously, you guys know where I stand with the safety and welfare of our constituents. And so I'm looking at this particular matter as a safety issue more than anything else. I do not want to be responsible for somebody getting rear-ended if they're pulling out because we decided that we weren't going to vacate this right-of-way at any point in time. Because regardless, they're going to build this property or not. They already have the approvals for it. And so that's why I'm looking at this as more of a safety issue more than anything else. Because I don't want people pulling out on that road on 64, as we already know, people speeding down that road all the time, and getting rear-ended if they're trying to go make a right and then another right. I just think I'm gonna look at this more as a safety issue for me, as you guys know. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ballard, do you have something new to add to this conversation? I do have a motion to deny by Commissioner Feltz, seconded by Commissioner McCann.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So just, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Bearden, and just as a quick point of clarification, this property is in my district. It's not District 1.
Okay. No one else on the board. I have a motion to deny by Commissioner Feltz, seconded by Commissioner McCann. You can cast your votes now. Yeah.
Let me just get a little clarification from the county attorney, because Commissioner Feltz made a point, and I think it's fair to her to have that clarified, that we cannot by statute actually sell that property. Is that correct, Madam County Attorney?
That is correct, Commissioner. The statutes that are operative here is Chapter 336.09, which deals with the board's ability to close and abandon roads of this nature. In addition to that, there are provisions of your land development code, specifically Section 331, which contemplate this exact process for vacating right-of-way like this. This isn't the type of land that the county owns in fee that it can sell or surplus in that traditional manner.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion to deny by Commissioner Feltz, second by Commissioner McCann. You can cast your votes now. A yes vote is to approve denial. A no vote is to vote no on denial. Commissioner Feltz, how do you vote on your motion?
Aye to deny.
Commissioner Feltz is a yes. Correct. Commissioner Beard? No, you, is your computer, oh, his computer showed out. He's a no. That's right, I forgot he told me that. So the motion to deny fails 2-4 with Commissioner Feltz and McCann voting yes for denial. So do we need another motion? Go ahead.
So I move to adopt Resolution R-25-175, vacating the portion of platted right-of-way.
I'll second that. I have a motion to approve item number 31 by Commissioner Ballard, seconded by myself. You can cast your votes when it comes up. Cast your votes now.
No for me, please.
That is a no from Commissioner Feltz. And yes from Commissioner Bearden. And that motion to approve is approved 4-2 with Commissioners Feltz and McCann in opposition. All right, we are now taking lunch. It is 12:07. Take lunch till 1:30. Is that fine? What? It's 12. I'm asking the board your discretion. 1:30? We have a vote for 1:30?
He wants 1:30. Go ahead.
Okay, we're taking a break till 1:30.
Oops, hang on.
Oh, wait, are they okay back there?
Are you guys, okay? All right, okay, let's call the Community Development Agency Board meeting to order. 2:02. Stand for pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Okay, do we have any citizens' comments?
No, Madam Chair.
Any citizens have any comments? Okay. We will move on to the consent agenda. Do I have any motions or discussion?
Move to approve of, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. No.
Move to approve consent agenda.
Second?
Okay, do we have any discussion? I'm good. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes in favor, passes unanimously. Tamiami Trail CRA, commercial purchase contract. Do you want to?
Yes, ma'am. This is a piece of property that Todd's going to tell you about that has come into purview of the CRA as far as location and purchase. So go ahead, Todd.
Elmo on? Elmo? That was good.
Oh, sorry.
Hopefully you guys can see that. Good afternoon, Todd Campbell, CRA Coordinator. CRA staff is excited to bring this commercial property purchase agreement in front of the board. We have a unique opportunity to purchase a gateway property that sits in between the front door of Lecom Park and Village of the Arts. We are asking for the board's approval to purchase a commercial property located within the Tamiami Trail CRA at 1509 10th Street West. The property is approximately 0.72 acres and zone T40. The negotiated purchase price is $1.2 million with an initial escrow deposit of $25,000. Within the contract is a 90-day due diligence period and an additional 90 days to close the purchase after the due diligence period expires. The property owner provided the CRA with an appraisal performed within the past 12 months showing an appraised value of $1.5 million. We believe the acquisition of this property will propel our goal of removing blight from the Tamiami Trail CRA while also aligning with and enhancing the city's development of City Park. We are asking the CRA board to approve the commercial purchase contract with Louis J.M. Bellemare for the property located at 1509 10th Street West and authorize the CRA chair to execute any documents necessary to close this transaction. Thank you for your consideration and support with this project. If you have any questions, we're here to answer.
I have one question. Just because I've had my hand slapped before, all the crossing out that they did in the contract, are we okay?
I'm okay with that part. Hold on one second.
I mean, I just want to make sure legal has looked at it and is fine with everything.
They wrote the contract for us.
Okay. Okay. Any questions? Anybody have any discussion? Do I have a motion?
I don't see the rate, I'm not. Madam Chair, move to support the commercial purchase contract with Louis J.M. Bellemare for the property located at 1509 10th Street West and authorize the CRA chair to execute any documents necessary to close the transaction.
Do I have a second?
Sure.
Third.
Okay.
I heard
I heard Marion.
I heard.
Well, Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes in favor, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that one's exciting. Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Just a couple things on this piece of property. Staff we just don't haphazardly buy property. We've discussed the future potential for the site. It has been in the Bellemere family for a very long time. At one time was Safeguard Security, which is a long time ago. But at the same time, we are applying for EPA assessment grant for brownfields. And part of that assessment money, which is about $500,000, if we're awarded, can be used for redevelopment planning. So we have discussed short term. I mean, obviously, it's across the street from the gate at Lecon Park. It's a really nice piece of property that we were fortunate enough that the owners contacted the city. And the staff did a really good job of, as you can see, of making an offer on it and negotiating it with the developer. We will be doing due diligence, making sure, working with Scott to make sure everything is exactly the way it's supposed to be prior to purchase. And then once we take ownership, we will be coming back the buildings. Obviously, I can identify blight on the property. We will be removing the older buildings and prepping it for future redevelopment. That being said, moving on, I've also provided you with a proposal from the University of South Florida for Main Street. The primary goal of the study is Main Street, but it does reach out and cover everything from 41 all the way up to 9th and then coming back. So it's the downtown with Main Street. What's that?
Where is that provided?
It's just a,
Oh, it's on the desk. Oh, I got it at the last second. I haven't looked at everything.
We've
Okay.
been, we linked it on the email that I send out early in the month to you.
I had a hard time opening that.
We'll get with Kevin Merck to find out, make sure your connections are all connected. Because we do put it on our SharePoint site and then we share it with you, which should give you that access. But we need to make sure that IT is aware of these connections. This USF, and I've worked with universities before. They tend to bring in a number of grad students. You tend to get a really diverse group of international students, which is.
Get one of those.
I will get you one. And the focus is on what the mayor had brought up in a city council meeting, talking about rethinking Main Street, putting a plan together to transform it into something, to elevate it. This would also include looking at, no pun intended, the Main Street program, which is a state program based on a federal program that uses a four-pronged strategy to enhance main streets across the nation, economic development, maintenance, events, and marketing. And there are some beautiful main streets in the state of Florida that are Main Street programs. Zephyr Hills Main Street in DeLand, Florida, right next to Stetson University. Their Main Street is a prime example, all the way to Wauchula, Florida, their Main Street. So it is in our plan, our CRA plan, that we can partner with the Main Street. This would set us on that path. Before I left Palmetto, we were in the process of joining the Main Street program. It is a 3-year process if you're accepted. And you have to go through the steps, and they help you write up your procedure and set up your Main Street program. We will be working with USF on that if you guys are okay with us. The main thing we want to do today is give this to Scott so he can turn it into an agreement, a legal contract It's about a 13-month process. It will cover at least 2 semesters with the School of Architecture and Community Design. And it will cost about $98,000 to do. But at the end, you will have, they use all kinds of software to show you what things can look like. And again, I've worked with them down in Fort Myers on the Midtown project, and it's incredible what they come up with. They're very engaging, very energetic, so very adamant about what they do. So with your permission, I'm just going to go ahead and pass this on to the attorney, and we will bring that back to you at a future CRA meeting for your consideration.
I just want to chime in and say that when we did the Riverwalk, Marianne, I know you were part of that. We used the USF students, and it was like a breath of fresh air into the whole process because it brought in this more youthful aspect. It actually changed the whole plan. Do you remember, Marianne?
Yes.
Pray tell.
But
I know I'm getting older, but I seem to remember.
anyhow.
What was that, back in 06? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, God.
So
anyhow.
I'm going to use this as a double lock.
Anyhow, all I'll say is that I think this is exciting. My only thought, though, is we have a lot of different planning processes going on right now. I hope that they can kind of, I don't know how you do that, but.
It's funny that you mentioned that because we have been in the process this last year working with Applied Sciences on a streetscaping process, and we have finalized that, and we actually brought the city in to a presentation. We brought in the city administrator, engineering, public works, everybody, because it does involve everybody. And the next step is to bring it to the city council for a workshop. And that would include how we finance it, how we put this whole thing together. But it does connect the city, and it uses the CRAs as that connection. So we are, believe me, if you do these studies and then you put them on a shelf somewhere, all they do is collect dust.
We're getting close.
Believe me, I've learned over the years how to place these documents in a way that we can do searches. We can connect one document to another based on themes, and then that becomes part of a plan. And we actually reference those plans so that you know that, hey, that was that USF study, or that was that study that we did on economic development, or and then we also tie them to our existing policies so that you are tied to the CRA plan and anything else. That way you feel comfortable at the end of the day knowing that, we just didn't go do a bunch of studies and didn't do anything about it.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
may I? I had a similar question, and I know that this is a little bit of council overlap, but I'm in particular thinking of the EDC's visioning thing.
That's what I was thinking.
And if it's not inappropriate for me to mention my opinion on that outside of a council meeting, but basically, they were going to select 3 areas, and I was very happy with the selection of what they're calling the medical historic Manatee, and what's the
There was an entertainment district.
Oh, it's the area of where City Park is going to be. And then the third one that they chose is actually downtown. And I would have liked them actually to have chosen the Wares Creek residential area as the third one. And I don't know how married we are to that exactly after, because we're in that process. But now that they've chosen downtown, I love this idea because I love everything you just said about the youth. And it's going to be they're in education right now, so they're learning the latest stuff. How much do we want this to be married to that? I mean,
well, so here's the.
Do we want to tell them to switch?
There's actually short term and long term, or midterm and long term, because it takes a little while to get your main street up and running. the natural progression of a CRA when it ends is a Main Street program, because you did the nuts and bolts, you did the concrete mortar improvements. Now it's time for somebody to come in and really make sure that there are plenty of flowers on Main Street, and that the trees do have lights. And when the CRA ends, you need to have, it's almost like passing the baton in a relay. You need to have both things running so that you just don't stop one and then try and start another one. That will fail. So the Main Street program, the way, and I'll be honest with you, the way it's structured is it's structured with a nonprofit. And we do have a number of nonprofits in the area that could fit that role for us already. We don't have to create one. There are those that we could talk to and say, hey, listen, this really fits in your mission statement. And then what happens is that as the CRA begins to wind down and we're helping to get them up and running, then the businesses take it over. And they become the ones that say, we want to have these events. We want to market this way. We want to do economic development, work with the city. And you have a third party that's out there. And who better to really want to have a clean, safe street than the people who make their livelihoods there, right? So we think that this is, and it's tied to the EDC. I made sure I spent a lot of time when they were having their meetings with them so that they could incorporate with us what we do. And this would just be another way to incorporate the EDC's plan with the Main Street program. And we would also incorporate Randy Iaboni's information. We would work with Professor Green and make sure he had all the information necessary to help us coalesce this into a formalized plan. So, and again, I've worked with them hands-on directly in three different cities, because when I left Tampa, he was writing the CRA plans for Central and Tampa Heights. So they're really good at what they do. And in the future, we'll make sure that we also include those other two smaller universities, with the one in Tallahassee and the one in BNM. So, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to Scott and let him turn it into a contract and bring it back to you. And I'll work with university to make sure they promise me that they're a much easier university to work with these days, because contract work through the university sometimes can be slow.
Do you need a motion or anything from us?
I just want to let you know. That way, we'll bring it back as a contract. Send out the wonderful email to keep you guys updated. We also send it to the mayor and Rob and anybody else that wants just to keep up. I'll make sure I'll get with IT and make sure that the links are all functioning properly. I won't go through these, but we are, every one of these things pretty much is moving at some level in the right direction. I will say this, that we will be putting Love Park out to bid. We talked about doing a gross final price project, but it didn't work out with how we put together the plan. Something I learned new to me. And then we are in contact with the Love family, and we're going to invite them to a public art board meeting and sit down and have a discussion about who Clarence Love was and what his sayings were and what his ideas were and his visions. And then we're going to put out a call to artists. And then when they come back to the board for a recommendation to you, we'll invite the Love family back and make sure that they're a part of that process. We would love to have their recommendation and approval of the art for the park. And so we will be working on that while this is going through a bid process. Chris, we got anything else?
So I provided everyone, at the last meeting, I was asked to get an appraisal on the property on 9th Avenue. And you all have that appraisal there. So the appraisal came back at 1.4 million, which is above what we've negotiated. So I just wanted to make everyone aware that the appraisal was done and we're moving forward.
Okay, and when is our due diligence period up for that contract?
At the end of this month.
Okay. I think we need to have a discussion if we want to go forward with making those land purchases.
Sure.
I would have liked to have seen a little bit more on the appraisal as far as what kind of approach they use to this.
Yeah, it's I can supply you the full appraisal. I just didn't want to print out an appraisal, each one.
Yeah.
Because it's based on the land value.
But I agree as well, just because it seems that just looking at this for a second, that it says a commercial property. I don't know if we're comparing apples to apples, commercial versus residential.
I think he based it on the zoning, which is UCC.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, the board had approved the pending the due diligence.
Mhm.
So in order to, if you wanted to reverse course, you would have to make a motion to rescind the vote. But we were asked for the appraisal as part of our due diligence.
Yeah.
And
Remind me again, what was the purchase price?
900
900,000.
on that one, and then the other one was
750
750.
for the 15 parcels.
So we purchased or are purchasing, if everything goes according to Hoyle, for $900,000 a property that appraised out at $1.4 million.
yes.
Okay.
So the, also, not on the property, but on what the property is used for, we are currently drafting an introduction. When you put it in writing, it does help a lot because there's just so many moving parts to this. On the sustainable homes and neighborhoods, how everything interacts, all the partners we would be working with, how we make a home like this affordable to somebody making a workforce income, like a police officer, a firefighter, a teacher, a nurse. And then also we will be putting together, I've already started working on it, kind of a financial analysis, a cost-benefit analysis of buying this property and putting these homes on this property, and what that means to the CRA as far as what we put into it versus at the end of the CRA. I've always said, asking the board to do something like this, does it cost us money to do it? Do we break even? Do we make money at it? In a lot of cases, we do make money at investing with the private sector. So we will be putting that together for you to have that also as we move along with this, because it's going to be something new that I keep my eye out all the time for people doing this type of housing. And the most recent one was a gentleman in Miami, and it was like 3,000 rental units that, 6 stories tall. No one is coming anywhere near building single-family owner-occupied homes that are resilient to hurricanes and putting them in this type of neighborhood, and then working with all of the products that are out there, the financial products, the grants, everything, to get them to a point that somebody can own this home and then build wealth with it, and then when they move out, be able to walk away with what they have in it. Plus, it's not the traditional, I will tell you that, it's not the traditional way you would build a home, but, as we all know, That way, it's hard for young people who are coming into the workforce to buy a home, and especially in an urban area. So as soon as I finish with the draft, I'll have that to you. I want you guys to see it and read it before we do anything with it, because this is something that the board is doing, and we want to make sure that you are completely aware of what's going on and understand. That way, when you're asked questions, you have the answers. And I don't know about you, but when I was a board member a long time ago, I did not like being asked questions that I did not have the answers to. So we want to make sure you have everything that you need to be able to, because people will ask, and we want to make sure the answers are right there.
Yeah, go ahead. Remind me again which CRA this comes out of?
Downtown.
Yeah, this particular one comes out of downtown. The other piece of property with the lots comes out of Central.
And what does that leave as far as budgeting for acquisition in the downtown?
We still have about, after this, I think we still have about 8 million in the budget
For acquisition?
for land.
Okay. And then I,
That's the most money.
okay. And then as far as due diligence goes for other type of problems, how are we on track for that? Like, have we done any other kind of?
We just received the title, and I haven't dived into it, but it looks to be in order. We have the environmental in process of doing the phase ones, and we have ZNS doing the boundary surveys for the properties as well. So it's all, coming together, and we seem to be on track.
I think I've been up front. I've got reservations. I think, first off, we're taking these property. I would like to have what you were just talking about, have all that information before we go ahead and spend $1.5 million and take these properties out of the tax revenue. And I don't want to immediately put it into a land trust, because once they're in the land trust, then they're stuck in the land trust. I think we're being innovative with the small homes, and I think part of my realtor hat wonders how marketable that's going to be. It might be something that younger people do like, the micro homes. It's just hard to know what the market's going to say. And then I go, well, it's location, location, location. Well, is that really a great location in terms of busy highway and right there at an industrial park? And so that's part of my reservations, even aside from the whole land trust thing. So I'm just voicing my concern. Yeah.
And I understand, I hear you, and I understand, and I would be thinking the same way. The people whom we're targeting are people like who I work with at my other job. A large portion of the teachers, paras that work at my school, and it's near IMG, they can't afford to live in Manatee County. They live in Hillsborough. And some of them are those young ones, and that if something like this was in the location it is, they would. They would take on it. And I have a feeling there are more people in this county than them. I feel like I understand your hesitation as a realtor, especially because location, location, location. I get that. But I hope we don't close the door too quickly on this somewhat untraditional way.
I would
for
have
some
liked to
people
have had,
get home.
I would like to have done some of the infill lots before we committed to buying the larger tracts. Because and to see how do the houses turn. will that person, if they have small children, be okay in a 600 square foot house? Are they going to be okay? I mean, will they say, no, I'd rather drive farther and get more house? I don't know. I don't know. I just am not completely sold. And I mean, what is the cost going to be on this house? Because based on what I've heard with all of the sustainable and resiliency, I mean, there are some hard truths in there. That's not cheap to build, and the cost is going to have to be, I mean, you can't, I mean, so you're taking the cost of the land out of it. I'm just saying, because he's building a Cadillac.
Well, Madam
And
That location can have a Cadillac.
I don't have a problem with having a Cadillac. The cost, it may not be as inexpensive as you think.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm worried about. So then we've got something that people aren't going to either want or be able to afford. I don't think they're going to, I mean, I don't know. We don't know that yet. We don't know what the cost of it's going to be.
Maybe in some of this research going on, we can figure that out.
I just had one comment to say about the smaller homes. It is too soon to tell, but in terms of it's a newer idea, these smaller homes, but it does build community. If I'm working hard and I'm a nurse and my kids are out playing in the yard and the Joneses and the Smiths are there, so it is something that isn't like, oh, I'm going to move further away into a bigger home. It's too soon to tell, but there are a lot of positives in terms of a community feel with the open spaces, that it's a shared community thing, and I think worthy of looking into further.
Where's the open space going to be?
The open space, the way the pocket neighborhood works, is on the interior of the property.
Okay.
So this is a tried and true plan that's been all over the country, the pocket neighborhood, and that's one of the benefits of building this way, is the fact that in the middle of the property, surrounded by the houses, is a green space that is for the community. It's there to be used by the kids. And to augment that, which is something that's not in pocket neighborhoods, is SEPTED, which we're working with the police department so that the public areas, the perimeter of the neighborhoods are tied in with the PD so that people know when they're coming into the neighborhood that this area is being monitored not only by the residents but by the police department. So that's part of the community policing that we pay for. So we are, believe me, not every idea that we put into this recipe, not every ingredient is going to work. I know that. But that's why we're doing a couple prototypes. And that's why we're putting this out there, is to find out what the response is back from the general public. If it goes out and it comes back and there are young people that are saying, sign me up, I want to be there. I want to have a house I want to live in a house that when the hurricane comes, it's going to have the best chance of survival. And when the power goes out, it's going to have the best chance to be empowered. My power bill will go down. My insurance rates, because a very wise real estate person told me, Jeff, it's not about the cost of the home. It's about the insurance these days. And if we build the house according to the insurance standards, you get the maximum deductions. So we are trying our best to create a new product that addresses, obviously, with the hurricanes we've had in the last year, thank goodness this year, but this is our response. And, I've been wanting to do these houses for the better part of a decade. And it is something that is very close to me to see if we can make this happen. And the good news is if, these are big pieces of ground, and if the market says, no, we want 3 2s, guess what? We come up with a way to do a 3 2. If it says, no, we want something different, apartments, Well, guess what? These parcels are big enough that they can be used to build apartment buildings. I think that we've done some great work with apartment buildings and affordability and workforce. And as I've told one of the owners of one of those buildings, we think he's a great developer. I said, I want to steal your customers and put them in houses. And he says, I want you to do that too.
Yeah, I was just on the Affordable Housing Coalition, workshop yesterday, and a lot of the other communities, they're all getting to we want to get to home ownership now, not just
Renting.
apartments. So I'm in favor of it. I'm just,
Are you from Missouri?
no.
It's a show me state.
I knew where he was going with that, is being.
So I am just concerned about making this large land purchase until we had a little bit more meat on the bones on some of the stuff, but. Oh, Mary Ann's had her card up for a minute and then, sorry.
You know, I sit back and think, and I remember, the minute I turned 16, I wanted my driver's license, and like the first car I got was my grandmother's Rambler Ambassador, and the only reason I got it is because when she went to buy her new AMC Hornet, they were only going to give her $250 for the trade-in value. And that's the only way I got a car. And then, I found that guy that I kind of like and decided that was the one I wanted out of the herd, and we got married, and then we started looking at houses, and it seemed like all of my friends got married and had a baby, and they were in an apartment, and they were right on top of each other. So we saved a little bit more money and stressed a lot and bought a little bit bigger house. I say that to say this. I now have 2 sons, both of whom are married. One is in Texas, one is in England. And when I talk with them about their expectations, I mean, my gentleman chef in Texas, he and his wife want to get a tiny house. Mm-hmm. And they would really like it to be on wheels so they could take it anywhere they wanted to go. And I'm thinking, and of course the other thing that cracked me up is they both get married, and while Mr. Barnaby picked our everyday dishes and our China dishes, we still got them. And the kids nowadays are like, China? Why would I want China? I'm not doing fancy dinner parties, this kind of thing. So it's like, so in this tiny house, where are you going to put your China? Well, they don't have it. And they don't think they're missing anything. And they've pretty much been clear to me about how they don't want my 4 sets of china either. Not that I bought 4 sets, I had some given to me by elderly aunts and grandmothers and that sort of thing. So, when I get called home, if you want a set of china, call one of my kids. Things are different now. Mm-hmm. Kids are different now. And they're not kids anymore, they're young adults. But it's different now. And if you always do what you always did, you're always going to get what you always got. And I like the idea of trying something different because I know what we did, and I know parts of it that worked, and I know parts of it that didn't work, and parts of it that still ain't working. So I'm kind of excited to let's if we're going to go down, let's go down swinging. I mean, no guts, no glory.
Well said.
Yes. I agree with both of you. I think that my comments were going to be that yes, I think diversity in almost every aspect is beneficial to whatever the thing is that you're talking about. And so we've done the Laura apartment, and it has been successful, and that's great. But to do just that one thing, I think will not, they're time sensitive. I think that we might be that just seems like a shorter term solution to have only one solution. So I agree with trying something a little different, throwing something different in the mix, and let's see what, throwing spaghetti at the wall, let's see what sticks. And then I was going to paint a little bit more of a grimmer picture, but similarly, my thoughts on who would use these things are, they're going to come anecdotally from my personal life, which includes young adult children and a single retired mom. And I think that kind of composition in a small little pocket neighborhood could be wonderful. And where I say it's going to be a little grimmer of a story, my young adult children are telling me that it's not because they necessarily want these things, but their wants have been shaped by like the reality of things not being the same as it is now. They're making choices like, I either live with my parents and have a car, or I find an affordable apartment and don't have a car. And where that might be placed might have to deal with public transit or proximity to a school or a job. And so I can appreciate all the concerns about putting our necks out and trying something new, but I think that it's worth giving it a go. And I don't know, there's nothing tangible I can point to as far as evidence, but I do have a feeling that there will be a market for it. That's it.
Go ahead. Just to kind of add to that, the people who might be interested in something like this, most of us up here don't know them. We don't know them, but they're out there. So.
I'm not sure.
Madam Chair, we'll continue to move forward with the period that we have to make sure everything is the way it's supposed to be and work with the attorney. Again, you have the email with everything in it. We'll make sure that the links are worked out with IT. There was only one other thing on the list that I just wanted you to be aware of. Here it is. Everything else is, like I said, going along exactly on the Rogers redevelopment site. The city requested one last opportunity to put a turn lane in. Chris and I have made it very clear that don't slow us down. And they have gotten a legal description. They've agreed to a price. If we cut this piece of property off and sell the rest of it to the developer so they can move forward, it'll be a reduced price to them. Then the city will come in and hopefully using impact fees, because it's a new turn lane, they will purchase the property and put in the turn lane. And we're trying our best to be a team player with them, but it's this has gone on for a very long time, and I don't want it to go on any longer. I feel your pain, and I'm starting to feel it. And I just made it very clear to them, do not slow us down, because you give opportunities to stuff and it'll start, something else will pop up. So the prototype homes that we've talked about, they've gone through the planning department. We've gotten worked some things out with them. Now it's back with the architect for engineering. Those homes will go to the Fortified, which is the insurance industry engineers, for them to review the plans so that we can begin working on with a contractor to start building the prototypes. I think that will hopefully answer a lot of questions once people can actually see it and touch it and walk through it. I think that will really open things up a little bit. The Love Park, just so you know, if I didn't tell you, we're going to bid on the park itself, and everything is moving forward there. The existing CRA home that we've owned for a while and was a police department substation is probably about 60% completed. We're waiting on a special order window and a couple other things.
Windows in, paint the exterior, and minor other. Windows are in, exterior paint, and a few minor upgrades inside. It's looking nice.
You didn't look like Rob Perry down there, but
I apologize. I won't let that happen again, Ms. Barnes.
We are looking to get that off of our portfolio. Also, it needs to be back out onto the market. The existing CRA lot that you allowed us over on the east side and central to put up for sale, and the shuffleboard court, which the city gave us permission to manage the sale of that for them. They both went out for advertisement for the 30 days on the 17th of September. So we are coming around to the full 30 days on those. Then we will move forward. We'll be able to work on selling those. The shuffleboard court, since it has two brownfields contiguous to it, we will be placing that into a brownfield area. Especially if we can do workforce housing like we did on 14th, there's a substantial incentive through the state sales tax that a developer can use for that. Bellemere property, 14th Street. 14th, the site we do have sold under contract, we are going to closing on. The brownfield came back. It's been validated by the state program, so now we're just waiting on financing from the developer. And you will also be, we have been talking some developers about incentives. And just to give you an idea where we are talking with the city about a fourth CRA, which we have mentioned before. We have a map of the area. We have to do a slum and blight study, but before we do that, we needed to work with a surveyor to consolidate the map for us and the properties. The CRA cannot fund a new CRA. It's against state law. The city has to, so we're talking with the city administration about the funding opportunity. Once it's created and making money, it can pay the city back. So we just need that validation from the city before we really move any further. But we need to be cognizant that the state legislature is coming around again, and whatever we do, we need to do it promptly, because you never know with Tallahassee what's going to happen next. So that's our reports. Anything else? KK, anything?
Do we have someone here from the CRA policing group?
We have, from the,
Hi. How are you?
Good.
You want to officially tell us who you are and what you do?
Lieutenant Borden, I'm taking over for Lieutenant DeHaze and Sergeant Pilot. So I'm here now, just getting my feet wet. Last night we had the National Night Out. Thought it turned out phenomenal. I think it's the new standard instead of going to 4 or 5 different places. That's it. Is there any questions that you have for me?
We have pretty high expectations of this section of the police department because your predecessors have done that to us. So I just wanted to share that.
Absolutely. Look forward to working with you all. And if you do have any questions, please reach out to me.
And if I may add, you are meeting those expectations.
Well, thank you.
Madam Chair, I will say that of all the CRAs I've worked with and been a part of, the Braden PD, they keep us up to date. We get reports a lot. It's not silence. They work with us on SEPTED. They're a good partner to have. They're the best police department that I've worked with CRA work. So it's nice to, have accountability. Have if you ask them for something, they're right there. What is it you need, and how can we do it? So it's been a pleasure in Bradenton.
And based upon previous, I'm so glad that you view BPD as a partner.
Well, I would
because think
expect
we
with
work
the
together.
current chief that, that would be expected because of his relationship with the CRA.
Yes. No, thank you. We do appreciate all that you do. And last night was great. We already went through that all day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize. I meant to, I know I just have to do this again. I meant to, during consent agenda, discuss the meeting schedule for next year. Could we do a different day than council? I don't care if it's a different week, like, we don't meet every Wednesday with city council. Or if we were to do it, then I know there was consideration for METV, but could we maybe meet in the evenings on Tuesday before? I mean, I find it a lot to have all in one day, and sometimes it's really a problem. I'm throwing it out there, I just have to.
I'm flexible in this regard.
Pam, I know there's issues for you, but if we went at night, would that still?
Well, then that's changing staff's schedule. I don't know about Emmy, as I've always said, I go with the pleasure of the board. But it is just as difficult for me, I believe, as for you to be a one full day, for me to normally work 5 full days and then sometimes have to break it up and, come here. It's better for me to have 1 full day as opposed to, that's just me. But I again will go with the pleasure of the board. I mean, this is what I signed up for.
I guess I could say that the evenings are, if I had to say a preference, I might not prefer I'm torn actually, because I think that public, that's always easier for public, but it's difficult at staff, and I still have a school-age child at home, so.
I don't love the evenings, but could we schedule ours on a different
Yeah,
Wednesday?
this is just really me throwing out their preferences, because you two, and I can't speak for you two, but I know, I'm aware that you two have stronger considerations.
Well, but it's not even as much that. I just don't know that, I mean, there are times when we do that, when we have that kamikaze day, that it's just, I just don't know how effective. I mean, it's just a long day.
That's true too.
Don't run for county commission.
Oh. Oh, okay. I just had to bring it up. Never mind.
Madam Chair.
Any other discussion?
May I just say that if we do move it to a different day, we have to look at conflicts with other committee meetings and planning commissions and things like that. So that's just a consideration as well.
Okay.
Madam Chair, on a different note, to end on a happy note,
Well, and I actually.
the FRA awarded us an award for new redevelopment, which will be presented to us at the conference, and for the Astoria on 9th. So we are happy that we are starting to get into that rotation, and we'll plan to continue to present. In fact, I think we should next year present Randy Iaboni's marketing analysis under the planning, because nobody else is doing that. And I think that we put in for a lot this year, and we'll just keep on pushing on that momentum. And we are also looking at the Tampa Bay Regional Best of the Bay Awards. We've won those before in a different city. So we want to make sure we push those also, but we are now back to being an award-winning CRA. So, good news.
Yay.
I'm just upset we didn't win more.
I'm a little disappointed.
I know.
We'll give you something to shoot for.
It does,
you
does
know,
it not?
As long as they don't ding you for where your degree came from.
Okay, any other discussion?
I just have just
Yeah.
a couple, like, and super fast. Speaking of Mr. Randy Iaboni, are we still scheduling one-on-ones? Because I would still love
We
to.
are.
Okay, excellent.
He's indisposed at the moment, a medical issue, but we knew that going in. And
Yep, sure.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we were still moving that forward.
he said he wanted to meet with everybody except you.
Oh, no. That's not fair.
You can have mine.
I'm a talker.
Y'all have increased my budget for ibuprofen like nobody's.
Yeah,
On the, since we kind of have been on this tact about property acquisition, I wanted to suggest, I know that you all have been involved in the EDC's visioning, strategic planning, and now that they've kind of homed in on the areas a little bit, I would like to have us overlap that notion. You know, obviously, we're going to get deliverables that include tasks for us, but if we already kind of know the area, I thought maybe we could have a little targeted focus on those areas for possible opportunities.
The one of the things that they can, I mean, we have been involved heavily with them. I mean, I attended all 3 days and sat and talked to them at length about what we do and how it could be integrated into what they're presenting to you. One of the areas that could really probably, we have to figure out is the priority uses that the city and the CRA board want. And how do we go about supercharging ourselves to attract the private sector? So that's something that we will be working on. Location, use, those kinds of things.
Yeah.
And we can do that.
That's my thought with the property acquisition is, you know, what gives you a lot of negotiating power with the private sector is you being the seller. So.
Yeah, I'll be the first one to tell you that we don't create increment, the private does. And without their partnership, we have no money. We have very little money. With their partnership, we have opportunities to take the city into places it's never been before. How do we entice them in this economy to invest? And also invest in what we want, where we want, how we want. And those are good. Those are excellent questions. Those are very sober questions and focused questions to ask your CRA. And it basically goes from a light bulb to a laser. So I've asked that question of so many CRA boards, and I think this is probably the first board that I'm probably going to start getting answers from, which scares me a little bit. So.
Great. And then I didn't know if it was appropriate in this venue, but I think we got an email about Miller's.
Yeah, it was on the consent agenda.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought we got something else though, in addition to what was on consent. I could be misremembering.
And he was here.
Oh, I'll follow
He
up.
was here?
I thought he was.
Miller's Market?
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a
I can't see
redevelopment grant.
Right.
For his property.
Well, I know that I also thought we got not just consent, but I thought there was some email communication, but I could be.
No, ma'am.
I could be thinking of.
I think it was attached.
Okay.
You were probably seeing where he was saying that he was.
What he was planning to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so you know, the Old Miller's Market, they are estimating to spend $130,000, big difference, making facade improvements and electrical, and so they have it listed in the package for you. It's a redevelopment grant, which is $50,000. The CRA had a previous agreement with them. We nullified that agreement and put them into our new system. They have a year to comply with what we need them to comply. They have to give us a CO and give us a property appraisal. it is on them now. With your approval, it's on them. They do the work. They get the they get the grant. That we have funds in that account already, and the beautiful part is, a year from now, if they do what they're supposed to and they want to make more improvements, they can turn around and ask for another grant. So it's we wanted to clean the slate with what was existing before and get them into our current system, which is a much easier system to work with, and it's quicker. And we want them to put a grocery store there. So, so yes, the Miller's Market, they did ask for a grant, and they were on the consent. They were awarded that a grant. So
Yeah, I knew we were doing the grant, but for some reason I thought there was further discussion about what they were going to be doing and like some other more targeted redevelopment, but I'm probably conflating it with, I'm probably confusing my emails. And I think that was it.
Well, I noticed that Dad was in the room. Should we see if he has anything to offer? He's not paying attention. Mr. Mayor, do you have anything? Do you want to speak with us at all? Or any questions on anything?
You can't think enough.
We're not going to talk about wastewater now, are we?
No, just thank you for what you're doing. I think obviously we had a great council meeting and then flows right into this, and it's about how we're going to continue to work together. One thing I did just want to say, probably, and Mr. Perry's in the back of the room, but I think as we look through development throughout the area in that old 13th Avenue property, that turn lane is very important to continue with the growth in that area, because also there's several duplexes in that area that number in about 40, that there's a plan through Braden Village to make that into 200 more residents in that area. So any traffic mitigation we can do is important, because they're going to try to turn in to have more opportunity. And that's one of the things that with City Park and all of that going on with the Powell building next to Rogers Gardens. So instead of putting the buildings on that property, they're going to be able to up the area and really try to help people in that neighborhood through what Braden Village and the new group is doing. So that turn lane, I think, will be critical in that area for the future. So the city will do all the due diligence to make sure we don't slow anything down on that property. That I was at a groundbreaking in June of 2012. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, unless there's anything else, are we adjourned? All adjourned.
Such a demure.
The 44th Avenue Extension ribbon cutting was celebrated, marking the importance and the milestone Manatee County has reached.
44th Avenue has been in the works for decades and decades and decades before I was born. And it's been getting funded for not quite as long, but for quite a long time. This is the first east-west thoroughfare that this county is building ourselves. And by ourselves, I mean with public-private partnerships, with work with DOT, to allow eastern Manatee, where all of our growth is, to connect with western Manatee and our beaches and our barrier islands. So this is a great day. This is the culmination of a process that started way before my time.
It's been a topic of discussion since 1968. In 1989, it was included in the comprehensive plan and the master plan for transportation, but the actual efforts probably began for the county around 2013.
The biggest challenge has been finding the money to support this road being built. This has been a significant investment, but proves to be for the greater good of Manatee County.
Lakewood Ranch has made a significant investment also. They've built around 7 miles of roadway. The county's built around 8, so the two pieces are a significant east-west roadway network to support Manatee County.
This roadway will have significant impact, relieving congestion off State Road 64 and 70, saving approximately 21,000 trips per day.
This final piece was an expensive, very engineer-specific project because it has a flyover on 75. It also has a separate bridge over an existing retention pond that couldn't be impacted. So there's ultimately 3 bridges over this one small little piece, but it's the final piece. I think the best way to support a project that you care about is to make your voice heard. We have a board of county commissioners that's very open to speaking with the citizens and hearing their concerns. A number of us are having town halls. We've been running surveys through the county. So if there's a part of infrastructure, I know there's a lot of infrastructure that needs improved, but there's a part that is really important to you, your community, your family, then make your voice heard, because we have to continuously look for where as I said, the best good for your dollars are. Now that this project's done, we're taking this off the table. It's going to allow us to start looking for the next grand project to move Manatee County forward.
Hi, I'm Carrie Letizia with METV at Braden River Park for the ribbon cutting of the first all-synthetic turf field, and there's going to be a scrimmage post ceremony.
All the prac kids are out here to practice, but we're also doing the ribbon cutting, we're doing the first pitch. Marty from the Marauders will be here to join us as well. Then there's plenty of food trucks and other activities for the kids and families to do.
These fields have been in not so great shape for a long time, and they've all been redone, and we're getting this one turf field, which is fantastic. Great opportunity for the kids to play ball on fields that are in good shape. It is different playing on turf. The sliding's a little trickier. It's not quite as soft as the dirt, but it holds up better, and the bounces are truer, so you get more clean play, if you will. So it's again, I played on turf, I played on grass. I like good things about each.
So this is a significant project for the county, being the first one to be on a public use field. We know that the number of players and families from the youth to the adult leagues has grown throughout the county tremendously. Over the past 2 years, this park has finally seen the upgrades that it's deserved, and the synthetic is really just the icing on the cake because it meets the needs. It doesn't take as much maintenance, and it allows for more hours and more time to be played.
Check out the beautiful fields yourself at Braden River Park, or go to our YouTube channel at Manatee Educational TV, or go to the Manatee County Facebook page for the full video of the ceremony.
Thank you so much to everyone for being here to share in this milestone moment. What was once a sheriff substation is now a welcoming space where women can begin a journey of healing and recovery. This is a dream many, many years in the making, and there are a lot of people to thank and a lot of passion that led to this step in the county's reimagined response to homelessness, mental health, and substance abuse. I spent 8 years as an attorney in Manatee County in the child welfare system, witnessing hundreds of cases involving substance abuse, mental illness, neglect, and housing instability. And so often the families I was dealing with involved single women in crisis who had nowhere to go. And when I was elected, I was determined to make a difference in the space. Under One Roof Shelter will provide immediate relief for up to 40 women who are on the street or are at significant risk of homelessness. This space provides a safe place to live, as well as all the wraparound services that women need to get their lives back on track. And we are so proud to be working with Helping Up Mission, a nationwide leader in substance abuse recovery, to run the shelter and manage our wraparound programming.
I'm truly honored to be with you today to celebrate this momentous step forward in Manatee County's resources to serve some of our most vulnerable neighbors. Our mission at HUM is to transform the lives of and restore hope to those suffering from addiction and poverty by harnessing the power of faith, science, and community. This day matters because this campus offers a vital opportunity for women in need to get off the street, out of unsafe situations, and be offered a gateway to addiction recovery or other community resources.
We believe in the power of prayer. We also believe that miracles can happen. And miracles are happening every day at Helping Up Mission.
This isn't about politics. This isn't about opinions. It's about what we can do to help others so nobody else is laying on the street. And if there's a way to change one person's life, one day at a time, then we're going to be here to help.
We're all standing here today together because we want to make a better world. Helping Up Mission has proven what can happen when addiction is not met with judgment, and addiction is met with compassion, structure, faith, and community. We are proving every day through the help here that hope is stronger than addiction, and we have to provide that hope for people. Here in this building, under one roof, hope has a home. Come home. Thank you.
Manatee County's Ecological and Marine Resources Division hosted NOAA for a recreational fisheries tour at the Robinson Preserve expansion, including NOAA restoration practitioners from around the U.S. During the tour, NOAA staff explored the expansion by land and by water to observe coastal habitats created for juvenile recreational sport fish. They also visited with fisheries research biologists to observe fish monitoring in action. The afternoon session at the Nest included presentations by biologists to discuss the fisheries data collected to date and collaborations with Manatee County staff. As one of the Manatee County's funding partners, we were honored to host NOAA at the Robinson Preserve expansion to showcase how this investment is informing our long-term habitat management activities.
All right, we are back from lunch and moving on to our final 5 items of the day. We are on the regular agenda under government relations. First one, item number 33, approval of the 2026 legislative priorities document. Brent, you are up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Brent Anderson, Government Relations Manager. The legislative priority document in front of you all is the same document from the workshop a few weeks ago. We're just asking for your approval. The timeline has kind of worked out really well, where after this approval for this, we're going to be able to instantly start working on our leave behinds for the delegation meeting on the 27th next week. So we're kind of in a nice sweet spot timeline-wise. I'm happy to answer any questions, but everything that was asked to be added at the workshop has been included, and we've tweaked some of the language and all that good stuff.
Okay, anything from anyone? Any comments whatsoever? So there's been.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm on the board.
Oh, you're back. Commissioner Feltz's computer is on. Commissioner Feltz, are you physically present?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Commissioner Siddiq, you're up.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So some of you know I'm up in DC with NACO on surface transportation reauthorization. It's in the NACO policy, but one of the things that came up in one of our meetings with the senator and one of the transportation committees on the Senate side was buried in the details of that is something I'd like to just bring to this board's awareness, perhaps amend that particular policy. So in the surface transportation reauthorization bill, there's a provision that allows more direct pass-through of funds called formula funds or discretionary funds to counties and MPOs. That's money that does not go straight to DOTs, and maybe we get it, but it's funding that comes to our MPOs and directly to the counties, and that's not in the NACO policy priority. It's something that is going to come up next year, and if we're in DC again, it's something we can raise to our members to let them know, hey, we want to see more local funds more federal funds come directly to us because we have the best awareness of what issues our residents want us to invest in. So all that to say, I'd like to see that policy amended. I don't know if I need a motion, but effectively what the language would look like is Manatee County supporting more direct discretionary grants and more direct formula funds to the county as part of the reauthorization bill language next year.
Do you want to give specifics as to where to find that in this 8-page document?
Yeah, it's buried in the NACO policies page. I'd
It's
like
the
to see
first
that
bullet
elevated
point
to
on
the
NACO.
county federal
First
policy.
One under NACO policy.
Page 3.
I see it now.
Yeah, and what you'll see there is it simply calls out the reauthorization bill in the context of getting funding for bridges and trails and things. But a nuance that's left out is the direct funding to us, not DOTs. And that I think is important, especially for us, because there's a lot of trail money in particular that was mentioned, among other things.
Okay. I don't know if anyone will have a problem with it. You're just clarifying something on here. I think when we get to the NACO policies and FACT policies, they're kind of leave behinds of general support more so than the nuances and super granular specifics of it. I don't think anything's changing as a result of our leave behind, but I'm personally okay if we want to extrapolate this a little bit further to specify the direction of funding sources. Is there any objection from anyone on the board? You want to talk about this particular thing? Because we're still talking about Tal's thing. I don't want to start veering off while we're in the middle of a sentence.
I think the main thing is there's a lot on this list here.
Okay, but we're still, Commissioner Siddiq took the floor to make a specific request.
Okay.
So I'd like to
Go ahead.
finalize that specific request before we. Does anyone have a problem with Commissioner Siddiq's request for that minor modification? Because we're not going to have another meeting before next Monday, so I want to make sure that the direction is properly being given to government relations so that the proper leave behind can be prepared for next Monday morning. I don't hear any.
My hand is raised, George.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to back up what Tal is saying. I agree that this is something that should be prioritized, and I definitely back his action request. Thank you.
Okay, so there's no objection, so you can
Okay.
change that.
And Chair, can I speak to where I think Commissioner Bearden was
No,
going? Oh, sorry.
you can wait and find out what he's going to say.
Okay.
You know what happens when people assume things.
Yeah, sorry. I apologize.
Commissioner Bearden.
I'm looking at all this, especially when it comes to FAC and NACO. What I don't want to happen, especially when we're talking about marketing material, is everything get confused when we leave our leave behinds. So if we're going to do this and we're going to put things on a flyer or a leave behind, we need to separate these items. Because if I'm looking at anything, and I have 5 items opposed to 15, it's like, there could be confusion there, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think where they went this year is in years past, we've made comments that if you look at some other counties, they put a lot of policy direction on there. Again, it is what it is. Nobody's voting on it based on Manatee County's Board of County Commissioners voting for some random policy on page 6 of their leave behind. But it's just adding additional support for some of this stuff. The heart and soul, the stuff we'll be talking about at the delegation meeting, the stuff we'll be talking about when we sit in front of people in Tallahassee and in front of people in Washington, D.C., or the meat, the stuff you're used to seeing. It's the appropriations for Veterans Connection. It's the Senate Bill 180s and things like that. All these other little bullet points are more just something almost as an addendum to the primary leave behind, just to be like, we support, because like, in all honesty, this is 8 pages. I don't support everything on here, but the general direction of the county and this board was to support these things. And again, I know what they are, they're add-on. Like, for instance, some of these the changes, oppose allowing no permits for doors and windows. I've advocated for that. But it's on there, and that's okay, because this year, as opposed to previous years, this board didn't assume that we were the smartest people in this building. And we went to all the different directors and asked the directors to opine on policies they would like to see. And we've allowed them to make recommendations, and we've now had multiple bites at this apple to discuss them in briefings and discuss them on this dais. So there are some things that we wouldn't have thought of, like PFAS, for instance, and some permitting things, and that we've allowed to put on here. They're the back end of it. We're not going to sit in front of Senator Boyd and say, let's discuss these 200 bullet points. We're going to discuss.
No,
like,
I
the
get that, but-
And some of these bullet points won't be on the federal leave behind, and some of these bullet points won't be on the state leave behind, because we don't need to talk to people in Tallahassee about the federal items. They're going to be separated.
Yeah, and I get that, but we're going to hand this over to a staffer that is going to look at all this stuff. And that's why I'm saying maybe we need to separate what is our priorities, what do we need our funding for, and make that a separate leave behind, and then have this other stuff in a separate leave behind and say, hey, look, here's these other things. This is just things that we want to support. Just, I'm just making that suggestion.
No, and it's valid, and I'm going to turn it over to Brent, who's going to be creating the leave behind with his team. Why don't you explain how this is going to be presented to make sure that it's being presented in the way Commissioner Bearden is asking?
Yes, absolutely. So the first 2 pages, these are going to be the highlight. These are going to be the only policies that are actually in the leave behinds, and they're also going to be on a leave behind card with the appropriations request. The larger document with all these supports, they're actually going to live on our website, and this is more so that we can monitor bills as they come through, and our departments flagged some areas of interest so that with your all support on this, we're able to monitor them, flag them to the department heads, and kind of fight them as things come up throughout session in DC.
Yeah, it also gives the lobbyist an indication.
Exactly.
This is what Manatee County wants, so if you see a bill come up that talks about permitting or talks about whatever, pay attention to it for us, because we've put that on there. But to Brent's point, these are not going to be on a leave behind. These are not going to be something we show up in someone's office with that, to your point, validly, could confuse things and start minimizing the more important items by throwing 100 other things on the back end of it.
And Commissioner, I just want to also add, we will be showing you a preview of the final printed version that we'll take to our delegation meetings when we go in January and in February for Manatee County Day. that will be something you'll have the ability to weigh in on and share from a presentation point of view too.
Yeah, we're just under a not time crunch. We work on this for quite some time. But we have the delegation meeting, 8:30 in the morning next Monday. What we hand to them Monday doesn't necessarily have to be the final finished product that we show up with in January.
Correct.
It's a little different talking to our delegation. We talk to them on a regular enough basis. They probably know what's on there before we give it to them.
Yeah.
With a stamped draft across the front. Are there any other questions, comments? If not, I will open this up to public comments. Seeing Glenn? You're not on there. Oh, now you are. You weren't a minute ago. Now you are.
For the record, Glenn Giblina. So, man, there's a lot of stuff on there. I guess here's my concern. When I do my research, I expect information to be attached to the items. And I'm just gonna take Fresh Start for $10 million. So I really didn't know who was running the show on that. So I said, well, Fresh Start, let me look it up. So I find Fresh Start. They're gonna do some stuff in Manatee County. So I reach out to them and I say, you know, you want to
No, that's incorrect. Those are two words that are the same, but they're entirely different. Fresh Start's just what we named our homeless area. This is a company that has absolutely nothing to do.
That's right. And I went down that rabbit hole because there was not enough information on the agenda. I would have never gone this route if they would have said, hey, this is our homeless program, it's run by the sheriff. No information whatsoever. So shame on me for trying to do a deep dive and seeing who this is. So you got the email I got back. I shouldn't have to go down this rabbit hole. The second thing I want to point out is that the address that you put on there, I always say, well, let me go to the property appraiser, see who owns that property. That address doesn't exist. It may be a mailing address, but as far as the property appraiser is concerned, the owner is this address on the property appraiser, not the 1022 number that you had on there. So again, more confusion that shouldn't be that way. You got to leave more information on these, on this stuff. It's frustrating when I try to do the research and I go down a rabbit hole that I should have not gone down, and it's confusing. You cannot give the public too much information. We look like dummies when we can't do the research and do the stuff in the background and say, well, you know what, maybe I can get behind this or maybe I can't. But with the wrong address, Fresh Start, I mean, it was just frustrating to me. And quite frankly, for $10 million, you should show me something. Gonna renovate a building. Are they gonna take over the entire public works for $10 million? I mean, that's my question. What part of that are they going to take over? And what part of that are they going to renovate for $10 million? None of that is attached on the agenda. And that's a big ticket item, $10 million. For the record, don't frustrate this gadfly. I got to tell you that right now. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon again. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. Mr. Chair, you had me all day here. I really only came down because I was interested in this item. So if you want to blow off the rest of the stuff I said today, I won't be upset. So you know, I read this list and I'm like, man, what an aggressive list. I mean, I work with the federal government, right? I applaud the aggressiveness in all of that brainstorming session that went into this. I listened to those meetings. Everybody wants, you know, what kind of ice cream does this kid want? It's like pulling up to a drive-through with like 15 kids in the back, right? But he's yelling all this different stuff that they want. But you have to refine this list into specific action items. More so, if this is the legislative staff that you want them to champion these things for you, I mean, that's just like, I mean, you might as well just run them around in circles for 365 days, you know what I mean, and just see what happens. I mean, you have to focus this effort on really what's going to yield actual results here in Manatee County. I mean, I don't like SB 180. I think that's its own thing. I think there's lots of federal stuff in there, but if you think that the state writ large is gonna lift a finger for us at the moment, I'd be amazed, you know what I mean? So it's like wasted effort. You wanna put that on their priority list just for them to go up there and all the nonsense the state's pulling right now. I think they'll probably put Manatee County, at the little kids' table. If, they'll probably have eaten on the porch. So, I mean, I would ask the staff members that are doing this, what level of effort will each of these items take to benefit Manatee County residents? Because I don't want you wasting time on a bunch of little stuff. My mom used to say, I'd rather have 2 jobs done right than 10 jobs done half-ass. So just don't do it. I mean, advocating for federal money is much different than advocating for legislative changes. I mean, that takes serious effort to ask for dollars for projects that I think are valuable in here. I mean, there's this list here going on to page 4, a couple of these things that are personal to me that I would love to see happen and continue is the work that you guys are doing. Gamble Creek is one. I mean, the county's already invested close to $25 million into work in that corridor. Plus it up. That says that this is federal dollars that you're requesting there on that Gamble Creek flood mitigation. All right, go after federal money. That's not the state, goofballs up there. Things like this Greenway Trail, right? This federal money, that's within Manatee County for 62, County Road 675 to 62. These would benefit residents, and I think you could attack that at a federal level and bypass old Ronnie D. Thanks for your time.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I'm just going to explain how these priorities work and how we work every year. Federal is different because nobody pays attention at federal. Every representative gets their bucket of money, and we're just basically advocating to one. We're advocating to Representative Buchanan to try to get into his bucket. Nobody pays attention to a multi-trillion-dollar thing, and nobody hyper-analyzes. At the state level, however, they do. Everyone has a finite amount of money they can request. They all get discussed at budget level, and then there's a line item veto, as we're well aware, because all of our stuff got line item vetoed last year. So we do have to focus more on the state, but this isn't just our staff do it. This is a combination. We have lobbyists at both levels. So not only do they advocate for our dollars, but our delegation who's going to submit these appropriations want us to specifically ask for it because they're only going to ask for what we ask for and we advocate for on our behalf. So we have to put those on there. As for priorities, there's actually only 7 state priorities. There's that big list on the back end, but again, that's going to live on our website. And different people ask us to put those. We have nonprofits, we've got FACT, we have NACO. That say put it on there because they like to be able to go with their lobbyists and say, hey, 58 of 67 counties have supported this policy initiative. It adds some help to them. It's kind of us assisting them who are assisting us at their own dime. We only have 7 legislative priorities, and these are important because we do need to be able to show that we support changes to SB 180. We do need to sit there and say, we need modifications to live local because 120% is too high. And the more counties that ask for that, even if it's just putting it on a leave behind, the more support it has when somebody runs that bill. And every year a bill is run like that. So these are important to have on here. They do not take up an excessive amount of time. They're left as leave behinds. It's a lot of, some of you out there send us, God, I feel like I'm listed as a person of interest on every petition under the sun, whatever that new change.org thing is, where we get listed as people of influence or whatever it's called. Like, hundreds of people sign that. Like, well, you're doing it based on numbers. Well, we're hoping 67 counties comment about SB 180 because that adds some validity to it when somebody tries to run a glitch bill on it this year. That's why we do these things. To say, they don't like, the state doesn't like us, ignore them, is a disservice to the citizens. There's meaningful changes we need to enact. Sometimes it happens immediate, sometimes it happens a few years down the road, but you got to keep working on it. We have lobbyists, we've got staff, we've got ourselves, we have our own connections to move these things. I think what's on there are all things we've discussed up here on the dais, and the first step is to clarify what we want changed at the state level. Whether or not that happens or not, that's not our decision, but the best we can do is put our best foot forward. Commissioner Bearden, were you going to say something?
Yeah. we need to really look at this, because what is our primary goal? Okay, our primary goal is to get what? Appropriations when we go over there, right? And
It's not mine.
Do-
But that's, I can
you
appreciate
understand what I'm
that's
saying?
yours.
Like, no, but we just lost how much in appropriations last year?
4 million.
Okay, well,
We'll
it's
we'll
still
make that
4
back in
million.
parking fines.
It's still 4 million. I mean, that's bringing things back into the county for the citizens, right? So we need to look at this at a way of what our primary goal and objective is. And if this is going to help us secure the appropriations that we're trying to get at the state level, or can this just be a conversation that we have with the delegation?
But that's what these are, is
No, I get that, but when that goes up to the governor and he says, oh, well, let's veto it again. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to look at this in a sense that, how can we do what we can as county commissioners so that the citizens of the county aren't being, because at the end of the day, it's not the commissioners that are getting, it's the citizens that are getting left out at the end of the day.
But that's why I consider the appropriations less. Look, everyone has this bucket of money, and if we can get Senator Boyd, and we can get Representative Robinson, Representative Connerly, Representative Owen to get us some quote-unquote free money from the state, much of that is just money that was originated here anyway through, gas taxes and sales taxes and sent up to Tallahassee, and we're just like, we have a fraction of our money back. That's great, because I'd rather have their money than not have it. That helps with our budget. But while $4 million, look, it's a meaningful amount of money, but fixing SB 180, I believe, is a much bigger gain for Manatee County than making $4 million. I think most people here, if you said you could fix Senate Bill 180, you can change the AMI thresholds for affordable housing, you can get the wetland buffers back, you can lock down your development boundary, you can, charge full impact fees, they'll take that over $4 million appropriations all day long. And at the end of the day, our appropriations may or may not just get line item vetoed again. We ask for it. Our delegation puts up what we ask them to do. That's what that portion of it is. But honestly, every year, I'm more excited. Like, we've had much better conversations about changing the calculations of foster care than we ever had about, I need $1 million for a road. Look, I'll take the $1 million. I'm not minimizing it, but I think thoughtful policy changes that reaffirm what we're talking about up here is as important, if not more important, to the community than just asking for money and glad handing out their.
I understand that, but from a marketing perspective on a leave behind, okay, we already having this conversation. Obviously, all of us agree to the fact that there needs to be major changes with SB 180. What I'm saying is that, do we want to look at, because there's a significant amount of money that we're asking for this next turnaround. It's not just 4 million, it's more than 4 million, okay? I don't want us to miss out on another year for just stuff that we can have a conversation about, that FACT's gonna have a conversation about, that all these other counties are gonna have a conversation about. That's my point, is we can just narrow what we need to secure what we're trying to secure and have these conversations based on what we believe needs to be changed.
So you want the leave behind to be focused exclusively on appropriation?
Appropriations.
See, and I'm physically the exact opposite, honestly. And here's why I say that. All the members have their rights to appropriations. At the end of the day, I can assure you, because look at last year, we made 4 appropriation requests. 100% of them made it through to the budget. We didn't lose a single dollar at the legislative level. We didn't need a leave behind. All we needed was a delegation that has enough power and pull to get our stuff through. And 100% of them did. All 4 of those items made it into the final budget presented to the governor. And the governor did not care what was on our leave behind when he was making that decision. So at the end of the day, they're going to defer to Senator Boyd and to Representative Robinson and the rest of our delegation. And if they say, I want $3 million for this, or I want $5 million for that, I can all but assure you it's gonna make it into the budget. But it's not going to be based upon a leave behind. We can have those conversations with people because it makes their life a little easier. But I'm not concerned with that, and that's at the end. That's not till March when the budget gets final, early March when that gets done, and when it gets vetoed. It's now. It's early when they start discussing, is there a glitch fix for Senate Bill 180? It's early when they start talking about what is this year's Live Local going to look like. So the leave behind, with our opinion, that we can insert into the conversation on those is more relevant in January than the appropriation request, which is going to be made in March. Again, that's just my
get
opinion.
that.
I'm not saying
No,
your opinion's wrong. It's just my
I-
opinion.
And I get that, but do you don't think our legislators know that?
Not all of them.
Well, I could tell you, Representative Connerly and Senator Boyd.
Those are our delegates, though. There's
Correct,
140
and I
people.
can guarantee you a lot of other counties that are pushing this through all have the same opinion as Manatee County, and legislators know at the state level that there needs to be adjustments on that. I don't think we're telling them anything that they don't already know.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. I mean, we have two people. I have Commissioner Ballard, and then I have Commissioner Siddiq.
So I absolutely understand what you're saying, Commissioner Bearden, and we have an excellent delegation, and they will push our appropriations through to the end. I am sure of that. However, I think just like last year, we need to be concerned with the governor's veto, and no matter what is in that leave behind or how good that leave behind is on our appropriations, that line item veto is going to come or it's not going to come, and it's not going to be based on our leave behind. And so I have full confidence in our legislative delegation. I mean, they're great legislators. They have relationships. They have high ranks. They have power. They will push our appropriations to the end. But it's going to come down to whether the governor vetoes them or not. I agree with Commissioner Cruz that keeping some of these policy positions on is important because they're having those conversations right now about what policy changes are going to be made. And I think it's important that counties around the state are saying, hey, this is what we care about here at the local level. And if you have 60 different counties pushing on an issue, it does make a little bit of a difference. And so I do think it's important, and I just don't think that having that beautiful leave behind for our appropriations is what's going to make the difference as to whether our appropriations requests get vetoed or not.
All right, Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll speak to the federal policy side. I think with how quick the cycles are for elections, and I think we're in a stable position. I think the appropriations are absolutely important to mention, but sometimes people think the federal side isn't that important. But with next year's, for example, transportation reauthorization, you can make structural improvements so that we can get more direct funds on that issue and other issues affecting us via legislation that can give us better, more quick and fair access to funds for transportation projects or other needs that we might have. We all know there's a lot of unfunded mandates from the state level. There might be some at the federal level. But I would absolutely continue to advocate for policies because I was literally in a committee meeting today and they said, well, we need to hear more from counties because their states are certainly talking to us, but not the counties. And so there's always going to be this information gap, especially as staff cycle in and out, especially at the federal level, but that tends to happen more often. So I will always press for policy issues, but absolutely we should continue to emphasize appropriations. But I'll just put it into context. We're spending $15,000 a month on our federal lobbyists. I don't necessarily think the best use of that is just for appropriations. We can always just go to our congressman for that. So I absolutely support putting policy proposals forward as well. That's all.
Okay. Commissioner Bearden, are you on again, or did I not take you off before? Okay. I have nobody else on. So we're just looking for a motion with the modification that was previously requested by Commissioner Siddiq. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I can't make it.
I'll make the motion.
to adopt our legislative priorities and appropriations with the addition of what Commissioner Sadiq's wanting to add the counties or Manatee County to that verbiage. Oh, I'm sorry.
I can make the clarification or motion if that's easier, but I appreciate the help.
You know, but yeah, so I'll move the motion.
Okay. Second.
All right, I have whatever that motion was by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq. It's approved.
It was basically approved.
With an asterisk.
With the asterisk, yes.
All right, you can cast your votes now.
Aye.
Commissioner Phelps,
Aye.
how do you vote? Okay, they're both ayes. And that is approved 7-0. Go make it pretty.
Make it very nice.
All right. Moving on to item number 35, also you. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Commissioners, thanks so much. So this is about the ask for approval to hire 5 grant-funded positions for the CDBG-DR grant that we were awarded this year. And just a reminder to the public, this is the largest grant award in the county's history. These funds are, when we get them, they have strict requirements for compliance, deadlines, and right now we're in this stage where we're transitioning from the planning stages to the execution and getting this money into our public's hands. So approving these positions now will ensure that the county has the capacity to move quickly and manage that compliance and get the funds to the partners and contractors without delay. So I just want to walk through why the positions. I recognize that this is a time that everything's being scrutinized as it should, and really just make sure that you all understand what, and the public understands what we are asking for. There are a total of 5 positions. I'll break them down into 3 sections here. The first is for fiscal analysts. 1 now, 1 later, but we're asking for the approval now. This person will be handling data entry for the invoices. They will be processing payments, the analytics associated with finance-related tasks, actually getting the money through the system into people's hands. There'll be also 2 intake specialists that we're working with the housing side of this grant to help do case management, verify eligibility, make sure they're reviewing all the applications. And then lastly, the 5th position is a construction coordinator. They will be working with Tidal Basin. They'll be an expert in Davis-Bacon requirements, making sure that they're doing all the documentation related to infrastructure planning, the studies needed. I want to underline that these are 100% grant funded. We're not asking for any of the funds to come from general fund for Manatee County. This is coming from the CDBG-DR grant. And if we do not approve this or have these positions, we could risk delays, administrative errors. It could be something that we potentially don't get to from a compliance standpoint and have penalties. And we do believe that these positions will strengthen our financial controls of managing this grant. So the big thing here, this grant is a historic opportunity for Manatee County, and it's also a historic opportunity to invest in our county's recovery, and it will not execute itself. We need the help. This is massive. Our peers in Volusia, they have 40 people on staff doing this grant in-house. So these 5 positions for us, along with our consulting partner, is how we plan to expedite it quickly and really fulfill the Lasting Manatee initiative. Questions?
What are the 4 people you have now going to be doing?
Great question. So we have Supervisor Edric Sweeting here. We also have a communications coordinator, Odugo, and then we have Rhonda and Debbie who are doing the overseeing housing and infrastructure. So those teams are divided based on the work, but the workload that we're anticipating, the amount of projects, it is simply more than 4 people can do.
How do you apply for this position, and who can apply? Can people that are already employed by the county apply for this position?
Yes, sir. This would be a similar application process to other county jobs.
Okay, similar application, but can people already working for the county be
Yes.
moved into these
Both
positions?
yes, sir. Internal and external candidates could apply.
Okay, and, when you say that this is not going to cost the county anything, does this grant allow you to give benefits to people?
All of the salaries and expenditures on administration would be covered by this grant, so long as their work is 100% related to the grant.
Okay, that's benefits too?
Correct.
Okay, so this isn't going to cost the county any more money?
No, sir.
Okay, and, you know, if we keep hiring people, we're going to need to buy another building. The thing is that, you know, again, this is something where, you know, I see that you had 4 people that actually sat down and applied for this grant and got this. They know this grant better than anybody you're going to be hiring. So I don't understand why you now need 5 more.
So one of those people supervises the team. One of those people is leading our Lasting Manatee communication effort, running the website, getting out into the public, making sure people are aware of who can apply, how to apply, getting all of the necessary public information so that this really is something that reaches all corners. Then we have people overseeing this effort. But again, when you're talking about $252 million, and we have nothing on the fiscal side right now, so I know Sheila's probably watching this right now say, we have no one right now dedicated to the fiscal tasks of this grant. There's no one on that team owning this that would be taking from existing responsibilities, which again, I can't underline enough how big this grant is compared to what we were running before.
So the person doing the marketing for this and doing all these other things couldn't be from IT or from our communications department?
No, sir. She's, in my honest opinion, she's exceptional, and she's a creative specialist at what she does, and she's an incredible communicator, and she's on our communications team, actually,
Funded by the grant.
and also paid for by the grant, right? All of those people that you mentioned are paid for by the grant, and one thing we're trying to do to really do this in a lean way is we've only asked for positions as they were needed. We're going into execution. So before, the standing it up, getting the program ready, the planning stages, submitting our administrative action plan, that was work that this team who was hired earlier in the year, that's what they've been doing. Now we're getting into implementation. We need an army. So a small and mighty army, but these 5 positions would be that.
And these 5 positions would be for how long? 10 positions for how long?
Only for the duration of the grant. So the grant is 6 years. So we expect these positions to no longer exist at the end of the 6-year term.
Okay. And the 4 people that are there now, how long are they going to be there?
Well, sir, I hope they stay at the county a long time, but in their role, it would not be longer than 6 years. We would hopefully, if they were wanting to and good at their job and performing, we would hope they would find other positions or we would find a new place for them. But the job here with the CDBG-DR grant, the $252.7 million, that is a 6-year project.
Okay, that's all I have.
Unless, God forbid, another one comes.
If you get another 252 million, I won't be asking these questions again.
Understood.
All right, no one's on the screen. I can't see Zoom while the slides are up, so if anyone has their hand raised, then you're just gonna have to start talking. You do not? What's that?
Again?
Mine's not down.
Drew.
That's just yours. Everyone else's works except for Vicky's. All right, I'll open this up to public comment. Seeing,
For the record, Glenn Gibelline, I talked about this before. So it's a 6-year program. First of all, when you say we can promote within, so you're going to take someone that has a permanent job already set in place with the county, go over to a 6-year temporary job, and then when that's gone, is they going to be able to go back to their county position? Probably not. So I don't think you're going to get that much filtered from the current employees to take a temporary job. The second thing is, well, it's a 6-year commitment. No, it's not. It's a commitment till the money runs out. Like your applications, you have 2 people that are going to review applications. Well, there's going to be a deadline. You come into your 5th year, say application time is over, then they're done working. Are they going to sit there for a year and do nothing because their applications are done? I mean, it just seems to me when the job is done, you're done. You're hiring them for a temporary position. How long is it going to be? When the money runs out or until your job is no longer needed? That's all I'm saying. Now, if you can shuffle them around and use them to 6 years, that's a different story, but I didn't hear that. So I'm just saying these long-term commitments we're going to spend the money way before that. And I just want to have the people come on board. They know it's a temporary job. They know it. It's not there forever. So that's my 2 cents. When the money runs out or the applications run out, they're done. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. No one's on the board. I need a motion to approve. Now mine doesn't work either, so Vicky screwed up my computer.
Motion to approve?
Let's just go verbal because half of them don't work.
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Commissioner Feltz?
Aye.
And Commissioner Siddiq left again. So that is approved 6-0. You vote no?
No.
That is 5-1 with Commissioner McCann in opposition and Commissioner Siddiq absent. Moving on to item number 32, presentation of updated comprehensive nonprofit investment process.
Good afternoon, Sarah Brown, Director of Community and Veteran Services. We are here today not to ask for anything, just to share some really great news. We've listened to your feedback, we've heard your comments, and we're really excited that we have enhanced our nonprofit investment process, and we think it's kind of aligning a little more with what Children's Services does, and we're really excited to share that with you today. So what and why? We're aligning our nonprofit investment recommendations based on your priorities. We're going to come to you each year to get your priorities so we can set that forth and align our nonprofits with that. It will ensure fiscal responsibility and accountability, promote transparency in decision-making, and support the long-term community independence. What we're striving to do is move that needle and fill the gaps. So every year, we're going to come before you to set your priorities. First, we'll celebrate the success of the year before. That's something that we haven't done, and we invest a lot of money into this community and do some really great things, and we should be celebrating that success each year. Also, strategizing with what the county goals are. Each board is unique, and each year we should be going forward to you to discuss. We are here today not to ask for anything. Oh, I don't know. So anyways, we will come to you before each year to set priorities. It's important to hear from each of you and hear your priorities. We'll provide you with data on the gaps, brief each of you, and bring forward recommendation priorities, but at the end of the day, those priorities will be up to you. Then we will bring that to the applicants and set them up for success. We'll provide a nonprofit workshop. We're going to work with our local community foundations and local foundations. Bishop Parker has been amazing at just really helping to formulate some of the ideas and thinking through some of the process. And also, of course, utilizing our results first, which we find really important. Started that back in 2019, and we're going to continue doing that. But we'll prepare the agencies with hands-on training, overview of results first, give them grant writing, and while we award in investments, we want to create other opportunities. We don't want to be the only funding source for these nonprofits and provide them some guidance on how they can get other funding opportunities also. Ensure fiscal readiness, outcome measurements, and build nonprofit capacity. We want to be able to assist our nonprofits grow even stronger. So changing it up just a little bit, the staff really need to work on the partnerships with our nonprofits. We don't want to just give out funding. We want to create partnerships. And similar to what we're doing with Helping Up Mission that's been going so well, we want to create those real big partnerships. So staff can really focus on visiting the nonprofits, getting out into the community. Then we would put together a strategy and impact panel. It would be foundation leaders, subject matter experts on whatever that priority is. They'll be trained on results first, and that will allow them to really focus and really understand those priorities so we can bring back really well-educated and data-driven expectations and priorities to bring to all of you. We'll do site visits, interviews, we'll have presentations, and really help them with the relevance, deliverables, scalability, and alignment with your priorities. And if any commissioners want to be a part of that process, they are more than welcome to. So continuing on, with ongoing engagement, we'll have quarterly check-ins with our nonprofits, fiscal reviews, forensic audits if they're needed. We'll ask for not just data. Getting just data back from nonprofits isn't always helpful, so we want more information. We want to share the success. We want to see the success. We want to see those programs in action, short videos highlighting that success, and just more than just sharing those numbers. Metrics, though, of course, are really important. We want to make sure things are measurable, and we're going to really indicate, based on what priorities you all decide, we're going to base metrics on that. So it can't be across-the-board metrics. It's going to have to be based on that priority in particular. But we are going to focus on our return on our investment, short-term help that leads to long-term independence. We want to get people out of that situation that they're in into a better life. So for us, we're going to continue to work with our partners but post that progress. We want people to be able to see that. Integrate technology. I know County Administrator Bishop loves GIS, and we want to be able to map this and show so we can visually see the impact we're making in our community. We're going to recognize in a highlight, nothing long, because I know nobody likes really long presentations, but briefs at the end of the year. Have our partners come in, highlight, share some of those wonderful successes, and show what you have helped come to life in our community. And then we'll create an annual community impact report showing our return on our investment, the independence that we've gained, and the value. Something new that we would like to recommend, similar to our procurement process, is a cone of silence. It will ensure fairness, prevents lobbying and undue influence during the process, and it really protects the integrity of the process. And we're trying to build something even stronger, and we're going to recommend that also. But of course, we'll bring this update to the application and anything to the county attorney's office prior to going forward with that. Something that we're super excited about, emergency investment process. Children's Services has this now. We're going to do something similar. We're going to define what emergent is, because I know it's hard. People come to you guys, come to the commissioners all the time asking for funding, and it's endless. So we're going to create a process so we can direct people to that process and vet them out and bring them to you, so we can make sure that it's impactful and actually emergent, and not if it is outside of that funding process. So shifting from being funder of programs to investor in results, that's something that we started back in 2019. We're very proud of that. The results first is a measurable, verifiable improvement at the end of the program, and it will be tied to the county's priorities. We're excited. I know Bishop Parker and other community foundations are just starting into the results first. So we're already ahead of the game in that, and we're really proud of that. And we're going to continue on that path. We'll train those who will be reviewing the applications on this process. We'll also train our nonprofit partners, so everybody is on board, and we will help them through that process. We'll be more of a partner, like I said, a partner with these nonprofits, as opposed to just having them apply and trying to figure out which ones to pick. Really more systematic. So in summary, we're trying to bring a lot more transparency and align with your county goals. Fiscal responsibility, measurable return on our investments, and reduced dependency. So our next steps, we're going to bring forward any items to the county attorney's office that need to go. We'll implement priority setting to you all very soon. We'll bring data to you, so we have actually data-driven decision-making, and we can bring that forward so it makes sense. And at the end of the day, your priorities are your priorities, and we will lead to whatever those priorities are. And that's about it. Does anybody have any questions?
Commissioner Siddiq.
No questions for staff, more just deliberation. I appreciate Sarah and the team putting this together. I've had a few conversations with her and the community foundations about what exactly is what are the roles and separation of roles when it comes to addressing nonprofit needs. So what I'm about to say, I'll exclude Children's Services because it was a board in the process, but I still feel that we're a little bit too involved as a county government with nonprofit funding and evaluation, perhaps even some level of funding. I think much of what I'm seeing, whether it's somewhat of the building relationships piece, but a lot of it's evaluations, talking to nonprofits. I think there are organizations like foundations that do it better than we do. I think, I just feel that we need to outsource this function a little bit more, perhaps to downsize how much staff we're putting into the evaluation of metrics, collection, auditing, and turn it over to an organization that already does this and has less of a direct hand than we do. Or sorry, more of a direct hand in working with nonprofits than we do. Because the thing that we can't do is, we can pass through funds, but the thing the foundations can do is actually help work with nonprofits so they can also raise more private dollars as long as they have some level of public commitment. And I think it's just a better model than nonprofits coming to us looking at metrics, taking on the the overhead of managing agreements. I just think that we should go a little bit more towards outsourcing some of these functions. What do you guys think?
I have no one on the board. Commissioner Ballard.
So my preference is the plan that was put forward by staff. I do think that measuring compliance, ensuring that what these organizations are doing is in alignment with the county's goals. I don't think we should outsource that entirely. I think the selection process, to some extent, should be outsourced, absolutely. And I think that giving it to people who aren't asking us for money but have expertise is a really good way to do it. But I think that management and accountability still needs to be at the county level. That's my thought on it.
Commissioner Beard.
I'm going to have to agree with Commissioner Ballard on this. These are public funds, and every dollar comes from our hardworking taxpayers every single day. Keeping the money within the county will ensure that we have direct oversight over those funds, transparency, and accountability on how we're going to distribute these funds. Every board is different, right? So we're going to get a new set of board members every so often, and you're going to see different priorities from different boards. So I think it's important that we do keep all those funds in-house. When funds are essentially sent to outside organizations, really, the county then loses the ability to see what actually is really going on behind the scenes. They begin to dictate where those funds go. We have no control. And I think when we're dealing with taxpayer dollars, I think the taxpayers have elected every single commissioner that's been on this board so that they could feel as if they have some sort of control when making decisions and financial decisions that are distributing their funds. It's not ours, it's their funds to specific organizations when it comes to our nonprofit funding. I like the fact that Sarah came and gave us those performance measures and what they're going to be doing here in the future. Third-party entities may not be subject to the same level, right, of public record laws. Once we give them those funds, guess what? They're not under the same scrutiny as we are. So we got to be really careful in how we're doing things, especially when it comes to a lot of the funding and then being, essentially outsourcing those funds. They're not under the same type of requirements that we're under, right? They're not under the same type of law that we're under. It's completely different. It's a game changer. We already have the infrastructure. We've already built that infrastructure out with personnel and systems to manage these programs effectively. And I understand the point, but also, when we're talking about third party, they will take a certain percentage out of that to help them pay for their staff as well. Our internal management will ensure that the spending aligns with the county's strategic goals, right? So that's important. So third party may have different objectives, they get to dictate where that funding goes, just as well as anything. It could be political, they could be making political decisions as well at the same time. I just think that in order for us to have accountability, we and this board need to have direct oversight of that funding to know how that funding is being allocated. So I'm going to be in favor of Sarah's plan at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, just to be clear, there's no action here, right? This is just you giving us an update on a process you're working on, so.
Yes.
There's no like favor of your plan versus favor of Commissioner Siddique's plan versus fair. This is just you giving an update and a few people commenting. You could take those under advisement.
Correct. And just for clarification on Commissioner Ballard's point, we are taking staff out of that process. So that process, that long, lengthy process where they're reviewing all the applications, we're putting in people, subject matter experts and foundation members to assist with that process. So staff can really work on the compliance side, making sure we're partnering with our nonprofits. We have a whole compliance section in our department that is dedicated to this. So we are pretty, we have a lot of expertise with this, and we're very proud of what we've done, and we look forward to doing even more impact for this community.
Okay. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, sir, real quick, is this something that you will bring back for an actionable item on our part?
Yes.
And do you have a timeline when you think you'll be bringing this back?
Yes, sir. We'll be bringing back priorities for all of you to determine for the future, and we'll do that every year because, like I said, it's really important to determine that. And also, we'll have some other things in there like defining emergent and other such things, but we'll kind of bring all that. It'll be soon.
The urgent emergency type things that we
For
see
sure.
and having a plan put in place for that.
Yes, sir.
Because we see that more and more all the time.
Daily
And
basis.
I think I referred to it as a Plan B last time, but I know it's not a Plan B.
Right.
But I would like to see some drill down on how that process is going to work when, be it whoever it is, whatever nonprofit comes in front of us and says, hey, I need emergency urgent funding, but I want that to be a process.
Absolutely.
I think everyone up here has agreed on that we want some type of process.
Yeah, we're gonna follow
Some
suit pretty
guardrails
similar to
or
what Children's Services
some type
does.
of guardrails or whatever.
Yeah,
that-
for sure.
That needs to be done. All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. No one else on the board? There's no action, but I'll open this up to public comment. I'll close public comment. No one's on the board. There's no action. So unless there's further comment, we'll move on to item number 34. Back to government relations. Mark, thank you for sticking around all day.
Get used to it.
If we're gonna, just as an aside, we do have a section, well, it's not on here, but we did add a section for advisory board comment, where advisory boards can request to have 5 minutes to update us on affordable housing, libraries, wherever. Mark technically oversees an advisory board, so rather than leaving somebody from the public who volunteered to do things for free for us here until 2:30 in the afternoon, these probably should be prioritized towards the front. Just
We'll make
for
sure
the
to
sake
move it
of
up
making
next
sure more people want to be involved with our advisory boards.
Sounds good. We'll make sure we move it up next time.
All right.
Okay, so Brent Anderson, Government Relations Manager, I wanted to do a quick update. We had one of our committee members resign from the Doge Committee, so we are currently at 4, but we have applications currently open. The application process ends Friday, so anyone from the public that's interested and wants to apply for the Doge Committee, please apply before Friday. That will then be in front of you all the first meeting in November to select the new board member, to join Mark and and the rest of the committee working through this Doge process. Additionally, I know Mark has a few comments, but I wanted to just give a quick plug for the open committee seat. Thanks, Frank.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, County Administrator, and County Attorney. My name is Mark Stanek. I'm pleased to be the chairman of our Government Efficiency Liaison Committee. I just have a few remarks I'd like to share with you this afternoon. The first is, and it goes without saying, there's a response to CFO Ngolia's press release from October 16th. Just want to point out a couple of things. It was claimed that it was over $112 million in excessive spending here in the Manatee County budget. It was reported, not by the Doge Committee, but it was reported by the Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight. I find that interesting. And the focus was on the general budget. The period reviewed was fiscal year 2019 through fiscal year 2024. And he used as a benchmark the notion that 472 FTEs over the past 5 years provided as an example of wasteful spending. I want to point out that we on the Government Efficiency Liaison Committee will not be looking at these, points in time. I mean, sure, the FTEs are the people the people costs associated with an organization. What we're striving to do on the GELC is to actually look at multiple dimensions. Not only is it the people, but we're also going to be reviewing processes and technology. Because without those three, and unless all three of those components are in sync, an organization fails. That's my point. Well, anyway, just want to point out that we'll be doing that in all of our work. Some of our updates, as Brent already indicated, we did have a member resignation, but hopefully we'll have a new member elected next month. Since our last meeting, we did identify 3 areas of interest. They include the tourist tax, and again, we're applying those 3 measures against every one of these areas of interest. It's people, process, and technology. It's not just headcount alone. Tourist tax, the grant processing and management and procurement with special emphasis on the P-card program. Why? Well, I'm pleased to say that our little committee has a lot of experienced people, and honestly, in our past business experiences, we saw there was a lot of process failures that happen normally in P-card procurement programs, so we're going to be drilling down on that. Because of that, we've asked all of the stakeholders and the managers of those 3 areas of interest to actually present at our next meeting, and for every area of interest we have, we'll be asking management to come in and explain the purpose, the mission of the organization, how it fits into the overall benefit of the constituents here in Manatee County, and to review those 3 dimensions: people, process, and technology. We're going to hold their feet to the fire when it comes to that. We've also are creating processes ourselves on our committee, and the processes that we're working on, including information requests and report findings. We are already finding things, and we still have to decide yet how we can present it to you folks. We have a plan for generating for awareness and citizen engagement. We see that's very, very important here in Manatee County, and we'd like to maintain that collaboration with our constituents. Rules for engagement. Also, we have to define between ourselves and the executive officer of the governor's DOJ team. So we want to see exactly how we should interact and what kind of information exchange there should be. Of course, we're also planning on generating awareness and citizen engagement. And finally, we mentioned, I think I mentioned at our last meeting, we're using the word aggregation. Aggregation between what we do here in the county, but also perhaps what we do in the school district of Manatee County. I mean, look at it between the between our the county government and the county school, it's north of a $3 billion enterprise. There has to be ways of synergies where we can aggregate and consolidate roles, responsibilities, and processes that would help benefit both parties. So I'm excited to be part of this committee and looking forward to your continued support. Any questions?
You don't have any questions for Mark? Commissioner Beard?
I do have a question after Amanda.
Thank you. I tried to put myself on the board.
I
after
didn't.
it showed
You
up.
guys
Okay.
raced on the board.
I don't have a question yet, but I did want to thank you and the other members of the DOJ committee for agreeing to be part of this, because it's a really big job, and we're relying on you all to help us find those efficiencies so that we can put them into practice. So I do just want to thank you for doing it, and I'm really excited to see what comes forward and then what actionable steps that this board can actually take to find those efficiencies once we bring these things forward, both at the local level and hopefully once we see some details from the state level.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Commissioner. I just want to point out again, we don't really see ourselves as auditors, by the way. We really do see ourselves as process engineers. Because that's what efficiency is, right? I mean, you gain efficiency by improving, all 3 of those dimensions: the people, the process, and the technologies. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm interested in looking into, Mark, is based on our current growth, right now, it's 12,000, we'll just say, give or take, 12,500 people a year, okay, each year. And you're saying that we've added how many how many jobs over the
Yeah,
last
it was reported by CFO Angolia, 472
Okay.
FTEs, full-time equivalents.
Got it.
Over the last 5 years.
So in the last 5 years, I'd have to say that we've grown about 62,500 people, new residents, okay? That's adding roughly around 95 employees per year, if we're gonna hit that rough stand, maybe just right under 100 employees. That being said, one ratio that I want to really look into is what is a good ratio for every employee that we serve, that we bring on board, how many constituents are we able to serve for every employee? That might be 130, 140, 150. That's going to give me a better roundabout number to understand where do we need to be at as a county, and what data do we need to be able to judge what is a good baseline workforce for a county of our size. Now, I understand that there's going to be different departments and things of that nature, but if the CFO is going to base this on employees of us growing, we need to see what is the ratio for every employee that we bring on board. What is that, like how many are we supposed to be able to serve? How many constituents are we being able to serve? Because what I don't want is services to diminish based on whatever understanding, some arbitrary number that's being thrown at me. I want to see what is a baseline average of, for every employee that we bring on board, how many people are we does that one employee equate to serving the general public?
Right.
Is that existing ratio employees per capita or compared to current employees versus total population to see whether or not new additions maintain, increase, or decrease that ratio?
Yeah.
I think that's really what's going to give this board a baseline on what because nobody really knows. Like, what is that number? I mean, we could have that conversation all day long, but that's going to give us a good baseline number on if we're understaffed, overstaffed, or if we're right in that middle right there, because that's going to be the most accurate information that we can get to see if we're overgrown, if government is overgrowing the population. Is essentially what I'm trying to
I
get at.
see it, Commissioner. You bring up a very good point. There are some cautions with that, by the way. When you're talking about baselines, just as CFO Angola, gave a snapshot of and put out a metric of 472 FTEs over a 5-year period. Data moves. All right? Yeah. And it's very important to look at data in a time series. For instance, I actually did some of those calculations. I actually calculated the revenue per person and took the budget alignment per person in the county between fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 24. And I found that it was pretty consistent between 78.4, and that ratio between budget to revenue or capital, and it varies very little. I mean, the ratios start off at like 78.44% and goes as high as 81.70. But things aren't always constant. And when you plot, as you mentioned, the number of residents coming into the county, it's not constant. It's not. In fact, if you look at the rate of growth between fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22, our population increased by only 2.57%. Yet look at it between the fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23, it's 4.22. Yet yet our growth in our budget was much flatter in the presence of more people than the prior year. I mean, so you got to look at things over time, and I think that's one of the problems we have when we're saying, here's a number, here's a goal, get it. You can't. You have to be. This is an iterative process.
Yeah, and that's why I agree with you, and that's why I'm saying is like, is a good ratio 1 employee for every 131 resident? Or is it 140 or 150 or 160? Like, what is that number? That gives us a good baseline because then we can adjust it based on how many employees we bring on and how many people they can actually serve, how many residents we can serve. Because we know that maybe one year we're going to grow 5,000, but then it's we can be able to justify, okay, maybe we can only bring on 20 employees instead of 50 employees, right? That's kind of like where my mind is kind of heading.
Yep, I understand it, but yeah, I mean, you can model it, but the problem with modeling is first I have to identify what the predictors are. Is population increase the sole predictor for FTE? I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
That may be one factor,
and yet
though.
they're using
For sure.
that.
Yeah.
That was used as a measurement of our success or lack thereof over the last 5 years. So we just can't do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Bearden, you make an interesting point, and I think it's valid. But we also have to consider that different employees serve different numbers of people. For example, each of our aides, they have 85,000 people. Well, your aide has 400 something thousand people. 452,000 people to serve, and so different employees are serving different numbers of people. Also, we have to consider that there are different needs in different years, right?
Sure.
The county put in $750 million into roads over the past 5 years, which was a huge investment, and was something that was kind of neglected in prior years. So I mean, that's a huge investment, which obviously does contribute to a budget increase, but and that's something that's not going to continue over time, right? Or maybe it's not going to. Maybe we're not going to have to make such a huge investment in the future if we're keeping up with things as they're coming. Same with the sheriff's office, right? They had some really big needs that were met by the board over the past 5 years. Again, huge increase, but maybe that means that over the next 5 years, they don't need that kind of large increase because they were maybe a little neglected in the years leading up to, the past 5. So that's something to consider as well. But I do like the idea of saying how many constituents does each employee serve, but I don't know that it's really a straight line for every job.
No, I mean, certainly, Commissioner, it can be modeled, but it takes a little bit of time, to do that.
The other point that I want to make as well is about productivity.
Doesn't sound like dialoguing.
Well, I just asked with Commissioner Bauer is productivity and efficiency. So if we do happen to bring in a piece of technology that may essentially increase productivity, can we then say we can cut down possibly fewer staff? So there's a lot of different angles that.
Sure.
I mean, I'm just throwing that as something for us to start this conversation about. But, I mean, I think the overall goal, right, is to decrease costs, increase efficiency and services at the same time. And I guess the question is how do we do that?
Yeah, so I think
Right.
maybe leveraging technology helps us to increase the number of people that each employee is able to serve, et cetera, et cetera.
For sure.
Yeah, for lower cost. Okay, dialogue over.
Okay, all right. When you're looking at these, are you looking at just the county? Or are you actually looking at the disproportionate share of our funds which go to the constitutional officers?
We're looking at the county, but I do understand that there is an aspect of looking at funding from constitutional officers as well. For instance, there was a notion about the public safety, and that was the sheriff's office, and that was a big increase from last year, like 20%. So that's almost like an outlier.
But it's not an outlier because it's coming from the same dollars that show up on fake charts. And so it's real money using a fake outlier.
Yep.
For instance, the sheriff increased headcount by 61 people last fiscal year. That seems to be a disproportionate share of the 400 and change people, the new FTEs over 5 years. Our constitutionals collectively in that window of time have increased headcount by over 200 people, which makes up approximately half of the total FTE increase. Are you looking at the difference in headcount of permanent versus temporary?
We will be, and we're only applying those, those three measures that we talked about, people, process, technology, for those three areas of interest first.
Okay, I was gonna say, we just.
I'm sure we'll be going to the sheriff's office.
Okay,
when we
because
get
we
there.
hired a lot of people in CARES Act with the ARP and all that came in to
Yep.
run that. Some
Yep.
people are still here, some aren't, but again, to your point, snapshots over 20 or 50 years are meaningful. Snapshots over 5 years immediately following a pandemic with hyper growth is a little less relevant until it stabilizes. And
That's
like I said,
right.
we just approved 5 new people. You run in here tomorrow, they're hiring 5 people a day. It's like, well, they're getting paid
did
for by
that today,
grants,
right?
not tax dollars.
Right.
And the last thing, what I'd like for you, I don't know if you can, this is the tough one to extrapolate, but one of the things I've been saying is when you have hyper growth, to Commissioner Bearden's point, 12,500 people per year approximately recently, you can't build a library for one person. You can't even build a library for 12,500 people. You have to build a library for tens of thousands of people. You have to build a school for tens of thousands of people. And you build it now, and then eventually it gets to capacity. So we built Lakewood Ranch Library during this window of time. We had to hire librarians to staff that. We built Lincoln Park. We had to hire lifeguards and staff members for that. We passed an LMAC tax, which then required people to be hired to handle that. These are step-ups. These are initial snapshot hires that staff and manage meaningful assets that we're not going to need to hire more headcount for Lakewood Ranch Library, for instance, and that library is going to get more and more use. For instance, the school board's building a new high school. They're going to hire a ton of cafeteria workers, custodians, bus drivers, teachers. For a snapshot in time, it's going to seem like an insane increase in FTEs by the school board, but it's to meet the needs of the high school kids in Lakewood Ranch when that school opens up. There's a window where it's going to look crazy. Look 5 years, 10 years from now, it's not going to look crazy anymore. It's a necessity. So I'd be curious what our FTE growth is organically just based on hiring more people for existing positions versus where the step-up increases were that were directly related. Because I've made the argument in the past that you can't just look at the cost of building a pool. You have to look at the cost of operating and maintaining a pool and staffing a pool. I've made the same arguments about roads. You can't just look at how much it costs to build a road. You have to look at how much it costs to pave that road and reline that road and maintain that road. That's relevant information. So I think this would be good information, not only to understand where we are today, but to help us better assess future opportunities in our CIP in the future of what's the real cost of some of these CIP projects relative to how much, if half the FTEs were constitutional, we have limited control over that. If the other 200 and change are ours, but 50 of them were temp that were all hired by grants, now we're down to 150. If 100 of those were actually step-up hires associated with community amenities that we created at the request of the community. Now you're looking at 50. Now all of a sudden the organic growth that's just due to growing government's 50 people. Now that seems like a pretty low number. I'm not saying that's what the number is, but it'll be interesting to be able to digest that because I think that'll be helpful not only today but helpful in the future.
Sure, yeah, and I agree with that, Commissioner. And the problem with a number like this, 472, that's a top-down view. We've adopted the view of going bottom up, which is why we decided to look at areas of interest first, and then maybe after we look at enough areas of interest, we can kind of aggregate it up. And that would kind of address some of the concerns you had about, there are dependencies here. We have FTEs over here, but it was caused by an external circumstance or statute or statutory law, whatever, and that we can better understand that. It's only at that point can we really say that these are the baselines and these are the metrics we need in order to run efficiently.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds great. We all appreciate all the work you guys
Okay.
are doing. We look forward to seeing what the output is and hearing about this unreal. And like I said, this should be moved up and put more in the advisory position, especially if you're going to be short back there. I'm not going to let you move up, Brent. We'll have to break these into two pieces. Okay, I have no one else on the board. I'll open this to public comment. Why not?
Thanks so much.
Glenn hasn't had a chance to talk in 5 minutes.
Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mark.
For the record, Glenn Giblini, you got a really smart guy here, and you should value his time and efficiency. So waiting through an hour and a half lunch for him to speak is not very efficient with his time. So I would urge this board to either make a time certain.
I literally already did that.
I know, but I'm
did
going to
that
reiterate
just a minute
that
ago.
on the record. Either do it in the morning or afternoon and value his time because he's a smart guy. You got a gem working for you. And the vacancy is for an accountant, so I think that should be noted as well.
No.
I wish you were.
I just want to say the next meeting date.
Okay, you could say the next meeting date.
So the next meeting for the Government Efficiency Liaison Committee, which is public, is October 28th. It's welcome. It's going to be on the 5th floor.
Thank you. Okay, and if you're interested, apply. Moving on to our final item. This is a commissioner agenda item by Commissioner McCann. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I am honored and humbled to bring this before this committee to honor someone that is local and served our country, made the ultimate sacrifice, gave his life at the age of 19. He was 19 on New Year's Day. He was in Iraq a month later. He was the first casualty of that war from Manatee County. His life was taken from him on 4/6/04. We would be remiss in not honoring such a hometown, homegrown hero. So today, I want to bring this to the county. I talked about this in my briefing. I do not want to create a road. I want to create a memorial on a road where he spent a lot of time. This gentleman's name is PFC Christopher Cobb. He was killed in action in Operation Iraqi Freedom. He was very young. He donned a uniform. He went to fight for our country, and he didn't return. He gave the ultimate sacrifice, and he should be honored. For that, I want to make a motion today to honor PFC Christopher Cobb, who was killed in action. The motion I want to make, and I talked about this with the staff, is to have a memorial road or parkway named PFC Christopher Cobb Memorial Parkway. One of the suggestions was that we would name this road from Prospect Road from Televast to Whitfield. I'm open to other suggestions for that, but I believe he spent a lot of his time there. So my motion is to honor this fallen Marine and give him the accolades that somebody is due that made this ultimate sacrifice for his country. My motion is to, again, honor this gentleman by naming PFC Christopher Cobb Memorial Parkway from Prospect Road, from Televast to Whitfield, or any road that this county deems is appropriate to honor this young gentleman.
Mike, do you want to second that?
Yeah, I'll second it. It's in my district.
It's in your district and you're a Marine. That's why I was.
Yeah, it's in my district too, and I'm a United States Marine, and so is Commissioner Bearden also.
Understood. It was in your district, that's why.
I think this is a great thing to do. I've met his parents. I met his mom. His mom was here when we did the Gold Star Memorial that we have outside now, and that will be placed in when we do the Veterans Park. Also, another one will be out there. I think this is a great thing to do. I'll second it right now. I'd also like, when we can maybe do this in discussion or whatever, I'd like to honor all of our fallen heroes that have served in the military somehow. If we have a Fallen Heroes Memorial or some boulevard or something like that, that recognizes every one of our citizens that have given the ultimate sacrifice in combat. It doesn't matter what service they were in. I don't care. If they gave the ultimate sacrifice, then we do need to do something like that. Not to squash Commissioner McCann's thing, because it is a great, thank you, sir, for bringing this forward. I'm 100% of it, but I would like to talk about that further at some other point, maybe bring it up in commissioner comments or whatever, but thank you, sir, for bringing it forward.
Sure, I would just ask, maybe even out commissioner comments, maybe next meeting. Only because I don't want to minimize what is being
I'll do it. I'll
proposed
bring it
here
next
today
meeting.
by
I'll
kind of
put it on the
overlaying it
agenda.
with
I'll
something
put it on
else.
the agenda for
Let's
next
respect
meeting.
this
Yes, sir.
motion first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Beard.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will have to tell you that Mr. PFC Cobb came in about a couple months after I went, so we're around that same generation. I came in April, and I believe he came in June. The battle that he fought in, Operation Vigilant Resolve, was actually the first battle in Fallujah. Everybody remembers the one that's in November, but if you guys do recall when the Blackwater guys were hung on the bridge and they were burned, this was actually that battle. And it was a very intense battle, so intense that they went in for a few weeks and they pulled the Marines out and then went back in during the second battle in November when, everything was finished up in that battle. I lost a lot of friends. All of my friends that I went into boot camp with, they were all in this battle, a lot of them. I was fortunate enough not to get attached to a unit that went into this particular battle, but I will tell you that I lost a lot of buddies, a lot. And so I am all about doing this. I'm going to be 1,000%, in being in support of this. And I like the idea with Commissioner Ron bringing that up as well. I think that's a great idea. And I think they all should be honored in some form or fashion way as far as a Memorial Highway goes, all over the county, okay? Wherever it is, all over the county, because I think it's important. So, for sure. That's all I have.
right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Feltz.
This is a situation that is a little dear to my heart, my son, for all your service that our commissioners have had. There's a different kind of emotion that you have as a mother when your son has signed up for this. And I believe, if you might remember, when we were naming the new park, Christopher Cobb's name was also mentioned back then. This was a young man who never had the chance to live through a potential. And I am very blessed that my son came back, even as a wounded warrior, as many are. But this is what matters to people, when we can give an honor to a local person. We've tried this before with our previous park naming. There's a lot of momentum behind this. This means a lot. It means a lot to your public. It means a lot to the families that have lost people. I want Manatee County to be a place where our veterans are served and honored. And I think this is a step that we need to take. And it's one that is a long time coming. We've been working on this for a while. And I think it's about time we start honoring those who have given their lives for our country locally and who we know and love. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McCann.
In the interim, Christopher Cobb's mother passed away. She won't get a chance to see this honor that we're doing. But his aunt is here today. And I'd like to give her a chance to speak now that we have the motion on the board.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for having me, and thank you, Commissioner McCann, for this proposal. With all due respect, Commissioner Pamela Hodges, I'm sorry. With all due respect, Commissioner Bearden, Chris was not in that battle. He was in the Battle of Fallujah at Ramadi, and that happened in April 6th of 2004. So I just wanted to make a correction on that. It's important. On behalf of Christopher, his mom Sheila, who you mentioned was deceased, our family, but all Gold Star families, we respectfully request that the board consider this proposal, which it sounds like you will. Yeah, it's been 21 years, so people might say, well, why now? But there's been a recent discussion of the board naming things and streets or areas after someone, and I just want the county to know we have to remind ourselves that all of the young men that came back, wounded, the few from Manatee County that did not come home, that they're sons of Manatee County. And in relation to our county, yes, Christopher was the first casualty from the Iraq War. Not a good claim to fame, of course, but he was a native here. He finished school here. He was in our OTC here. He was employed here, and he was one of our own, and it's so important that we prioritize our own. And when, as you've considered this proposal, which it sounds like you have, just always remember, let's do things in our county that unites our county in gratitude and creates a legacy for generations to come to know when they see that road, the meaning of Christopher's sacrifice and service, along with all of our young men and women who served and made the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you. I know you're on the board, but I'm just going to open this up to public comment and continue this, and then I'll go back to your comment.
For the record, Glenn Jablina. You're right, 21 years. 21 years too long as far as I'm concerned. This is a great road for a lot of reasons. One, it's only a few blocks from my house. But more importantly, you have Canaan Elementary right around the corner. There are cars that line up for blocks on Prospect to go in there. So those elementary kids are going to see that every school day. Across the street is a fire department. They're going to respect that name. Across the street from the park a little farther north is a church. Hundreds of cars on Sundays. This will be a massive exposure for Cobb 7 days a week. And I think it's going to influence the elementary school kids the most. So I think this is a great honor, overdue. You know, he was taken way too short in his life. And he was only there for 2 months. You know, that was unfortunate for sure. But I'm glad we're moving in this direction. It will be exposure for kids, people that go to church, our first responders. It's just a great piece of highway that always gets traffic. and I think it's fitting. So thank you.
All right, anyone else, public comments? Nope. You're not the public.
Just process to make sure it's clear.
Okay, when I close public comment, then I'll call you up, and then I got people on the board. Nobody else? I will close public comment. Chad, why don't you tell us process, so we're clear?
To provide the proper support with the intent of what the board is asking for today, what would physically happen as fast as I can turn this around, I'd have one more agenda item with the very specifics and a standalone resolution that's in support of Resolution 20, the one that supports these honorary designations. So it would come back to you again one more time. We'd have the appropriate time to find the appropriate layout to see. We've done this 2 different ways on street namings where it's actually been a double blade on normal street naming signs. Depends on how that fits. Until I lay it out and see how it would fit on there. We've also done the Bill Galvano, Senate President Bill Galvano sign, and it was a standalone sign. So I can't promise it'll be on November 4th, but it'll be in one of the 2 November meetings. We'll bring that back to you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ballard.
Literally just wanted to say thank you, Dr. McCann, for bringing this forward. I think it's important, and I think it's good for the community, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Beard.
Yeah, I just want to thank Dr. McCann as well for bringing that forward, and I do want to say that I did mention that it was the Battle of Fallujah, but the actual operation within that battle was Operation Vigilant Resolve. It was a code name battle within that. And so I just want to make that clear that it was the first battle in Fallujah. So, thank you.
All right, nobody else is on the board. We got a motion by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Ron. Everyone has cast their votes except for Commissioner Feltz. How do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Feltz is a yes. And that is approved 6-0 with Commissioner Sadiq absent. We look forward to hearing back from you, Chad, and moving this forward. We are now done with.
And we also want to say one more thing. We ask that the family is allowed to participate in this when we do the dedication, that they come there, and an additional sign is made for them so that we can give them one to have. Thank you very much.
All right. There's nobody here to reopen public comment for people who didn't speak this morning, and nobody's on the phone, so I will then close the public comment I didn't open. And we will go to Commissioner, well, do you have anything, Troy? Do you have anything, Pam?
On the point that Commissioner McCann just made, if the board wants the expenditure for an extra sign, you really should have a motion to approve that, because a part of the process here is a fiscal impact analysis that needs to be done. So staff needs to incorporate that in their analysis of the cost.
We make those little ones, the little souvenir ones. We did it with the Gold Star people. We did it with Roberto Clemente Parkway.
I'm sure we do, but it should be included because we have to actually do that in the fiscal impact. It has to be advertised as a part of the advertisement for the hearing.
I
So-
move that we make an additional sign and that we expend the funds necessary in order to do that.
Second.
Seconded.
I've not opened this up for discussion. It's a motion made by Commissioner McCann, seconded by everybody. We'll go with Commissioner Ron just to keep it consistent with the first one. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
It's approved 6-0 with Commissioner Sadiq absent. Thank you. Commissioner Bearden, since you're walking out the door, do you have any final commissioner comments? Okay, Commissioner Ballard.
No.
Commissioner McCann. Commissioner Ron.
No, sir.
Commissioner Feltz.
Yes, I will be having a town hall this Saturday at the Myakka City Community Center at 10 o'clock. We do realize there are a lot of issues that people want to bring up. We've also got our fall festivals going on out here with Dakin Dairy, Hunsaders, Fruitville Grove. But this meeting is from 10 to 12. It's going to leave a lot of time during the day to get out and do what you're going to do out there. But I do hope that we have a good group meeting to join us, and we'll be continuing to hold these town halls until we get everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Feltz. If there's nothing else, then we are adjourned.